June 30th, 1999. Around 20 miles outside of St. Louis, Missouri, a woman is driving by a cornfield near Highway 367. But as she looks out of her window, something unusual catches her attention in the field. Stopping to investigate, she gets out of her car and slowly approaches it, only to recoil in horror as she sees that the unusual shape is a partially decomposed man's body. As authorities arrive at the scene, they find that the decomposition is so severe that the flesh on the man's outstretched hands has already decayed, causing his fingertips to detach near the top knuckles and fall into the weeds beside him. Managing to pull fingerprints, they soon identify him as 41-year-old Ricky McCormick. Despite having only disappeared 3 days earlier, Ricky's body was barely recognizable. The rural location in St. Charles County immediately raised suspicions of foul play, given the area had a long history of being used to dump bodies by criminal organizations. The advanced state of decomposition made it challenging for the pathologists at the St. Charles County Medical Examiner's Office to determine the cause of death, and the best conclusion they could reach was undetermined. Detectives interviewed Ricky's family, friends, girlfriend, and acquaintances, but failed to uncover any significant leads in the case. Described as impoverished and grappling with mental health issues, it didn't take long for Ricky's case to fade into obscurity and seemingly turn cold. But then, something happened that would propel this unsolved mystery into the public spotlight. In March of 2011, nearly 12 years after his body was found, FBI officials from the Cryptanalysis and Racketeering Records Unit in Quantico revealed that 2 handwritten pages of encrypted notes had been discovered in the jeans pockets of Ricky. Unable to crack the code themselves, the FBI released them to the public in the hopes that someone would be able to solve their meaning and, hopefully, uncover some answers to this puzzling case. The perplexing nature of Ricky's encrypted notes, allegedly composed by a man with minimal literacy skills, has baffled even the most skilled cryptographers worldwide ever since. Today, these notes rank as the 3rd most challenging unsolved case for the Cryptanalysis and Racketeering Records Unit, trailing behind only the Zodiac Killer's unbroken cipher from 1969 and a mysterious threat letter penned to an undisclosed public agency. The intrigue surrounding the case is deeper than just the codes, however, with Ricky seemingly holding links to drug trafficking and dangerous individuals in the St. Louis area. So in today's video, let's take a look at the case of Ricky McCormick and try to decipher the mystery of his strange codes and his potential murder. Born on June 14, 1958, Ricky McCormick exhibited signs of mental health challenges from a young age. At school, he was said to isolate himself and exhibit peculiar behaviors, with his mother, Frankie Sparks, believing that he was mentally disabled. Some of his relatives have even indicated that he showed signs of suffering from a disorder such as schizophrenia or bipolar, though it seems unclear whether he ever actually received treatment for any mental illness issues. Despite struggling academically as a result of this, and being seen as slow and unintelligent by everyone in his life, Ricky was known to possess a vivid imagination and to share eccentric tales and stories. Struggling to read or write, unable to spell words and write anything more than scribbles, Ricky was shuffled through various classes and grades before he ultimately dropped out of his high school in St. Louis. Lacking a formal education, Ricky was forced to take on various low-paying jobs such as mopping floors and washing dishes, often working night shifts to make ends meet along with the disability payments he received for a chronic heart problem. His aunt Gloria even referred to him as a vampire due to his habit of sleeping all day and working all night. But in 1992, his life took a dark turn when he encountered legal troubles, facing charges of statutory rape after fathering 2 children with a 14-year-old known to his family only as Pretty Baby. 34 at the time of the charges, court documents indicate that Ricky had been in a relationship with the girl since she had been 11 years old, with her identity being protected by the court. Ricky's defense team argued that his mental issues made him incompetent to stand trial or understand his actions. But after having a psychologist assess him, the court denied these claims. In the end, Ricky pled guilty to the charges on September 1, 1993, and found himself imprisoned at the Farmington Correctional Center for 13 months. While the situation surrounding Pretty Baby and Ricky's imprisonment are troubling to say the least, this was only the beginning of Ricky's problems. Upon leaving prison, Ricky took a graveyard shift job at an Amoco gas station located in downtown St. Louis, and it was there that he encountered several dangerous characters who would alter the course of his life forever. The Amoco gas station was owned by 2 Palestinian brothers, Juma and Baha Hamdallah, both of whom were known for their violent tendencies and criminal associations. Baha in particular had significant ties to gang members in St. Louis City, and was suspected of being involved in drug dealing and trafficking. He was reported to possess a number of weapons, including handguns and knives, and was said to be violent and unstable, being involved in violent incidents on numerous occasions. For example, in 1997, Baha allegedly fired a revolver at Terrence Clark in a drive-by shooting, which fortunately left Terrence unharmed. Despite being arrested at the time, Baha was never prosecuted for the shooting and was quickly released. In 1998, Baha was allegedly involved in another shooting, this time firing his weapon at one of his older brothers, Bajat, after an altercation with him at the family market, a corner grocery store in St. Louis. Despite multiple witnesses seeing Baha shoot his brother refused to cooperate with police, and instead told them that a Hispanic man with a goatee had shot him that day. Despite this, Baha voluntarily surrendered to the police 6 days later after a warrant was put out on him in connection to the shooting. But once again, he escaped the hands of the law as his brother refused to press charges, resulting in his release. Later that same month, while working at the Amoco station he owned, Baha was arrested again, this time for an assault on a homeless drug addict called Elro Carr. Allegedly, Baha threatened to kill Elro before assaulting him with a hammer. But shockingly, 2 weeks before Elro's scheduled court appearance against Baha in August of 1998, he was fatally shot on a street near the Amoco station. Consequently, the charges were dropped against Baha, resulting in him evading justice yet again. Although nobody was ever arrested for the murder of Elro, St. Louis police's confidential informants had told them that Baha had ordered the hit on him to avoid him testifying against him. As it should be clear, Ricky's new bosses were dangerous people, deeply entwined with the criminal underworld. Soon after he began working for them, Ricky started to take long trips to Florida for unknown reasons, though his girlfriend, Sandra Jones, would later inform the police that they were to smuggle marijuana for the Hamdallah brothers. Approximately 2 weeks before his death, Ricky purchased a one-way ticket to Orlando, marking one of at least 2 trips he made to Florida that year. Though we can't say for sure what Ricky was doing in Orlando, based on Sandra's claims it seems likely that he was collecting marijuana, something she said he would do for the brothers in exchange for money. Sandra claimed Ricky had brought the drugs to their apartment on numerous occasions, which he said he was storing for Baha. However, beyond that, Ricky refused to talk about his trips with her. Assuming all of this is true, it seems more than likely that his involvement in this criminal enterprise was, in one way or another, responsible for his approaching death. Upon returning from this final trip, Ricky's behavior was confusing and erratic, and Sandra felt he seemed scared, speculating that perhaps something had gone wrong on this final trip. On June 22nd, Ricky entered the emergency department at Barnes Jewish Hospital, complaining of chest pains and difficult breathing. Given he had a history of chest problems since childhood linked to his chronic heart problem and asthma, this in itself doesn't seem too unusual. He was also a heavy smoker, claiming to smoke at least a pack of cigarettes every day and to drink more than 20 caffeinated drinks each day. Unsure of the cause of his issues, doctors kept him in the hospital for 2 days to observe him, but finding nothing wrong with him, they discharged him on June 24th. He then took a bus to see his aunt Gloria, telling her very little, which was unusual for him as he frequently discussed issues and problems with her. 2 days later, he again tried to get admitted into hospital, this time going to the Forest Park's hospital emergency room, though they ultimately turned him away. Despite this, he spent the night in the waiting room. His Aunt Gloria would later comment that she believed Ricky was trying to seek safety and refuge in the hospitals, perhaps to escape some sort of trouble he was in. The final confirmed sighting of Ricky was at the Amoco gas station by a fellow employee on June 27th, the day after he had left the second hospital. And after that, he vanished. It wasn't until June 30th, 3 days later, that his badly decomposed body was discovered in the field 20 miles away from his home and workplace. The St. Louis Major Case Squad confirmed early on that the case was being treated as a potential homicide, although they would not rule out that natural causes could be responsible for his death. Despite being missing for only 3 days, Ricky's body was significantly decomposed, likely exacerbated by the warm June weather of 1999. Police speculated that the advanced state of decay indicated that the killer might have deliberately exposed Ricky's body to high temperatures to accelerate decomposition and obscure the cause of death. And if this was their intention, then it succeeded, as the St. Charles County Medical Examiner's Office could only classify Ricky's cause of death as undetermined following a challenging autopsy. They did, however, deduce that Ricky had died within hours of leaving the gas station that day. In addition to Ricky's body, investigators discovered 2 sheets of paper in his pockets covered in scribbled paragraphs. Some paragraphs were encircled, resembling speech bubbles, while others were structured like formal letters with what looks potentially like addresses, complete with zip codes. The contents baffled investigators, who didn't know what to make of them, That is, until Sandra contacted the police and told them about Baja and the trips Ricky had been taking to Florida, suspecting that his shady employers were likely involved in his death, perhaps related to something that happened on his last trip. With this potential motive in mind, police began looking into the Hamdallah brothers and their associates, and the seemingly nonsensical notes on the pieces of paper were pushed aside. By December, the St. Louis Homicide Division began assisting the local St. Charles County Sheriff's Department, believing they had potential information linking to Ricky's death. The St. Louis Homicide Department had already been investigating a prominent drug dealer called Gregory Lamar Knox, who happened to operate near Ricky's housing complex. A suspect in multiple homicides, including murder-for-hire hits, detectives had received information that Knox had been involved in a murder that sounded eerily similar to Ricky's death, and had uncovered clear connections between him and the Hamdallah brothers. This led to a lengthy surveillance operation, gathering information on the Hamdallahs and the various employees and visitors to their gas station. However, they failed to uncover anything linking the brothers, or Knox, to Ricky's death. Interestingly, in August 1999, shortly after Ricky's death, police investigated an incident where Juma reportedly shot his brother Baja during a dispute. Baja survived, opting not to press charges. Whether this incident had anything to do with Ricky's murder is unknown. Both of the key suspects, Knox and Baja, would go on to serve time for unrelated cases to Ricky's death. In 2000, Knox was arrested and ultimately pled guilty to charges for crack cocaine distribution, possessing a firearm, and drug trafficking. Despite being unable to definitively prove it, Knox is a suspect in multiple murders occurring between 1998 and 1999 within St. Louis. Similarly, Baja was arrested after another incident at a food market in October 2000 resulted in him fatally shooting a customer, Robert Steptoe. Although differing accounts were presented in court, Baja was convicted of first-degree murder for shooting Steptoe and was sentenced to 38 years in prison. But as we've seen previously, keeping Baja in prison seems to be an almost impossible task. In 2006, an appeals court ordered a retrial for his case, citing errors made by Baja's lawyer regarding testimony from a gunshot residue expert. During the retrial, the jury was convinced that Baja had acted in self-defense, with the firearm discharging accidentally. As a result, he was acquitted and released from prison in May of 2008. Supposedly, Baja is now married and living in Cleveland, while his brother Juma has relocated to the Philippines. Neither of the brothers or Knox has ever been arrested in regards to Ricky's death. With the notes found in Ricky's pockets having been kept confidential even from his own family in 2001, with no other leads, detectives took another look at them, this time enlisting the help of the FBI to try and determine what they might mean, and if they could hold a clue to what happened to him. The two notes contained over 30 lines of coded material, including a mix of letters, numbers, dashes, and parentheses. In most circumstances, FBI analysts are able to crack ciphers and codes within a matter of hours. However, in this case, when the codes landed on the desk of Dan Olson, a forensic analyst at the cryptanalysis unit in Quantico, he was stumped. Olson, known for being disciplined and methodical, would ultimately become head of the department. When Ricky's codes first came to him, he studied them intensely, searching for patterns, counting characters, breaking it down with graphs, and even enlisting state-of-the-art software and computers to analyze the writing. But despite this, he was unable to decipher the codes. Even after recruiting the entire team at the cryptanalysis unit, cross-referencing the letters and numbers in the notes with every St. Louis street address in existence, and even expanding nationwide, led to no significant correlations. Olson was convinced that the characters in Ricky's notes showed patterns and were not random, implying it should be theoretically solvable. Typically, cracking a cipher involves 4 key steps. First, the language must be identified, which in this case was presumed to be English. Next, the system used, such as a substitution cipher where letters are replaced with others or represent something specific, must be determined. Then, with this information, a key is created. And finally, this key is used to unveil the intended message in the text. But in this case, Olson and his team were unable to ever work out what the system Ricky had used for his cipher was, stumping them at stage 2. While some people have claimed the notes are the meaningless scribbles of a man widely regarded as illiterate and with an extremely low IQ, Olson vehemently opposes this viewpoint, firmly believing that the notes are not gibberish, and that there is a crackable code in the writing that may reveal crucial clues about Ricky's death and the people he encountered prior to it. Despite utilizing updated technology over the years to try and crack Ricky's ciphers, the FBI unit was unable to make any progress with it, placing it in the less than 1% of codes that they failed to solve. As a result, in 2009, Olsen's team sought outside help, presenting the Cryptic puzzle to around 25 amateur cryptographers at the American Cryptogram Association's annual convention. But once again, nobody was able to make any breakthroughs with the coded messages. As a last-ditch attempt to crack the codes, Olsen chose to seek help from the public, releasing photos of 2 coded notes to everyone in the hope that somebody, somewhere, might finally be able to solve the mystery. The FBI also sought information from anyone who might know of other coded notes written by Ricky, believing these could provide valuable context or allow for comparisons. Olsen emphasized that even if the notes turned out to be something mundane like a grocery list or love letter, understanding the code would be crucial since it was a cipher system they had not encountered before. The coded messages gained attention worldwide when the FBI released them, prompting the creation of a dedicated page to the codes on their website, which I've linked in the description down below. Despite numerous leads and countless individuals believing they had solved the codes, claiming they were everything from drug transactions and addresses to medication schedules to notes about mortgage deals, no breakthroughs were made. In St. Louis, Ricky's family members expressed surprise that they had never been updated by law enforcement regarding the Hamdallahs, knocks, or the progress of the investigation into Ricky's death. Their knowledge of the encrypted notes found in his possession only came years later through a local news report. They found out about the notes the same time as the rest of the world. Contradicting some of the FBI's assertions that Ricky regularly tinkered with codes, family members came out in 2012 and insisted Ricky never wrote codes as a child, claiming they had instead told investigators that he occasionally jotted down nonsensical scribbles that he referred to as writing. They firmly denied that the notes found in his pockets were written by him, adding further confusion to the already puzzling case. Despite this, Olsen has made it clear he is completely certain that Ricky wrote the notes himself. How he knows this, however, has not been revealed to the public. There does not appear to be any definitive confirmation that the handwriting matches Ricky's, or anything else to prove without a doubt that he wrote the notes. In contrast, cryptologist Alanka Dunnan, known for her work consulting with Dan Brown on works like The Da Vinci Code, reached the conclusion that Ricky most likely did not write the notes after years of scrutinizing them, instead speculating they may have been given to him as instructions for some sort of courier work. Whether Ricky fell prey to foul play or not, the mystery of the coded notes haunts this perplexing case. More than 2 decades later, the question of whether Ricky truly wrote the notes or not remains unanswered. If it wasn't Ricky, could they have been penned by his killer? Or is there another explanation? The FBI have highlighted on several occasions that the characters in the codes were deliberate, not random, featuring repetitive sequences like numerous letter E's, references to numbers such as 71, 74, and 75, and a focus on the letters NCBE. The prevailing belief among the FBI and police investigators is that Ricky did write the notes. But accepting Ricky as the author implies that a semi-literate man, who struggled to spell his own name, managed to confound the FBI for decades with 30 lines of coded text. The FBI, while not completely ruling it out, do not believe the notes were written by Ricky's potential killer. Despite this, one idea that has been floated online is that the notes could be the work of a serial killer akin to the Zodiac Killer, who famously sent cryptic messages to newspapers during the late 1960s. Although some of the Zodiac's messages remain unsolved, a husband and wife amateur team did crack one in 1969. Another theory, given Ricky's illiteracy and his involvement in drug trafficking, is that Ricky was simply ferrying the coded notes between drug dealers or criminals without understanding its content. The odds of a relatively small drug trafficking organization creating such a seemingly complicated cipher, however, feels unlikely to me. Others speculate that the notes might have been Ricky's personal form of shorthand, a mix of abbreviations, acronyms, and homonyms, rather than an encrypted message. They suggest Ricky could have written these notes to himself, as reminders completely unrelated to the case. There has even been speculation they relate to his recent hospital visits and are jumbled notes about medication he was given. Another perspective posits the notes were a form of shorthand, used by an uneducated individual involved in drug dealing, potentially documenting transactions and identifying associates. Or, despite the assertions of the FBI, could the notes ultimately just be the nonsensical scribbles of someone with poor literacy skills and mental illness challenges that make sense to nobody but himself? Regardless of their origin, Ricky's encrypted notes remain one of the cryptanalysis and racketeering records unit's most perplexing unsolved cases. The FBI still maintains a dedicated website for the case, encouraging amateur code breakers to attempt to decode it, continuing to believe that deciphering these messages holds the key to unraveling the mystery of who killed Ricky McCormick. Perhaps one day we will finally get an answer to these mysteries. Who knows, maybe you'll be the one to work out the answer to these cryptic notes. And with that, our exploration of this strange case comes to a close. So what do you think really happened to Ricky McCormick? Do you think his death was a homicide or something else entirely? Do you think the informant tips tying his bosses and local drug dealers to his death are the most likely solution to what happened? And if so, how do they link to the codes that were discovered? People with far more understanding of ciphers and codes than myself clearly believe they are genuine coded notes. So do they hold answers to this bizarre case? Or are they completely unrelated? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments section below. As always, thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe and check out some of the other true crime content up on my channel. You have been watching The Mystery Abyss. In the heart of Norway, shrouded by the mystique of its natural wonders, the Isdal Valley stands as an eerie testament to the unknown. On a chilling November day in 1970, a tranquil hike with a father and his 2 daughters was disrupted by a ghastly sight. Wedged between the rocks of the hiking trail like a tragic apparition, lay the charred body of an unknown woman. The picturesque Isdal Valley, known ominously as Death Valley, became the backdrop for a perplexing saga that would baffle investigators and intrigue the world for decades to come. Death in Ice Valley, the Isdal woman mystery. The scene was surreal, a tableau of enigma and tragedy. Amidst the desolate beauty of Isdalen, investigators discovered fragments of a life abruptly extinguished. The woman's belongings scattered around her painted a fragmented portrait of her existence. A broken umbrella, jewelry, nylon stockings, plastic water bottles, a purse, and blue rubber boots were strewn about, devoid of any identifiers. Strangely, the labels on her clothes and belongings had been meticulously removed, erasing her identity with calculated precision. Her watch and jewelry, absent from her person, were carefully placed on a nearby rock, as if left behind by an unseen hand. In the stark halls of the autopsy room, the secrets of the Isdal woman began to unfold. The coroner's examination revealed a chilling narrative of her final moments. Inside her stomach, they found a number of sleeping pills, a macabre testament to her desperate struggle with an unknown fate. Soot in her lungs bore witness to a horrifying truth. She was alive as the flames engulfed her agonizing ordeal immortalized in the soot-laden air. Bruises on her neck hinted at possible violence, raising unsettling questions about the circumstances leading to her demise. Despite the gruesome findings, the medical examiner's ruling that she took her own life based on the presence of sleeping pills and elevated carbon monoxide levels left lingering doubts in the minds of investigators. As investigators delved deeper into the Isdal woman's world, they encountered a labyrinth of unanswered questions. The absence of identification marks, the deliberate erasure of labels, and the cryptic placement of her belongings created an intricate puzzle. The remote wilderness of Isdalen seemed to guard her secrets jealously, revealing only fragments of the enigma that was her life. Who was she? Why was she in Isdalen? And who orchestrated the meticulous obliteration of her identity? Chapter 1. The Horrifying Discovery. The chilling winds of Isdalen whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. In the heart of this desolate valley, where nature's grandeur met the eerie silence of the unknown, a haunting discovery awaited. On that fateful November day, the sun barely managed to penetrate the thick canopy of ancient trees, casting long shadows on the rugged terrain. A man and his 2 daughters embarked on a seemingly ordinary hike, blissfully unaware that their lives were about to intersect with a mystery that would defy explanation. As they ventured deeper into the scenic valley, where the symphony of rustling leaves and distant birdsong provided a deceptive sense of serenity, their eyes fell upon a sight that would sear itself into their memories. Amidst the wilderness, where the scent of pine mingled with the damp earth, lay the lifeless body of a woman. Her once vibrant existence had been cruelly snuffed out, leaving behind a mere shell, charred and unrecognizable. The surrounding trees, silent witnesses to the tragedy, stood sentinel as if mourning the inexplicable loss. The mere sight of her sent shivers down their spines, as questions flooded their minds, echoing in the silence of Isdalen. Why was she here in this remote corner of nature's embrace? How did she meet her tragic end, consumed by fire's merciless wrath? And above all, who was she? For the man and his daughters, the very air seemed charged with an inexplicable heaviness, as if the valley itself mourned the life lost within its confines. The unyielding mountains and the whispering winds carried a sense of foreboding, as if they held the key to the mystery, but refused to divulge their secrets. Chapter 2. The investigation unravels. With the discovery of the Isdal woman, the Bergen police were thrust into the heart of an intricate web of mystery, one that defied easy explanations and challenged their investigative prowess. The case, officially marked as 134/70, became a focal point of relentless scrutiny, drawing the attention of seasoned detectives and curious minds alike. As the authorities delved into the woman's life, attempting to trace the origins of the tragedy that befell her, they found themselves navigating a labyrinth of deception and intrigue. The more they unearthed, the deeper the rabbit hole seemed to go. The Isdal woman had left behind not just a corpse, but a complex puzzle woven from mysterious threads. Carl Halvor Aas was among the first responders. He recalled that the air was heavy with an acrid odor. As he approached, he found a body, a tragic figure marred by fire. Strangely, the back remained untouched, a peculiar contrast, almost as if she had hurled herself away from the flames in a desperate attempt to escape. The extent of the burns was so severe that it became impossible to fathom the woman's original appearance. The eerie silence of the valley engulfed the scene, and in the cold emptiness, the duration since the incident had occurred remained a mystery. How had this woman ended up ablaze in such a desolate place? The unanswered question hung heavy in the air, adding to the enigma that shrouded the Isdal woman's tragic fate. At the eerie crime scene, investigators stumbled upon a curious array of items strewn around. Jewelry, a watch, a shattered umbrella, and some bottles. Yet, it wasn't the mere presence of these objects, but their peculiar arrangement that captivated Tormod Bones, a meticulous forensic expert. The woman's lifeless form lay amidst these items, but she was not adorned with the watch or jewelry. Instead, they had been carefully placed beside her. The meticulous placement struck an odd chord, giving the impression of a ritual or ceremony surrounding her demise. Further exploration revealed the remnants of rubber boots and nylon stockings, indicating she had been dressed in synthetic garments, all now charred by the flames that had engulfed her. Adding another layer of mystery, the labels on her clothing and the bottles had been deliberately removed, as if someone had erased any trace of identity. Despite these discoveries, the scene divulged no clues about the woman's identity. Desperate for leads, authorities issued a plea for witnesses. According to their description, she stood at about 5 foot 4.5 inches tall, with long, brownish black hair, a petite round face, brown eyes, and small ears. Her hair had been neatly gathered in a ponytail, secured with a blue and white print ribbon at the time of her tragic demise. In the absence of a name, she became known as the Isdal woman, her story echoing through the peaceful town of Bergen, sparking intrigue and speculation. Days later, a new clue would surface, propelling the investigation forward. Chapter 3. The suitcases, full of mysteries. At Bergen railway station's left luggage department, investigators discovered 2 intriguing suitcases. Inside, a bizarre assortment of items awaited their scrutiny, including clothes and typical travel items. Glasses with clear lenses, 2 wigs, and a notepad whose top page featured cryptic codes comprising capital letters and numbers. Among these mundane belongings lay a peculiar fingerprint on one of the pairs of glasses, matching the woman's identity. Initially, authorities were optimistic, hoping these suitcases would unveil the woman's true identity. However, their hopes were swiftly dashed. Every label that could have revealed her name or origin had once again been meticulously removed, leaving behind a frustrating mystery. Even the prescription sticker on a tube of eczema cream, potentially bearing the doctor and patient's names, had been scraped off, adding to the enigma. In their relentless pursuit of leads, the police delved deeper, reaching out to major department stores internationally, including Galeries Lafayette in Paris. They hoped the distinctive packaging of the woman's makeup might provide a breakthrough. But none of these attempts proved successful. Amidst the mundane contents of the suitcase, a significant clue emerged. A plastic bag from Oscar Rortvet's footwear store, a shoe shop in Stavanger. Rolf Rortvet, the owner's son, vividly recalled selling a pair of rubber boots to a well-dressed woman with dark hair. Her meticulous selection process stood out, lasting far longer than an average customer's would. She communicated in English, her speech laced with an intriguing accent, her demeanor calm and composed. Rolf also noted an unusual aroma, possibly garlic, emanating from her. This detailed description led the investigators to the St. Svithun Hotel, where the woman had checked in under the name Fenella Lorch. However, this alias, like the others before it, was a false trail, leaving the authorities entangled in a web of deception and unanswered questions. It came to light that the mysterious woman had checked into multiple hotels across Norway, adopting different aliases at each stop. Most hotels, requiring guests to present passports and complete check-in forms, unwittingly harbored her web of deception. The enigmatic woman's presence didn't go unnoticed, leaving a lasting impression on Alfhild Ragnus, a young waitress at Hotel Neptune. Alfhild recalls the woman's elegance and confidence, with a demeanor that intrigued and captivated those around her. She carried an air of mystery and style that piqued Alfhild's curiosity. During her stays, the woman exhibited linguistic versatility, conversing fluently in both English and German. Additionally, her frequent requests for room changes, sometimes switching accommodations 3 or 4 times, added another layer of intrigue to her peculiar behavior. By that time, a flurry of rumors surrounded the woman, fueling the notion that she might have been a spy. Bergen was not inundated with foreign tourists, making her conspicuous presence even more intriguing. Her apparent wealth and extensive travels only added to the speculation, especially in the context of the Cold War era. Intriguingly, the police managed to decode some of the cryptic notes left by the woman. However, rather than offering evidence of espionage, the notes seemed to chronicle her travels. Codes like 022, 028, and P represented dates, denoting her presence in Paris from October 22nd to 28th. Similarly, 029 PS marked her journey from Paris to Stavanger, with 029S signifying her arrival in Stavanger on October 29th, and 030 BN5 indicating her stay in Bergen from October 30th to November 5th. Her journey to Paris and Geneva was particularly intriguing. However, Bergen police's attempts to investigate these foreign travels were allegedly thwarted by Norwegian intelligence services, raising suspicions of external interference. Unbeknownst to the public, Norwegian intelligence services quietly delved into the mystery as well, although their involvement remained a secret for decades. Reports hinted that the woman had been seen observing military tests involving new rockets in western Norway, though no definitive conclusions emerged from their investigations. Desperate for leads, the police distributed descriptions of the woman, along with sketches depicting possible likenesses, to law enforcement agencies across the globe. Regrettably, none of these international authorities could identify the mysterious woman, deepening the mystery surrounding her identity. Despite these enigmatic elements, the head investigator, Oscar Hordnes, abruptly closed the case on December 22, 1970, a little over 3 weeks after the body's discovery. During the press conference, he dispelled speculations by asserting that there were no indications of espionage, countering prevailing rumors circulating in Norwegian newspapers. Hordnes also dismissed murder as the cause, implying suicide. However, he acknowledged that the toxicological and autopsy results were pending. Chapter 4. The Autopsy. The awaited reports arrived after the holidays, revealing a puzzling scenario. A perplexing bruise marred the right side of her neck, hinting at a potential blow or fall. The circumstances of her demise were hauntingly painful. Traces of smoke particles in her lungs indicated she was alive when the flames engulfed her. Tormod's discovery of petrol traces beneath her body confirmed the use of accelerant. Additionally, experts found around 50 to 70 sleeping pills, a foreign brand named Phenomol, in her stomach, although they hadn't fully circulated in her system before her death. The autopsy's grim conclusion pointed to a combination of carbon monoxide poisoning and a massive dose of sleeping pills, leading to the pronouncement of a probable deliberate self-act. An explanation met with skepticism and seen as highly dubious by many. The remote location of her supposed self-immolation and the method itself struck many as highly peculiar. The woman, now buried in a non-decomposing zinc coffin, was given a Catholic funeral organized by the police. The ceremony was simple yet poignant, acknowledging the unknown woman's solitary journey. Chapter 5. The Mossad Connection. The mysterious death of the Isdal woman gained a new perspective in the wake of a shocking incident in Lillehammer in 1973. Mossad, the Israeli Foreign Intelligence Agency, mistakenly shot an innocent waiter named Ahmed Bouchiki on the streets of Lillehammer, causing ripples of shock throughout Norway. This incident cast a different light on the Isdal woman's case, prompting questions about potential connections between the two events. Knut Hordnes, son of Oscar Hordnes, the head of the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, revealed that his father had pondered a possible link between Mossad's actions and the Isdal woman. This is in stark contrast to his father Oscar telling the public there was no link whatsoever to espionage. These revelations sparked fresh interest, transforming the case from an odd curiosity into a classic whodunit. Online forums, notably a proactive Facebook group, delved into Cold War references and espionage suspicions due to Norway's proximity to the Soviet Union and the ongoing East-West conflict. Speculations arose about the Isdal woman's potential involvement as an undercover agent, raising questions about her targets and affiliations. The context of the Cold War, marked by missile tests along the Norwegian coast, added fuel to these speculations. However, the peculiarities of the case challenged the conventional espionage narrative. The Isdal woman's erratic behavior and extensive travels contradicted the typical discreet patterns of spies. Additionally, the abundance of passports found with her seemed unusual for a state intelligence agent, leading investigators to explore alternative theories. Chapter 6: The Swiss Banker. In the turbulent backdrop of the 1970s, marked by the intense Cold War tensions and the escalating conflict between Israel and Palestinian militants, a mysterious figure emerged in the form of François Genot, a controversial Swiss banker deeply entwined with far-right ideologies and anti-Semitic sentiments. Genot's connections with Palestinian resistance leaders, particularly Wadi Haddad, raised eyebrows and attracted the attention of Swiss authorities, leading to surveillance. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Isdal woman with her cryptic notes and peculiar travel patterns drew the interest of a determined fact-checker. This investigator, delving into Genot's travel history, stumbled upon a potential connection that added a layer of intrigue to the case. The Isdal woman's presence in Paris during the summer of 1970 overlapped with Genot's visits to the same city, where he clandestinely met with Haddad, a notorious Palestinian militant. Genot's secretive rendezvous with Haddad in Paris raised questions about the nature of their discussions and hinted at possible covert operations. The fact that the Isdal woman was in the same location at the same time as these shadowy figures sparked speculative theories. Was she merely coincidentally present, or was she part of a clandestine meeting? Did she have ties to the Palestinian cause and receive an assignment in Norway orchestrated by Genot? These new revelations added fuel to the mystery, raising more questions than answers and deepening the intrigue surrounding the Isdal woman's puzzling life and death. Genot, who had substantial funds at his disposal, was known to finance Palestinian terrorism and maintained close connections with Belgium, where he resided during World War II and later worked for the Abwehr, Nazi Germany's secret service. Genot's presence in Belgium was marked by his use of forged passports, a skill that could potentially explain the Isdal woman's numerous Belgian passports and the peculiar German expressions found in her belongings. The question that lingers, however, is what mission the mysterious stranger in Norway might have been assigned on Genot's behalf. Some investigators have theorized that the concept of heavy water might hold the key to unraveling these enigmas. Heavy water, a crucial component for nuclear fission, was in high demand, especially during the tense atmosphere of the Cold War and the Middle East conflict. Norway, a significant producer of heavy water, had committed to supplying Israel with 5 metric tons of this substance for its Dimona nuclear reactor, under the condition that it would be used for peaceful purposes. However, due to geopolitical tensions, Norway only delivered 1 ton of heavy water, a fact initially shrouded in secrecy. This sensitive situation raises the question, did the delivery of heavy water to Israel prompt Palestinian intervention in Norway? And was the Isdal woman somehow involved in this covert affair? While concrete evidence is scarce, the possibility of the Isdal woman being linked to this clandestine operation sheds light on the veil of silence maintained by Norwegian intelligence services. Both Norway and Israel had vested interests in keeping the secret delivery of heavy water and potential Palestinian plans under wraps, making it imperative to maintain a cloak of silence around the entire affair. Chapter 7: 2 Killers. Amidst the complex web of theories surrounding the Isdal woman, a compelling possibility emerges: the involvement of not one, but possibly 2 murderers. While suspicion initially falls upon the Israeli Foreign Intelligence Service, a significant counter-argument surfaces. The Isdal woman might have been acquainted with her assailant, or perhaps there were multiple perpetrators involved. This alternative theory gains traction due to the woman's encounters with various men shortly before her demise. Furthermore, it appears that after an initial dose of sleeping pills, she may have willingly or unwillingly accompanied someone to the Isdal location. An intriguing revelation surfaced after the broadcast of a BBC podcast on the case. A witness who had resided in Bergen at the time came forward with a vivid account. He distinctly remembered encountering the woman on Mount Fløyen, a scenic viewpoint overlooking the Bergen region, a week before her disappearance. The witness noted that she was inadequately dressed for the chilly weather, and notably 2 men were trailing her from a distance, displaying hostile intentions. The involvement of 2 men gains further weight from an unusual entry in the woman's handwritten note: ML23NMM, while the meaning of 23N likely denotes November 23rd, her last known sighting. The significance of ML and MM remains unclear. Could these initials represent the names of the 2 men she intended to meet on that fateful day? Did a confrontation with them lead to the tragic demise of the Isdal woman? Then in 2016, a glimmer of hope for resolution emerged, breathing new life into the long-standing mystery. Chapter 8: The Case Reopens. The Isdal woman possessed distinctive dental features. A remarkable 14 of her teeth were filled, and she sported multiple gold crowns. Such dental work was highly unusual for someone within her age group and differed significantly from the typical dental procedures observed in Norway. Intriguingly, Giselle Bang, a dentistry professor, preserved the woman's jaw, hopeful that fellow experts might recognize the unique dental work. After his passing, it was widely believed that the jaw had been discarded. However, investigative journalists from NRK, inquiring about the Isdal woman, prompted Professor Inga Morold, a forensic doctor who inherited the Isdal woman files, to rediscover the jaw hidden in the depths of a cellar within Auckland University Hospital's forensic archives. This discovery offered a new opportunity for Norwegian law enforcement. They decided to reopen the case, leveraging the latest forensic techniques in an attempt to finally unveil the woman's identity. The Norwegian Criminal Investigation Service, Kripos, and the University of Bergen initiated isotope analysis on her teeth, delving into the chemical signature left by the elements during her teeth's formative years. These tests involved two key components. First, oxygen isotope analysis. This method could unveil the type of water the woman consumed during her developmental years and identify the specific regions where the water originated. Second, strontium isotope analysis. This analysis could shed light on the woman's dietary habits, revealing the types of food she consumed, as well as the soil composition in the area where she grew up. Remarkably, this marked the first instance of Norwegian law enforcement employing isotope analysis on teeth. They hoped that the results from these tests would provide crucial insights, helping them narrow down the geographic region where the woman had spent her formative years. The results of the study revealed that the woman had been born somewhere close to Nuremberg, Germany in around 1930, though had likely moved to France as a child. The dentistry work itself was believed to have been carried out either in East Asia, Central or Southern Europe, or South America. DNA analysis has become a pivotal tool in modern forensic investigations and identification cases, a technology that did not exist in 1970. However, it has recently been discovered that several tissue samples from the Isdal woman's organs, including those from her lungs, heart, adrenal gland, and ovaries, have been preserved at Auckland University Hospital. According to Professor Ing Morold, this practice of retaining tissue samples from post-mortem examinations has been customary in most of Norway, proving valuable for future examinations and as a potential source of DNA. Collaborating with local police, NRK decided to send these preserved samples for DNA analysis. Niels Jarl Jovag, the head of forensics at West Police District, emphasized the significance of identifying the woman to bring closure to her potential relatives who might be searching for her whereabouts. NRK, in the meantime, has aired a documentary about the investigation, prompting an influx of more than 150 tips from individuals intrigued by the case. Following months of diligent work, scientists obtained an extended DNA profile of the woman. The most recent results indicated that the woman was of European descent, significantly diminishing the likelihood of the theories suggesting she was an agent from Israel. Norwegian police plan to issue an Interpol Black Notice, seeking information on unidentified bodies, incorporating this new information. European law enforcement agencies will be asked to examine their DNA databases for potential matches. However, despite these new techniques used to try and uncover her true identity, nothing concrete has come to light yet. Conclusion. The case of the Isdal woman remains one of the most baffling unsolved mysteries in criminal history. Despite extensive investigations, the woman's true identity, the reasons behind her secretive activities, and the circumstances leading to her death in the remote Isdalen Valley in Norway continue to elude definitive explanation. The Isdal woman's case has not only fascinated amateur sleuths and professional investigators, but has also spurred numerous speculations, conspiracies, and creative interpretations. Despite advances in forensic science and investigative techniques, the mystery endures, leaving the Isdal woman's story as a lingering enigma in the annals of unsolved crimes. As of now, the Isdal woman's identity, her purpose in Norway, and the events leading to her tragic demise remain veiled in secrecy. The case serves as a stark reminder of the limitations of forensic investigation and the complexities that can shroud certain historical events, leaving us with more questions than answers. Until new evidence surfaces or breakthroughs occur, the true story of the Isdal woman will continue to be a compelling mystery, captivating the curiosity of generations to come. You have been watching The Mystery Abyss. A couple of years ago, when I was still living in shared accommodation, one of my housemates moved out, and we were forced to quickly try and find a replacement. We put up an ad online, and had about a dozen or so people come to check out the room. Out of all the people who came to look at it, there's one guy who has stuck with me ever since. I don't remember his name, I don't even really remember what he looked like, but what I do remember, clear as day, is how he made me feel. From the moment we opened the door to him, something just felt off about him. He said a couple of slightly odd things, but nothing strange enough to be of note. He did the usual small talk and behaved relatively normally, but there was just something, a sense, a gut feeling about him that made my stomach turn inside out. I don't know if I was perhaps picking up on body language or my subconscious was registering something about his micro-expressions that I wasn't aware of, but something about the guy truly deeply unsettled me. When me and my housemate stepped out of the bedroom he was in, she turned and looked at me, and without saying a word, I knew she was feeling the exact same way. Needless to say, we didn't rent out the room to this guy. After he left, we spent hours trying to deduce what it was that he'd said or done that made us both, two normally rational people, feel so uncomfortable and unsettled. We never did work it out. We all like to think that we'll have this sort of gut response when we encounter dangerous people. But if true crime has told us anything, it's that the worst monsters are often the best at hiding all signs of threat and danger, of disarming that gut response entirely. When we rent out rooms in our homes, we essentially welcome strangers we know next to nothing about into our safe space, into our privacy, our vulnerability. So what happens when one of these monsters rents a room in your home without you knowing it? On the morning of May 24, 2004, in Aurora, Colorado, 53-year-old Oakey Kite was notably absent from his workplace. Because this was so unusual for him, it prompted a welfare check by local authorities to make sure everything was okay. But sadly, things were far from okay. Inside Al's townhouse, the upper level showed no immediate signs of disturbance when the police entered the property. However, upon descending into the basement, they discovered a brutal and gruesome crime scene. Lying face down on the floor, they discovered Al's dead body. He had been bound, subjected to horrific torture, and nearly decapitated. The bottoms of his feet were up in the air with the bindings, and they were bruised. The coroner felt the torture went on for several hours, shared Aurora Police Detective Tom Sobieski. Some of the injuries were things I'd never seen before, like a knife inserted above the eye, into the ears, down through the shoulders, just a crazy amount of torture. Upstairs, authorities discovered that the perpetrator had placed several knives, a drinking glass, and a set of keys, all touched by him, in the kitchen sink, filled with bleach to eradicate DNA evidence. Following the murder, investigators learned that the assailant had stolen Al's truck and driven to a nearby Wells Fargo ATM, where he was captured on camera withdrawing approximately $1,000 from Al's account, wearing a ski mask and gloves to conceal his identity. Despite ongoing efforts, Al's murderer remains unidentified to this day, with the FBI focusing on a suspect known only by the alias Robert Cooper. Days before the tragic discovery of Al's body, he had a meeting with Cooper, who had expressed interest in renting the basement of his townhouse. Cooper paid half of the month's rent and a security deposit, receiving a key in return, the same key found later in the kitchen sink. As far as anyone has been able to discern, Cooper then proceeded to brutally torture and murder Al inside the walls of his own home. Despite being among the strangest unsolved murders in modern American history, the story of Al Kite has received far less coverage than similar unsolved cold cases. Yet the further you descend into the rabbit hole of this disturbing crime, the stranger and more mysterious the case becomes. Before we jump into the case, don't forget to drop a like and consider subscribing if these sort of true crime deep dives are your cup of tea, as there's plenty more on the channel to explore. So, without further ado, let's take a look at this shocking unsolved cold case and explore some of the evidence and theories about what the hell really happened in that dark and deadly basement. The rental killer. The shocking and unsolved murder of Al Kite. On the morning of May 24, 2004, Carter Douglas, an engineering consulting firm in Denver, Colorado, raised concern over the absence of one of its employees. Known as Al Kite, he was described as a dependable and friendly individual who rarely deviated from his routine. His sudden disappearance prompted worry among his coworkers, who, after attempting to reach him via phone calls, decided to contact Al's emergency contact, his sister Barbara, residing in Virginia. Barbara, alarmed by the unusual silence from her brother, attempted to contact him using the same numbers that the office had tried earlier. Failing to establish any communication, she resorted to contacting the Aurora Police Department, urging them to perform a welfare check on Al. Later that afternoon, Aurora police arrived at Al's townhouse residence. Despite its outward appearance of normalcy, the lack of response to their knocks raised concerns. Fearing for Al's safety, they entered the premises. Upon initial inspection, the interior appeared relatively ordinary, albeit with a few peculiarities. Undeterred, the officers proceeded to search the upstairs bedrooms before descending into the basement, where they made the chilling discovery. This is the story of Oakey Al Kite, the victim. Oakey Albert Kite Jr., affectionately known as Al, was born on May 7, 1951 in Nash County, North Carolina. His father, Oakey Kite Sr., gained local renown as a dog trainer and co-founded a dog training company called Oakey and Hunter Grove in North Carolina. Al's mother, Edith Davis Kite, who sadly passed away when he was just 18, was a dedicated homemaker. His only sibling, a sister named Barbara, completed their family unit. Growing up in Halifax County, Al attended Weldon High School where he formed a lasting friendship with Gail Kay. Following graduation, he pursued a degree in business administration at Atlantic Christian College, now known as Barton College, approximately an hour's drive from his hometown. In 1971, Al embarked on his professional journey with Stone & Webster, a prominent engineering services firm. His career commenced at the Surrey nuclear plant near Richmond, Virginia, initially as a timekeeper before swiftly climbing the ranks to become a department head. In 1976, Al tied the knot with his high school sweetheart Gail Kay. Despite Gail's prior relationship, circumstances aligned for their reunion. Although Gail had a daughter named Julie from a previous relationship, the couple did not have children together. Their marriage ended amicably in 1988, yet Al remained devoted to Julie as a loving stepfather. Al's career led him on a journey across the United States and beyond its borders. He served as a project accountant for assignments in Massachusetts, Texas, New York, Nevada, Wyoming, Tennessee, and even undertook a brief stint as a senior timekeeper in Algeria. By the early 1990s, he found himself in California, contributing to projects with Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories, San Francisco International Airport, and Bay Area Rapid Transit. In 1998, Al embarked on a new professional chapter with Stone & Webster in Colorado, prompting a move to Aurora, a picturesque town on the outskirts of Denver driven by his passion for outdoor pursuits such as golfing, biking, hiking, camping, and skiing. He settled into a spacious two-story townhouse located on South Helena Street, nestled between Cherry Creek State Park and Buckley Air Force Base, with convenient access to Interstate 225. Despite the ample space of his new home, Al often remarked that it seemed too large for a bachelor who preferred spending his time hiking and embracing the natural beauty of Colorado. In the early 2000s, Al embarked on the renovation project, transforming the basement into a self-contained apartment. This move served multiple purposes. It helped offset the mortgage, utilized unused space, and provided him with company. The arrangement proved beneficial in 2002 when Al faced job loss after 31 years with his employer. Thanks to his tenant, he managed to stay financially afloat. Fortunately, he secured employment again shortly afterward, joining Carter Douglas, a consulting firm. For the ensuing years, Al's life unfolded at a relaxed pace, marked by leisurely pursuits. With minimal commitments, he indulged in golfing, hiking, and skiing, taking full advantage of the region's favorable climate. Known for his affable demeanor, Al earned a reputation as a supportive and accommodating colleague, readily offering assistance to those in need. In 2004, Al received notice from the tenant, who had occupied the basement apartment for a couple of years, about their intention to move out in a few months. With this impending change, Al began exploring new options. Around the same time, he entered into a relationship with Linda Angelopoulos. As the tenant prepared to vacate in May 2004, Al started seeking a replacement. Advertising the vacancy in local publications, he received several inquiries, including one particularly keen prospect. On May 19, 2004, Al received a response to his advertisement from a man named Robert Cooper. Little did he know, by arranging for this prospective tenant to come and see his basement suite, he had just signed his own death warrant. The tenant, the man calling himself Robert Cooper, expressed a keen interest in swiftly moving into the basement apartment. According to Al's accounts to his girlfriend, Linda, Cooper had recently relocated from the East Coast and secured a position at Wells Fargo. Supposedly, he was temporarily living with his sister, hence his urgent need for local accommodation. However, Linda never actually met Cooper, only catching a brief glimpse of him through a window as she exited the bathroom. The night the guy came over, I also came over and knocked on the door, and Al came upstairs and he says, "Oh, there's somebody looking at the place downstairs. Why don't you come down and meet him?" recalled Linda. However, their encounter didn't materialize. Upon her arrival at Al's residence, she proceeded upstairs to use the toilet. While she was absent, Cooper found a pretext to leave, seemingly deliberately avoiding being seen by her. The guy walked out the door, didn't even look back. No hi, no nothing. He just wouldn't look back and just walked away. I saw the back of him, I saw his side profile, and that was it. And Al says, "Well, he doesn't want to move in," she recounted. Drawing from Al's accounts to her and her fleeting glimpse, Linda would later provide a description of the mysterious individual. A man in his 40s with dark, wavy hair, standing approximately 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighing around 180 pounds. He dressed in smart and formal clothes, and notably, he exhibited a distinctive limp, relying on a cane for support. Linda initially presumed that concluded the interaction, but she later found out that the man later returned to the residence and presented Al with a deposit. claiming to have had a change of heart. In addition to a security deposit, Cooper agreed to pay half of the first month's rent and prepared to move in shortly. On the morning of Saturday, May 22nd, Al drove Linda to the airport as she embarked on a week-long trip to Virginia Beach. They made plans for her to contact him upon her arrival. True to her word, Linda called around 3:30 p.m. after landing. Al, appearing in good spirits, informed her of his productive day, mentioning fixing a basement pipe with a neighbor. Little did anyone know, this would mark the final conversation with Al. By Monday, May 24th, Al's absence from work raised concerns. Given his reputation for punctuality and reliability, his boss reached out to his sister, Barbara, who still resided on the East Coast. Failing to reach him herself, she subsequently contacted the Aurora Police Department, requesting a welfare check on her brother. The murder. Arriving at the house, police were met with an eerie silence. Growing concerned, they decided to force entry into the house. In the basement, responding officers discovered Al's lifeless body lying face down amidst blood splatters on the walls and floor. Detective Thomas Sobieski from the Aurora Police Department arrived at the scene and took charge as one of the lead investigators. He later described the scene as the worst I'd ever seen. Forensic examination revealed a wound on the back of Al's head, suggesting a blow from behind, likely sustained while descending the basement stairs. Tragically, Al didn't succumb to this injury alone. His hands were bound with a cord and subsequently tied behind his back along with his feet, rendering him in a hog-tied position. And worse still, Al endured hours of relentless torture, particularly to his feet. His hands were elaborately tied to his ankles, and he's on his face, and he was feet whipped, which is very painful. A lot of bruising on his feet. The suspect had taken, we assume, some of the kitchen knives and inserted them above Al's eyeballs and into his eardrums, recounted Detective Sobieski. Ultimately, Al's death came in the form of 22 stab wounds, leading the coroner to conclude he passed away on the same evening he spoke with Linda, Saturday, May 22nd. In addition to the extensive trauma inflicted on Al's body, his head was nearly severed. Statements from Detective Sobieski and Al's acquaintances suggested that earlier in the week, during discussions with his new tenant, Al had expressed intentions to relocate a recliner from the living room to the basement. Unable to navigate it through the stairwell, it was theorized that Al, known for his altruistic nature, was assisting his tenant in moving the chair downstairs for added comfort, unwittingly falling victim to foul play in the process. Evidence uncovered by Detective Sobieski and his team indicated that following Al's brutal torture and murder, the killer proceeded to raid his kitchen, utilized the master bathroom for a shower, slept in Al's bed, and even adorned articles of Al's clothing. According to a neighbor's statement, the mysterious assailant departed early Sunday morning. The house appeared to have been meticulously scrubbed of fingerprints, with bleach poured down the shower drain to eliminate forensic traces. Upon police arrival and the discovery of Al's body in the basement, investigators observed peculiar items in the sink. Plug drain, the sink contained multiple knives and some sort of rod, alongside various household items such as a drinking glass, a pen, a dishwashing scrubber, and Al's car keys submerged in Clorox bleach. Among the items in the sink, there was also a house key, which it would later be determined he had provided to his new tenant several days earlier. With the motive for the crime initially elusive, investigators pondered various possibilities. While the severity of Al's ordeal suggested a crime of passion, no one in his circle appeared to harbor such animosity towards him. Consequently, attention shifted towards a meticulously planned robbery, especially after it was discovered that Al's blue and gray GMC pickup truck and cell phone were missing. Later that same day, authorities discovered Al's pickup truck parked approximately a block and a half away from his residence, positioned along the street. Intriguingly, several ATM receipts were found resting on the front seat. As investigators meticulously combed through the vehicle, hoping to unearth forensic evidence leading to the perpetrator, they simultaneously conducted an exhaustive search of Al's home. Within the confines of his house, trace amounts of DNA, presumably left by the assailant, were discovered and promptly submitted to a forensic database for analysis. However, a significant breakthrough came when investigators stumbled upon a discarded rental application in Al's kitchen garbage can. This application, apparently handwritten by the mysterious individual slated to occupy Al's basement, contained vital personal information, including the stranger's name, mailing address, social security number, and phone number. First thing I thought of was the roommate, because he didn't want to turn around and look at me when he walked out the door, and it all made sense to me, reflected Al's girlfriend Linda. The name inscribed on the rental application was Robert Cooper. But while this initially seemed like the clue that would lead them to solve the case, it would quickly become apparent that identifying this mysterious man was not going to be quite as simple as it first appeared. The unknown. The address listed under Robert Cooper's sister's name led investigators to a random building situated on the University of Colorado's medical school campus. Furthermore, his provided social security number corresponded to an unrelated elderly woman in Indiana, and his reference phone number traced back to an Aurora retirement village. Wells Fargo also denied having any record of an employee under his name within proximity to Colorado. Equally perplexing was the discovery that the phone number listed on the rental application belonged to an active burner phone. Detectives then discovered that the burner phone had been utilized on multiple rental applications, placing numerous outgoing calls to prospective renters. Disturbingly, it had been used exclusively to contact individuals renting properties out, suggesting a pattern of victim selection. Among them, a local professor with the University of Colorado had also entertained the notion of renting a property to him. However, this particular Robert Cooper didn't exhibit a limp or wield a cane. Instead, he spoke with a Romanian accent, a detail the professor astutely discerned due to her familiarity with Eastern European inflections. This strange figure had reportedly approached multiple potential renters in the days preceding his response to Al's advertisement. Astonishingly, each witness described encountering him differently, noting varying accents, mannerisms, and traits, though his fundamental physical description remained consistent. It appeared as though he adopted different personas for each encounter, assuming a new character for every potential observer. Numerous renters recounted feeling unsettled by Robert Cooper's presence, noting deviations from typical tenant behavior. For example, an elderly female renter recounted feeling uncomfortable by the man's demeanor during his visit to her home. She noted his meticulous examination of the windows and his sparse conversation, which culminated in an eerie sensation of discomfort and unease. Most of these rental inquiries originated from advertisements within the University of Colorado Library, mirroring Al's potential situation. While the exact date of Robert Cooper's initial contact with Al remains uncertain, it's presumed to have occurred in mid-May 2004. One of Al's neighbors recollected witnessing the departure of this individual from Al's residence on May 19th, marking it as the initial contact with Al Kite noted by authorities. In the subsequent day or two, at least 2 neighbors reported peculiar encounters with the man. A male neighbor attempted to engage Robert Cooper but received no acknowledgement. Conversely, a female neighbor recounted crossing paths with him on a nearby walking trail, where he appeared to gaze past her without uttering a word. Furthermore, she noted that during their encounter, he exhibited no signs of a limp. Unbeknownst to Al, these unsettling incidents unfolded while he carried on with his usual routine. Upon initiating a trace of both Cooper's burner phone and Al's cell phone, authorities were astonished to find them both in transit within the Denver area. Despite a subsequent search leading to the recovery of both phones, neither was in possession of the unknown assailant. Instead, they were discovered abandoned in Denver's 5 Points neighborhood, an area frequented by the homeless. Police speculated that the perpetrator strategically distributed the phones to homeless individuals in a bid to obfuscate potential evidence. Further scrutiny of the burner phone revealed that it had been purchased at a 7-Eleven store near the medical school in March 2004. Curiously, Cooper had delayed activating the device for 30 days, precisely the duration required for the 7-Eleven security camera footage to be automatically deleted. This link to the university campus emerged as one of the few leads for investigators. Alongside the mailing address on Cooper's rental application being associated with a school building, the purchase of the burner phone near the campus added weight to the connection. Additionally, some rental properties applied for by Robert Cooper had been exclusively advertised through flyers within the University of Colorado Library. Despite the unsettling implications of this lead tying the murder of Al Kite to the nearby medical campus, authorities found themselves diverted to another pressing issue. The investigation deepens. Upon examining the ATM receipts discovered in Al's pickup truck, investigators discerned that one of them was for a withdrawal made from a Wells Fargo ATM in proximity to Al's residence on the very night of his murder, Saturday, May 22nd. Equipped with a built-in camera, this ATM provided authorities with a glimpse of the perpetrator. Clad in a ski mask, the killer was captured on camera while driving Al's GMC pickup truck and during the ATM transaction. Although only a portion of his face, including his eyes, the bridge of his nose, and a small segment of his upper cheeks was visible. This provided investigators with a critical lead. Regrettably, the perpetrator had donned gloves during the ATM visit, thwarting any possibility of obtaining fingerprints from the machine or the truck itself. The revelation of this ATM transaction prompted authorities to dismiss robbery as a motive. Firstly, the stolen items from Al's home, his phone and vehicle, were both retrieved without the perpetrator. Secondly, the assailant withdrew exactly $1,000. While $1,000 isn't trivial, Al possessed a considerably larger sum in his accounts. The killer ostensibly had access to these funds throughout the weekend and could have withdrawn a more substantial amount if so inclined. Instead, he seemed to only withdraw the deposit money he had given Al to secure the room. Following the ATM transaction, it is believed that the killer drove Al's vehicle to the street where it was ultimately discovered, leaving the ATM receipt on the seat beside him. Subsequently, the perpetrator returned the keys to Al's home, where they were submerged in bleach, along with the array of knives and household items. Furthermore, investigators discounted the possibility that Al's torture served the purpose of extracting information, such as his bank account PIN number. Conversations with Al's loved ones led police to conclude that he would have willingly provided any requested information, rendering the torture gratuitous and excessive. According to Linda, Al's girlfriend, if somebody would have said, "Give me all of your money," he'd ask why, but he'd give it to you. Such revelations painted a chilling picture of Al's demise, a meticulously planned act of senseless violence perpetrated by an individual driven solely by the desire to kill. Describing the killer, Al's sister Barbara remarked, "It's so hard to imagine why it was done. This guy was doing it for the thrill. He just wanted to find people to kill. He brought his own little torturing kit. He knew he had all the time in the world." Authorities believe that the perpetrator singled out Al because of his solitary lifestyle and limited social connections. Coupled with his compassionate nature, Al was perceived as an easy target for exploitation, especially once the killer had discovered that Linda would be going out of town for an entire week. It was apparent that Al's killer had meticulously planned the murder, leaving minimal evidence behind while sowing seeds of confusion for investigators to unravel. Given the calculated nature of the crime, authorities speculated that the perpetrator might have prior experience in committing such acts, suggesting the possibility of a methodical serial killer. "He's a very thorough psychopath killer," stated Detective Sobieski. "We think that the suspect was looking for someone to kill." As investigators grappled with piecing together the events surrounding Al's demise, his loved ones struggled to come to terms with his tragic loss. In late May, his remains were entrusted to the care of his family and flown back east to his hometown of Halifax, North Carolina. Funeral proceedings took place on June 2, 2004, commencing at approximately 2 in the afternoon. Under the guidance of Reverend Stan Lewis, Al was commemorated and cherished by those closest to him: his girlfriend Linda, his sister Barbara, along with her family, his stepdaughter Julie, and numerous friends and relatives. Later that same day, Oakey Al Kite was laid to rest in the church cemetery, where he remains to this day. Despite his attempts to clean the crime scene and hide his identity, the killer did leave traces of evidence. Investigators unearthed fingerprints and a trace amount of DNA. Though this evidence has so far failed to identify Robert Cooper, years later they were utilized to generate a digital composite image of him. In 2017, DNA analysis conducted on the genetic material recovered from the crime scene revealed his Southeast European heritage, characterized by brown eyes, brown-black hair, and pale skin. In 2021, the Aurora Police Department announced plans to pursue forensic genealogy, offering a glimmer of hope for resolving the case. However, as of May 2024, there appear to have been no new leads, breakthroughs, or revelations in the case. While we've seen these sorts of methods lead to successful resolutions to cold cases in recent times, sadly, the murder of Al Kite appears to remain a shocking, unresolved mystery. The theories. Over the years, investigators and law enforcement have predominantly focused on 3 specific avenues. Firstly, there's the notion that the case may be linked to Al's professional endeavors, particularly his roles as a lead accountant and department head on significant engineering projects like the Surrey nuclear plant in North Carolina or the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories in California. Secondly, there's speculation about the potential connection to the real estate market, given Al's recent decision to rent out his basement apartment. This avenue of inquiry may draw parallels to other crimes in the same sphere. Lastly, and perhaps most chillingly, there's the possibility that Al's murder was a practice kill involving a contract killer or an emerging serial killer who selected Al as a victim seemingly without motive. For each of these scenarios, there are related crimes that shed light on why investigators have pursued these lines of investigation and why they remain intertwined with the narrative of Al Kite. Theory 1. Lee Scott Hall was a member of the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory staff, working at the same time as Al Kite during the 1990s. Hall led a notably secluded life. Despite 2 marriages that had ended in divorce prior to his employment at the California-based institution, he maintained a reclusive demeanor. His sole child, a son who had already reached adulthood, was unknown to his colleagues at the National Lab. Records from 1999 revealed an absence of personal phone calls and emails from his accounts. Despite sporadic activity at a nearby golf course, Hall exhibited extreme privacy. Notably, he avoided communication with his son Michael, a real estate developer residing in Portland, Oregon. In 1998, Hall played a pivotal role in identifying a flaw within the project he was involved in. As a lead designer for the National Ignition Facility, tasked with achieving nuclear fusion, his team discovered a minor misalignment issue with a laser. Given the project's immense scale and cost, exceeding $1 billion, any adjustments, regardless of magnitude, bore significant financial implications, potentially costing millions. Despite Hall's team's recommendation for rectification, the project continued on schedule, despite being 5 years behind and $350 million over budget by the following year. However, in September 1999, Hall's proposed fix gained traction and was ultimately approved with an estimated cost of $1 million. Interestingly, around the same period, Hall received a notable salary increase. Roughly a month later, on Wednesday, October 20th, 1999, Lee Hall was conspicuously absent from work. Concerned colleagues decided to check on him and drove to his residence. Upon arrival, they discovered his front door unlocked and the side gate wide open. An unusual departure from Hall's meticulous habits of maintaining order and security. Upon entering his home, they found Hall's glasses abandoned in the kitchen and the TV left on in the living room. Their search led them to Hall's lifeless body lying face down in his bedroom. Initially thought to have fallen and hit his head, a closer inspection revealed a grim crime scene. The investigation discovered that Hall had suffered brutal beatings and stab wounds. A blow to his right temple may have rendered him unconscious, while an unusual scratch on his face suggested the assailant wore abrasive gloves or a ring. Hall's Adam's apple was shattered, and he sustained 10 stab wounds, including perforations to his kidney and liver, with his heart nearly severed. Surprisingly, there were no signs of struggle in Hall's house, including the undisturbed bedroom. Toxicology reports indicated Hall had consumed alcohol earlier, leading investigators to speculate the killer may have been an acquaintance. However, due to Hall's reclusive lifestyle, identifying potential suspects proved exceedingly difficult. A neighbor reported hearing gravel movement resembling car tires around 1 a.m. on October 18th, approximately the time of Hall's presumed death. Similar to the murder of Al 5 years later, Hall's vehicle was discovered about a block away from his residence. The strange location of the car, usually parked in his garage, intrigued investigators. Hall's wallet, containing all its contents, was found inside, yet his car keys remained missing. The death of Lee Scott Hall remained shrouded in mystery. His reclusive lifestyle made it challenging for investigators to identify strong suspects, and the absence of stolen items from his home ruled out robbery as a motive, suggesting a personal or professional motive. Following Hall's death, employees of the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories appeared reticent to cooperate with investigators. Under mounting pressure from the Energy Department, which ordered an investigation into project delays and funding administration, tensions rose. For investigators, this situation hinted at a possible motive for the killer. Hall's recent substantial raise coincided with the proposal of $1 million fix for a project flaw he had identified, leading some to speculate on potential resentment. Detective Charlie Garrison, handling the case, expressed frustration. "We're not skeptical, but on the other hand, we're told that he discovers a major problem. And it wasn't until a month before his death they said, 'Hey, we do have a problem.'" The unsolved murder of Lee Scott Hall is considered by some as a lead into Al Kite's death. Both men were employed at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory concurrently, met similarly gruesome fates in their homes, and had minimal possessions stolen. Additionally, their vehicles were found parked a short distance from their residences, with the killers remaining unidentified. Ultimately, however, this theory hinges more on coincidence than correlation. The significant time gap between Hall and Al's murders, coupled with the dissimilarities in their killings — Hall wasn't bound or tortured — suggests a tenuous connection. Moreover, the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory boasts a sizable workforce of over 7,000 employees, making it improbable that Al and Hall shared a close working relationship or were even acquaintances. Theory 2. Another case resembling these tragedies is that of real estate agent Mike Emmert. Emmert, a 40-year-old agent from Kirkland, Washington, met a client in a parking lot on January 4, 2001, before driving to an isolated house in nearby Woodinville. There, he was brutally attacked and stabbed by an unknown assailant. DNA testing linked a potential suspect to the crime: Gary Kruger, a former police officer turned bank robber and career criminal who died in 2010 after a botched home invasion. With Kruger deceased, Emmert's case remains unsolved. In both Emmert's and Al's murders, real estate transactions set the stage, with scant information about the clients. The assailants in both cases were described as middle-aged men with a limp, carrying a cane. Victims were ambushed from behind, then savagely beaten and stabbed with meticulous efforts to erase evidence from the scene. Furthermore, both killers drove the victims' vehicles to other locations, leaving personal effects in odd places. Emert's cell phone and wallet turned up in public spots, while Al's phone was taken and discarded in a Denver area frequented by the homeless. The crimes appear meticulously planned, with the perpetrators eluding witnesses and coming off as odd or weird to those who encountered them briefly. Despite Detective Thomas Sobieski's assertion that he found no link after examining both cases, doubts linger among many observers. Theory 3. The third and perhaps most chilling possibility is that Al's murder had no discernible motive. He may have been targeted simply because he was kind and lacked a robust social circle, making him easy prey for a wandering predator. Police doubted that the killer had initially singled out Al Kite specifically. Their movements in the weeks prior to the murder suggested they were assessing various apartments, houses, and landlords, grading each potential victim on several criteria. Given that Al lived alone in a large house while his girlfriend was away, the killer likely selected him as a target and decided to strike. One potential candidate frequently proposed for this terrifying crime is none other than serial killer Israel Keyes. Keyes embarked on a crime spree starting in the early 2000s, traveling across the country and committing a series of heinous murders. He admired Ted Bundy and, like him, presented himself as a charming everyman, ingratiating himself with those around him. Keyes first came to authorities' attention after the abduction, assault, and murder of Samantha Koenig in Alaska in February 2012. After kidnapping and murdering Samantha, Keyes proceeded to sew her eyes open and apply makeup to her dead body so he could pose her with a newspaper and demand a ransom. He would then go on to dismember her body once the picture had been taken. While in custody, he confessed to numerous murders spanning over a decade, claiming victims across the U.S. His crimes were often motiveless, and he used disguises and misdirection to evade capture. At the time of Al's murder, Keyes was 26 years old. But considering Keyes' penchant for disguises, it's plausible that he may have appeared older than his actual age. Indeed, many observers note a resemblance between Keyes and the figure captured in the ATM footage of Al's killer. Unfortunately, Keyes took his own life in December 2012, leaving many of his crimes unresolved. Investigators continue to grapple with unraveling the full extent of his atrocities. However, the link to Keyes seems largely based on his passing resemblance to the CCTV footage, given there is potential DNA of the killer on file. If Keyes had been responsible, it's hard not to imagine police would have linked him to the case as a result of DNA by now. The Hezbollah theory. In 2019, cold case investigator Paul Holes, known for his role in helping bring the Golden State Killer to justice via DNA, explored the case on an episode of his show, The DNA of Murder with Paul Holes. Following a blood test, which revealed ancestral ties to the Balkan region, Holes speculated that Cooper might have been a former member of the Turkish Hezbollah, engaging in torture activities before immigrating to the U.S. This aspect was made particularly intriguing by the input of some of the experts Holes contacted regarding the case. In his investigation, he sought counsel from binding expert Lindsay Philpott and intelligence analyst Julie Quinn to gain insights into the binding and torture aspects of the case. Philpott speculated that due to the method of hog tying, the perpetrator could be a sailor of some sort, somebody from the Coast Guard, somebody who's had some experience in wrapping things tightly. Notably, Al was bound above the elbow and twice above the knee, an unusual method according to Philpott, who noted that hog tying typically involves bindings from the wrists to the ankles. This binding technique left Al's feet exposed, revealing wounds and bruises inflicted by the attacker on them. While such torture methods were unfamiliar to Holes, Quinn explained the existence of a similar practice called falaka, common in Turkey. Falaka is a way to extract information, and also, it's basically a beating to maintain compliance, Quinn elaborated. The presence of a honing rod in the bleach-filled sink at Al's residence caught Quinn's attention, noting its similarity to instruments used in falaka. Quinn suggested that Al's binding method is very specifically linked to a group known as the Turkish Hezbollah, notorious for their torture tactics. Although the organization disbanded in the early 2000s, Quinn stated that its members often escaped capture by fleeing the region. Is it possible that Robert Cooper was actually a member of Hezbollah who had escaped to the United States? But if so, what would have led him to target and torture Al? To be continued. As it stands, that's about all the information that currently exists on the disturbing cold case murder of Al Kite. Unfortunately, there's a real lack of evidence and leads in this case. Beyond the potential recent discussion of a Hezbollah link, it's hard to see any real connective tissue, beyond coincidence and speculation, with any of the other main theories proposed for the case. Given the extreme nature of the crime, I do think it's safe to assume that this was not the first murder committed by this killer. Not only was it excessively brutal, but it was extremely well orchestrated and covered up. The murder was planned way in advance and was definitely not impulsive, implying the actions of some sort of serial killer. The fact that he left the murder weapons at the scene almost seems like a taunt to the police. Yet despite his huge efforts to hide his identity and cover his tracks, the killer did appear to leave DNA evidence at the crime scene, assuming it's his DNA and wasn't another red herring planted by him. This DNA being linked to Romania does add up with the previous claims of a Romanian accent and potential Hezbollah links, but so far seems to have failed to amount to any identifying conclusions from investigators. Given this tiny shred of evidence appears to be the one mistake the killer made, we can only hope that it eventually enables law enforcement to catch up with him and punish him for this brutal and horrific crime. And with that, this deep dive into the murder of Kite has come to a close. If new information emerges on the case, I'll make sure to do a follow-up to this video. But for now, thanks so much for watching. Please comment down below with any thoughts or additional information on the case. I'd love to know your thoughts and theories on this one. Until next time, you have been watching The Mystery Abyss. Between 1984 and 1985, a reign of terror swept through Japan's corporate landscape, leaving a trail of fear, uncertainty, and chaos in its wake. The Glico Morinaga incident, more commonly known as the Monster with 21 Faces, is a high-profile cold case featuring extortion, kidnappings, and even contaminated confectionery. These audacious acts were accompanied by cryptic and mocking letters sent to law enforcement, baffling investigators and captivating the nation's attention. The identity of the individual or group behind these incidents that caused mass fear and panic in Japan for years has never definitively been confirmed. Decades later, in 2000, the Japanese police officially closed the case, leaving it unsolved. This narrative stands as one of Japan's most extraordinary, bewildering, and intricate puzzles. A chronicle that has confounded lawkeepers, criminologists, and the populace at large, engendering a relentless quest for clarity spanning decades. The Monster with 21 Faces, Japan's strangest unsolved case. Chapter 1. The Birth of a Monster. Katsuhisa Izaki had recently assumed the role of president at Izaki Glico, a huge Japanese food company, taking over the reins from his father, who had stepped down from his position. The transition of power marked a significant shift for the company. On a Sunday afternoon in March 1984, an unsettling ordeal for Katsuhisa Izaki was about to begin within the confines of his home located in Ashiya City in the Hyogo Prefecture of Japan. As the clock approached 9 p.m. that fateful evening, two armed intruders infiltrated the boundaries of the Izaki estate, scaling the sturdy outer wall which contained two distinct structures. The assailants first targeted the building housing Izaki's mother, where they proceeded to restrain her and coerce her into revealing the key to the adjacent building, a key they knew that she possessed. This was the residence where Katsuhisa Izaki and his family resided. In a matter of moments, the intruders unlocked the door to Izaki's opulent residence. At gunpoint, they immobilized his wife and children, then forcibly extracted a naked Katsuhisa Izaki from his bathroom, dragging him into the distressing situation. When confronted by the intruders, Izaki's wife reportedly attempted to offer them money. In response, one of the masked individuals uttered, "Stay silent. Money holds no significance." After immobilizing Izaki's wife and 3 children and securing them, the 2 masked abductors proceeded to take Izaki with them. They then departed from the premises, making their way into their waiting getaway vehicle through the compound's entrance. Approximately 30 minutes after the abductors made their escape, Izaki's wife managed to free herself from her restraints and promptly informed the police. Both Osaka and Hyogo prefectural investigators initiated a search operation, but they opted to maintain a veil of silence around the case. In a bid to contain the situation, they urged the media not to disclose the incident. Katsuhisa Izaki's nightly routine, punctuated by a bath between 9 p.m. and 10 p.m., offered a significant clue. The intrusion occurring on a Sunday hinted at a calculated surveillance effort, suggesting the kidnappers had intricate knowledge of his schedule. An intriguing detail emerged as well when it was discovered that one of the kidnappers had directly addressed Izaki's 7-year-old daughter by name, Mariko, on the stairwell to the 2nd floor. The chilling command, "Be quiet, Mariko," both puzzled and alarmed investigators, sparking suspicions of an inside job. This cryptic utterance, when intertwined with other intricate facets, suggested meticulous planning. The authorities toyed with the notion that the kidnapping might be rooted in a grudge against Glico or Izaki's family. Notably, Glico's stock price experienced a rapid decline on the day following the incident, plummeting from 750 to 630 yen. This drop occurred despite the fact that only a select few were privy to the knowledge of the abduction. The next day also brought an unexpected twist. An executive from Glico received a peculiar phone call, featuring a pre-recorded message with the voice of Izaki himself. The message provided specific instructions for locating a letter, and it alluded to the abduction. Following the directions outlined in Izaki's voicemail, a note emerged, detailing the demand for a ransom amounting to 1 billion yen and 100 pounds of gold. The instructions concerning the ransom's delivery were intricately laid out. In the currency values of 1984, the requested sum equated to $10 million. With police assistance, the family arranged for the transfer of the requested sum, alongside the 100 kg of gold, into the designated van. Undercover police personnel took charge of driving the vehicle to the location specified in the instructions. Curiously, no collection of the ransom ensued. Instead, the group's response materialized in the form of pre-recorded phone calls featuring Katsuhisa Izaki's voice, emanating from the specified locations. This sequence of events prompted the authorities to halt the operation after several hours, given the absence of fresh leads or communication. Nevertheless, on the subsequent day, marking 3 days since his initial capture, Katsuhisa Izaki successfully engineered an escape. It turned out he had been held in a warehouse situated in Ibaraki, Osaka, only a few kilometers away from his residence. News of this event swiftly spread, prompting a subsequent press conference. However, during this gathering, Izaki refrained from divulging specific details to the assembled reporters. In the midst of the ensuing police investigation, Izaki eventually revealed a comprehensive account of his ordeal. Yet rather than clarifying matters, his statement merely added to the perplexities surrounding the case. The invaders had wielded a pistol and a rifle, menacing tools that cast a shadow of fear over Izaki and his family. However, Izaki himself remained under the impression that these instruments of threat were merely playthings, a striking detail that may offer insights into the motivations underlying the abduction. This curious revelation shed light on the captor's reverence for human life throughout the entire harrowing experience, hinting at a peculiar complexity beneath the surface. Izaki also recounted an intriguing turn of events as he neared his eventual escape. A captor, seemingly exhibiting a measure of leniency, traded his handcuffs for a binding rope. This intriguing substitution raises the possibility that he was deliberately left with an opportunity to break free, an assumption that ultimately bore fruit as he managed to liberate himself from captivity. Notably, amidst the chaos, Izaki detected the faint voice of a child, an eerie detail that later unraveled its purpose. A future letter would reference the involvement of a young child, a mere 4 years of age, within the ranks of the criminal enterprise. From the outset, investigators harbored suspicions that Katsuhisa Izaki may have orchestrated his own kidnapping for motives unknown, as several aspects of the incident failed to align cohesively. Although the kidnapping episode had drawn to a close, it marked the inception of a new phase of difficulties for both Izaki and his confectionery enterprise, Glico. Chapter 2. Poisoned Sweets. Over the next several weeks, a series of unsettling events unfolded, starting with Glico's fleet of vans being set on fire in their parking lot. Simultaneously, 2 newspapers received letters authored by the kidnappers, sharply criticizing Japan's police force and their perceived inadequacies. To Japanese police fools, are you stupid? There are so many of you, what on earth are you doing? If you are real pros, try catching me. There's too much handicap, so I will give you a hint. There are no fellows in the Izakis or relatives, no fellows in Nishinomiya police, no fellows in the Flood Fighting Corps. The car I used is gray. Food was bought at Daiei. If you want new info, beg for it in the newspaper. After telling you all this, you should be able to catch me. If you don't, you are tax thieves. Shall I kidnap the head director of the prefectural police? Merely days after this bold proclamation, Glico employees stumbled upon a container of hydrochloric acid nestled within one of the company's edifices. Then on May 10th, Glico received another letter, this time bearing the signature of the monster with 21 faces. A moniker inspired by the fictitious character The Fiend with 20 Faces, conceived by Kogoro Akechi for his Edogawa Rampo series. This communique carried a dire threat directed at Glico, a proclamation of intent to disseminate company products infused with lethal potassium cyanide across store shelves. The gravity of this ultimatum coerced Glico into initiating a product recall across all retail outlets, culminating in multi-million-dollar financial repercussions and the displacement of over 400 part-time employees affiliated with the company. Esteemed supermarket chains promptly expunged Glico's merchandise from their inventories, resulting in a devastating plunge in the company's sales. Although subsequent product testing revealed no traces of contamination, Glico bore the brunt of colossal losses, totaling $130 million. Amid these unsettling circumstances and the intensification of threats from the criminal faction, a glimmer of hope finally emerged. Despite Glico's diligent removal of all products from retail shelves and their subsequent testing within the company's warehouses, an unexpected discovery turned the tide. In the midst of this cautious recall effort, an observant eye detected a lone Glico candy box defiantly positioned on a supermarket shelf, capturing the immediate attention of investigators. Surveillance footage meticulously documenting the store's vicinity held secrets beyond anticipation when subjected to review. Amongst the monitored events, a perplexing sight unfolded. An individual presumed to be the perpetrator surreptitiously replaced an object resembling a candy box onto the display shelves. This fleeting snippet of the monster with 21 faces was encapsulated within 20 seconds of CCTV footage. With this pivotal development, the spotlight now fell upon the initial suspect, promptly christened the Video Man by the police. Sadly, the video quality of the era, marred by the limitations of VCR cassette technology prevalent in the 1980s, yielded a subpar visual. Despite laboriously extracting and scrutinizing the 20 seconds from varying angles, the material proved insufficient to definitively identify the elusive figure. While the case remained far from resolution, a glimmer of relief beckoned on the horizon, at least for Izaki and Glico. Amidst the grave financial turmoil plaguing Glico, the tribulations endured by Izaki and his company were poised for an impending conclusion. A span of 6 weeks elapsed before Glico received their final letter from the monster with 21 faces. The letter conveyed a surprising twist, absolving Izaki of further harassment and sparing his company from continued torment. However, ominously, the correspondence hinted at a return in the future, leaving an unsettling uncertainty in its wake. This letter addressed their fans throughout Japan, claiming Glico had suffered enough and should have their sweets put back on the store shelves. They claimed one of their group was a 4-year-old child, and they were tired of hearing him cry over Glico. They also claimed to have destroyed the rest of the contaminated boxes, admitting it was them who had been seen collecting one from a store. Taunting the police more, the monster with 21 faces told Japan they would return in January. Chapter 3: The Fox-Eyed Man. Despite lingering beliefs among certain investigators, the notion that Izaki orchestrated his own abduction appears implausible. This perspective is further debunked by the glaring reality of Glico's substantial losses, which were of a magnitude capable of triggering bankruptcy. As Glico grappled with its grim predicament, other companies managed to seize a fleeting advantage, capitalizing on Glico's misfortune, albeit temporarily. The erosion of Glico's market share and the erosion of trust within the Japanese consumer base endured over an extended period, casting a shadow on the company's reputation. Yet the narrative swiftly shifted, with the monster with 21 faces extending its reach to target additional food enterprises. In this juncture, Morinaga, a prominent competitor within the candy industry, found itself ensnared in the unfolding horrors. The candy and food sector of Japan bore the brunt of a prolonged wave of extortion attempts and poisoning incidents, spanning more than a year. The monster with 21 faces displayed an unrelenting pace, initiating its extortion activities way before the promised start of January 1985. In fact, the criminal group had already begun targeting other food companies in the days leading up to its final letter to Glico. On the 22nd of June, Marudai Foods became the recipient of a demanding letter from these elusive individuals outlining their monetary requirements and delineating the protocol for the exchange. In the course of this unfolding event, covert police operatives confronted a suspect, affording them a distinctive vantage point to observe the subject's facial features in detail. The officer's account portrayed a man garbed in a gray suit, standing at a stature ranging from 1.7 to 1.8 meters, aged between 35 and 45, characterized by slender eyebrows and lips. The officer ventured a rather singular descriptor, likening the man's eyes to those of a fox. Importantly, the suspect conveyed an impression suggesting Korean heritage rather than Japanese, a noteworthy nuance detected by the police officers. At the heart of this operation, an undercover police officer undertook the pivotal task of facilitating the transfer of funds in response to the monetary demands levied by the enigmatic monster with 21 faces originating from Marudai Foods. In the afternoon of June 28, 1984, an undercover operative diligently adhered to a trail of instructions and successive cues, conveyed through pre-recorded messages issued by the monster. A woman's voice, encapsulated within a recording, guided the undercover agent, who was assuming the role of a Marudai executive. This auditory trail led him to Takatsuki, where he unearthed the subsequent fragment of information deliberately left behind by the elusive monster. Contained within the final letter was not only a diagram, but also additional instructions, aimed at elucidating the precise train to get and the precise seating arrangement for the designated money carrier. The mandate was unambiguous. Regardless of whether the executor was a police agent or not, the money, totaling 50 million yen ensconced within white bags, was to be discarded from the train the moment the money carrier espied a white flag fluttering outside his window. Upon stepping aboard the train, additional agents discreetly tailed the money carrier, systematically instructing him to contravene the orders stipulated within the letter. To compound the complexity, he chose a different car and seat upon boarding the subsequent train bound for Kyoto. This intricate ploy was designed to confound any malefactors present, goading them into a revealing response by provoking action. Observant agents aboard the train detected two individuals behaving suspiciously, one wielding a radio with an imposing antenna, meticulously tuning the frequency. At a pivotal juncture, the man subsequently dubbed the Fox-Eyed Man embarked onto the train. His gaze locked onto the money carrier, the focus unwavering. However, the anticipated white flag remained conspicuously absent, and the money remained untouched as the carrier disembarked upon reaching Kyoto Station. The radio-equipped individual and the fox-eyed man followed suit, albeit diverging paths. In a potential oversight on the part of the police, no agent shadowed the radio-wielding individual as he melded into the bustling crowd, evaporating without a trace. The fox-eyed man persisted in shadowing the money carrier's every move. He loomed nearby as the carrier communicated with his headquarters, anticipating his emergence from a restroom. Yet another undercover operative present at the scene made contact with the Osaka police headquarters, signaling the situation twice. However, the directive was clear. Confrontation with the fox-eyed man was only permissible if he initiated an advance toward the money. Obediently adhering to headquarters' instructions, the money carrier retraced his steps back to Takatsuki Station. Meanwhile, the fox-eyed man's persistent surveillance continued, maintaining a distance of a mere 3 meters. Boarding separate train cars, both figures alighted at Takatsuki Station, the fox-eyed man doggedly tailing the money carrier's every step. At the station's periphery, another covert officer awaited to escort the carrier back to Marudai's headquarters. However, the trail went cold for the fox-eyed man at this juncture. He embarked onto the next train bound for Kyoto. Observing from their vantage point at Kyoto Station, agents spotted the fox-eyed man once again positioned on the platform. Yet he curiously refrained from entering any of the departing trains. After a time, he maneuvered out of the station, navigating an underground passage, effectively eluding further surveillance. Chapter 4, From Bad to Worse. 4 months after the Glico poisoning incident, the monster with 21 faces resurfaced with a new threat of contamination, this time directing its attention toward Glico's rival contender Morinaga. Crafting a letter aimed at the mothers of Japan, the group unveiled a reprehensible scheme, the insidious placement of poisoned Morinaga candies upon store shelves. This calculated move induced widespread panic within Japanese society. Police sounded a nationwide alarm, triggering an extensive sweep of store shelves across cities spanning the entire country. This meticulous search yielded a trove of disturbing finds, a total of 20 boxes marred by the presence of toxic substances, each ominously adorned with a warning sign affixed to its upper surface. Danger contains poison, you'll die if you eat this. Morinaga found itself besieged by a fresh wave of extortion letters, carrying implicit warnings that the group was prepared to taint products without affixing any cautionary labels next time. This disconcerting development prompted an intense search operation, spearheaded by law enforcement, terrified that poisoned items could be anywhere within supermarkets. Police forces removed any moringa products from stores, effectively clearing shelves. Paralleling Glico's ordeal, Morinaga had to recall endless products and stop their production, suffering dire consequences. The reverberations within Japanese society were profound. A small cadre of criminals held the health and lives of countless individuals in perilous limbo. The emergence of such a threat was unprecedented, dismantling the notion of Japan as a haven of security, relatively immune to large-scale criminal activities, corporate kidnappings, or the specter of mass poisoning. The indomitable monster with 21 faces refused to relent, advancing its campaign by dispatching further extortion letters to a range of candy and food-related enterprises. Chapter 5, Return of the Fox. In November 1984, the malefactors dispatched another letter, this time directed at House Food Corporation, once again enacting their extortionist scheme upon a food company. The letter read, "We are the culprits involved in the Glico and Morinaga incidents." If you do not want to become another Glico and Morinaga, put out the cash. If you do not respond, we will poison your products. And this led to the fox-eyed man resurfacing, this time setting foot in the Shiga prefecture. Amidst yet another cash exchange in response to the extortion letter directed at House Food, law enforcement agents managed to locate the distinctive figure in the vicinity. Donning a golf cap and sporting glasses, he stood by a telephone booth, promptly departing the scene as he realized he had garnered the attention of two vigilant agents who were closing in on him. Among the officers present, one remained resolute that this was indeed the fox-eyed man, endeavoring to capture his image on film, albeit without success. Nevertheless, when the agents established radio contact with headquarters to seek guidance, they were advised against pursuing the man. The directive underscored the strategy of awaiting the opportune moment to engage and apprehend anyone attempting to access the funds. The suspect swiftly evaded capture, and the agent's attention was also drawn to a conspicuous Nissan Skyliner hastily departing the vicinity, rendering the fox-eyed man once more elusive. Approximately an hour later, under the veil of night, a Shiga officer chanced upon a solitary station wagon. Its headlights were extinguished, yet the engine continued to purr with a whisper. Approaching the vehicle, his flashlight casting an illuminating swath, the police officer's gaze fell upon the driver's face. It was none other than the fox-eyed man, his visage framed by the familiar golf cap and headphones complete with a wireless receiver. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of law enforcement, the fox-eyed man hastily accelerated, vanishing into the night. Despite the officer's determined pursuit, the station wagon had slipped from his grasp, swallowed by the shadows. Hours later, police stumbled upon the station wagon in proximity to a train station. Investigation soon revealed the vehicle had been pilfered from a neighboring city earlier that same day. A meticulous search uncovered radio equipment poised to intercept police frequencies, suggesting the criminals possessed the means to eavesdrop on official communications, an ominous revelation that substantiated the authorities' nagging concerns. The fox-eyed man had vanished once again, leaving behind a trail of uncertainty. Come January 1985, the authorities opted to unveil a composite sketch of the fox-eyed man to the public, and this soon led to them focusing their investigation on one particular man. Chapter 6. The Yakuza Boss. Police zeroed in on a local Yakuza boss named Manabu Miyazaki, deeming him the primary suspect due to his uncanny facial resemblance to the police sketch that had been circulated. Adding to the suspicion were his previous involvements in anarchist and anti-police activities, enhancing his profile as a potential perpetrator. Being the offspring of a Yakuza boss and having assumed the mantle himself, Miyazaki's contentious history with Glico further accentuated the alignment of motives. In an intriguing twist, it was revealed that Miyazaki had actually furnished the police with information concerning Glico's illicit waste disposal practices during the years 1977 and 1978. Despite his past connection to the company's matters, Miyazaki vehemently denied any association with the Glico Morinaga case. He effectively substantiated his claim by offering a compelling alibi for the precise moments when the police encountered the elusive fox-eyed suspect. Unquestionably, he had established his presence in Kyoto during both of these sightings. The police had no way to put any charges against Manabu Miyazaki in connection with the baffling case, despite a strong belief he was behind the attacks. And in 2022, Manabu Miyazaki passed away, taking any true involvement in the case with him to the grave. Throughout his lifetime, he remained steadfast in unequivocally denying any involvement in the Monster with 21 Faces case. This proclamation endured despite his publication of an autobiography in 1995. Curiously, the cover of his biography featured the very police sketch of the fox-eyed man, a detail that might have been orchestrated as a shrewd marketing ploy to bolster sales rather than an admission of guilt. In interviews and press conferences surrounding the publication, Miyazaki consistently and vehemently rejected assertions linking him to the fox-eyed man. Chapter 7. A Tragic End. As August of 1985 dawned, the criminal syndicate continued its reign of terror upon food companies, its nefarious activities spanning a harrowing 17-month period. Regrettably, the diligent efforts of the police yielded no fresh leads, leaving the investigation at an impasse. In their relentless pursuit of answers, law enforcement authorities meticulously interrogated potential suspects in the thousands, yet the fruits of their labor remained elusive. A dearth of credible information further hindered progress, leaving a void in the investigative process. The mounting dissatisfaction, emanating from both the media and the general populace, cast a spotlight on the perceived ineffectuality of the police operation, fueling condemnation at every available juncture. Then on the fateful day of August 7, 1985, burdened by an overwhelming sense of shame and despair stemming from their inability to crack the case, Shoji Yamamoto, the police superintendent of Shiga Prefecture, resorted to a tragic act of self-immolation. The solemn scene unfolded in his backyard, where he doused himself in kerosene before igniting the flames that consumed him. This heart-wrenching incident transpired mere hours after he had been relieved from his official duties. The shocking demise of Shoji Yamamoto proved to be an unforeseen development, one that the monster with 21 faces had likely not anticipated. Intriguingly, 5 days after this tragic turn of events, the group unveiled a fresh letter, a profound announcement that signified the end of their malevolent operations. The letter read, "Yamamoto of Shiga Prefecture Police died. How stupid of him. We've got no friends or secret hiding place in Shiga. It's Yoshino or Shikata who should have died. What have they been doing for as long as 1 year and 5 months? Don't let bad guys like us get away with it. There are many more fools who want to copy us. No career Yamamoto died like a man. So we decided to give our condolence. We decided to forget about torturing food-making companies. If anyone blackmails any of the food-making companies, it's not us, but someone copying us. We are bad guys. That means we've got more to do other than bullying companies. It's fun to lead a bad man's life. Signed, the monster with 21 faces." Following the release of this letter, the monster with 21 faces vanished from our radar, the echoes of their presence fading into silence. The self-immolation of Shoji Yamamoto constituted a solemn sacrifice, a poignant gesture that compelled the monster with 21 faces to relinquish its stranglehold on terror. In the aftermath, imitative criminal factions embarked on less intricate attempts at extortion, targeting food companies with their malevolent designs. These endeavors, however, proved to be of a less refined nature. Over the course of ensuing years, the Japanese police adeptly unraveled the threads of these copycat cases, successfully resolving the majority of them. Then, in the year 2000, the Japanese police brought the curtains down on the case, halting all investigations due to the expiration of the statute of limitations set at 15 years. This marked the conclusion of a harrowing episode that had cast a shadow over a populace of 120 million, a tale wherein the culprits and their underlying intentions were never even close to being revealed or understood. Despite orchestrating so many ransoms, the monster with 21 faces never retrieved any of the money, leaving their motives forever shrouded in ambiguity. Conclusion. The intricacy and precision demonstrated in the execution of these actions, coupled with the technical proficiency and specialized equipment required, have led some to suspect that the culprits could have been law enforcement agents or military personnel trained for specialized operations. Over the years, a range of potential explanations and theories have been put forward to try and shed some light on the motivations of the monster with 21 faces, but none of them really hold any weight. Some investigators have speculated that their actions might have been about stock market manipulation, with the group using their campaign to create chaos in the market and make a profit from it. By generating fear and uncertainty, they may have anticipated significant drops in stock prices. Such fluctuations would create opportunities for savvy investors or even the criminals themselves to profit from short-selling stocks or engaging in other trading strategies. However, this feels unlikely since nobody could have known how the market would react to these sorts of unusual attacks. And surely there would be more effective, safer, and less risky ways to go about this, if it was actually their goal. Not to mention, if this whole thing had been about money, why would they have never collected any of the ginormous ransoms they received? Others have theorized that perhaps insiders within the companies themselves were carrying out corporate sabotage to try and destabilize the leadership of these companies. But that seems equally unlikely given the group's actions impacted the companies in ways that were so damaging to every aspect of them. The fact that the fox-eyed man was noticed as looking Korean has led some to question if this was all some sort of foreign espionage scheme with the intent to destabilize and undermine the nation of Japan, perhaps carried out by Chinese or North Korean spies. However, unlike traditional espionage operations, the tactics employed by the monster with 21 faces exhibited a profound respect for human life, as evidenced by the cessation of activities following the loss of an innocent life. The calculated and precise nature of the group's manipulation tactics contrasts with the typically clandestine and ruthless methods employed by espionage rings. While this scenario is compelling, the abrupt termination of operations following an unintended fatality challenges the notion of espionage-driven motives. It's also possible that some sort of company rivalries were at play, and that the group had intended to undermine the position of market leaders on behalf of someone else. While large corporations have been known to use illegal and dangerous tactics to attack their opposition, this again just doesn't seem to fit with the events that occurred. Perhaps the monster with 21 faces was trying to make some sort of social or political commentary with their actions. Were their cryptic and mocking letters to law enforcement a way of forcing authorities to confront societal concerns they felt were being ignored? It's worth noting, Japan's economic boom during this period led to rapid modernization, yet it also gave rise to complex socioeconomic challenges and disparities. The group's targeting of major food corporations might have been symbolic, reflecting a critique of consumerism, exploitation, or even concerns about food safety and quality. By disrupting the operations of these corporate giants, the perpetrators could have aimed to draw attention to these issues in a dramatic and attention-grabbing manner. But if that was their goal, did they actually even achieve it? There are also obviously some potential ties to the Yakuza through the main suspect in the case. But given he had solid alibis, and the only connection that had been made was his appearance and a vague historic tie to Glico, there really isn't any specific evidence to suggest this was the case. If anything, it sounds like Glico would have had more of a reason to have an issue with him, given he reportedly informed on their own illicit activities in the past. So what does that leave us with? Could this strange case simply be the result of a person or a group wanting to go down in history as a criminal mastermind? Could the confusion, chaos, and evasion of capture actually be the very motive for the crimes? Could this criminal have been driven by a complex interplay of intellect, audacity, and a thirst for outsmarting law enforcement? Maybe their actions, marked by an intricate dance of extortion, sabotage, and psychological manipulation, were orchestrated not for financial gain, but for the sheer joy of challenging the authorities to outwit them. Given the monster with 21 faces frequently taunted the police, offering clues to try and help identify them, is it possible this was just the story of an individual who viewed the unfolding drama as a canvas upon which to etch their legacy, and who derived satisfaction from the realization that they were, for a time, the puppeteer pulling the strings in a high-stakes game of psychological chess? The monster with 21 faces carried out terrible acts, yet they seemed determined, when it came down to it, not to physically harm anyone, adding warnings on poisoned sweets and pre-warning the public before any candy was contaminated. The use of fake weapons, the abrupt end to their actions when they resulted in a real human death, and the fact that they never collected any of the ransom money all add intriguing elements to the elusive motives of these criminals. As time marches on, the tale of the monster with 21 faces assumes its place as a unique chapter in the annals of crime history. One that it seems is likely to remain unsolved, with motives that we may never truly understand. What do you think was really the purpose of the monster's actions? Do you think there even was a purpose? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments section below. You have been watching The Mystery Abyss. In the summer of 1980, Dorothy Jane Scott, a 32-year-old single mother living in Stanton, Southern California, experienced a tragic end to what started as a simple act of kindness for a work colleague. On the fateful evening of May 28, 1980, after attending an employees' meeting, Dorothy noticed a peculiar bite on her co-worker Conrad Bostron's arm. Out of concern, she volunteered to drive him to the UC Irvine Medical Center with another colleague, Pam Head, accompanying them. Upon reaching the emergency room, they discovered that Conrad had been bitten by a black widow spider. After receiving the necessary prescription and treatment, Conrad was discharged around 11 p.m. Given Conrad's woozy state, the plan was for Dorothy to walk to her car and drive it to the ER exit, while Pam waited with Conrad to fill his prescription at the medical center pharmacy. As the pair waited patiently, Dorothy seemed to be taking an abnormally long time to return to them. After several more uneasy minutes, the duo decided to venture out into the parking lot and see what was causing the holdup. Suddenly, Dorothy's car sped towards them, its headlights beaming in the night and blinding their view of the driver. They tried frantically to get Dorothy's attention, but the car swiftly passed by them, before sharply turning right and exiting the parking lot. While this all seemed odd, the pair assumed some sort of emergency, perhaps involving her son, had necessitated her to rush off without telling them. But over the next few hours, unable to reach her and uncover her whereabouts, their concern grew and they felt they had no choice but to report Dorothy as missing to the police. The following morning, Dorothy's burnt-out and abandoned car was discovered in an alleyway, approximately 10 miles from the hospital. Law enforcement began working on the theory that Dorothy had been kidnapped, initiating an investigation into the perplexing circumstances surrounding her disappearance. You see, leading up to her disappearance, Dorothy had been grappling with unsettling anonymous phone calls from a man who appeared to be stalking her. The caller had issued chilling threats, vowing to harm her when alone, stating he would cut her up into bits so no one will ever find her. Sadly, however, Dorothy's body would eventually be found. But despite the passage of 4 decades, the mystery surrounding her abduction and murder remains unsolved to this day. The mysterious murder of Dorothy Jane Scott. Residing in Stanton, California, Dorothy Jane Scott was a single mother dedicated to raising her 4-year-old son, Sean, who she lived with alongside her aunt. Sean's father, a man called Dennis Terry, resided in Fairgrove, Missouri, and Dorothy was fairly secretive about the details of their previous relationship. Dorothy worked as a secretary for 2 jointly owned stores in Anaheim, California. Swinger's Psych Shop, specializing in psychedelic items like lava lamps and love beads, and Custom John's Head Shop. The shops were previously owned by Dorothy's father, Jacob, before he sold them to John Kikola. Despite no longer owning the businesses, Jacob frequently did odd jobs for the stores and was well known by all the employees. According to her family and colleagues, Dorothy was deeply religious and cherished spending time at home with family. She steered clear of alcohol and never engaged in drug use. Her parents, Jacob and Vera Scott, who also resided in Anaheim, played an active role in their grandson's life, often providing babysitting services while Dorothy was at work. Known for her kindness, generosity, and strong religious convictions, Dorothy left a lasting impression on all who knew her. On the evening of May 28, 1980, Dorothy participated in a work employee meeting where she observed her coworker, Conrad Bostron, appearing unwell with a red mark on his arm. Concerned for his well-being, Dorothy, accompanied by another coworker, Pam Head, promptly left the meeting and drove Conrad to the emergency room at UC Irvine Medical Center. En route to the hospital, Dorothy made a brief stop at her parents' home to check on her son and exchanged her black scarf for a red one. At the hospital, medical professionals diagnosed Conrad's condition as a black widow spider bite and swiftly treated his injury. Throughout Conrad's stay in the emergency room, Dorothy and Pam remained in the waiting area until his discharge at 11 p.m. Given a prescription for medication, Conrad still felt unwell, prompting Dorothy to offer to bring her car around for him. Prior to leaving, she briefly used the restroom, but as Pam and Conrad waited at the exit, they noticed Dorothy had not returned after a few minutes. So they decided to walk back to the original parking spot of the car. But as they approached, Dorothy's car sped towards them, its high beams hindering their view of the driver. Attempting to grab her attention, they waved their arms, but the white Toyota station wagon didn't stop or slow down, but instead merged onto the road and drove away. Pam and Conrad initially waited, speculating that an emergency involving her son might have arisen. Growing increasingly worried when Dorothy failed to return, Conrad and Pam chose to contact Dorothy's parents. As they were well acquainted with Dorothy's father, Jacob, due to his ongoing role at the stores, they knew his phone number by heart. However, her parents also hadn't heard from their daughter, prompting the official report of Dorothy's disappearance. When police arrived at the scene, they found no evidence alarming enough to consider the possibility of foul play. However, Pam was certain something was wrong. Why would Dorothy willingly wait all that time in the emergency room, offer to bring her car around for them to be helpful, and then just drive off with no warning? Even if there had been an emergency, surely she could have spared 5 more minutes to tell them she had to leave. The following day, law enforcement responded to a location approximately 16 kilometers from the hospital where Dorothy went missing, prompted by reports of a car engulfed in flames. At 4:30 a.m., officers discovered her white 1973 Toyota station wagon abandoned and burning in an alleyway, but Dorothy was conspicuously absent. It appeared as though the vehicle had been abandoned in a hurry. The headlights remained on, and the driver's side door was left ajar. Examination of the trunk revealed a gas canister indicating the use of an accelerant on the passenger side of the car. While the outer front of the vehicle remained relatively intact, the interior had been completely destroyed. Subsequent inquiries with her parents revealed a troubling revelation. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Dorothy had been receiving anonymous calls at work from an unidentified man, indicating a potential stalker. Although she had felt like she recognized the man's voice, she was unable to recall who it belonged to or where she knew it from. Disturbing phone calls. The unknown caller oscillated between professing love and issuing threats of violence, demonstrating an unsettling knowledge of Dorothy's daily routine. The caller consistently asserted that he was surveilling her every move, delving into the intricacies of Dorothy's daily life, recounting details ranging from her activities and conversations to her outings with her son. Vera, Dorothy's mother, recounted a particularly chilling incident when the man instructed Dorothy to go outside, where she discovered a single dead red rose on her car's windshield. Another call left Dorothy horrified as the man menacingly declared, "Okay, now you are going to come my way, and when I get you alone, I will cut you up into bits so no one will ever find you." Following this alarming call, Dorothy contemplated the idea of obtaining a firearm for self-protection. However, she ultimately chose to enroll in karate classes as a means of self-defense. While speculation suggested relationship issues as a potential motive, Dorothy's father, Jacob, refuted this, stating that although she had occasionally dated, she did not currently have a boyfriend. Slightly more than a week after Dorothy's mysterious disappearance, her mother was rattled by a phone call from an unidentified man who chillingly stated, "Are you related to Dorothy Scott? Well, I've got her," before abruptly hanging up. From 1980 to 1984, these unsettling calls persisted without pause, occurring almost every Wednesday afternoon. The anonymous caller would claim to have Dorothy, or assert that he had taken her life. These calls were consistently brief, and always transpired when Vera Scott, Dorothy's mother, was alone at home. The question lingered: was this caller the same individual responsible for Dorothy's demise? The one who had tormented her over the phone for months? Police directives urged her parents to withhold information from the press to safeguard the case. But eventually, with no progress in the search for Dorothy after several weeks, Vera and Jacob Scott decided to share their daughter's story with the local newspaper, Orange County Register. Additionally, they offered a $25,000 reward in the hope of obtaining any information that could lead to a breakthrough in their daughter's case. The newspaper article. On June 12, 1980, the article detailing Dorothy's disappearance was published. That same day, an unidentified man contacted the front desk and spoke with managing editor Pat Riley, admitting to the kidnapping and murder of Dorothy Scott. He asserted, "I killed her. I killed Dorothy Scott. She was my love. I caught her cheating with another man. She denied having someone else. I killed her." The caller demonstrated knowledge of undisclosed details such as Conrad Bostron's spider bite on the evening of May 28th, and Dorothy's change from a red scarf to a black one after the employee meeting. Furthermore, the caller alleged that Dorothy had contacted him from the hospital. However, this particular detail contradicts Pam's account, who insisted she was with Dorothy the entire night at the hospital and denied any phone call being made. Unless Dorothy made a call between using the restroom and retrieving the car, the alleged call did not occur in reality, but rather in the abductor's distorted perception. Either that or some details about what happened that night in Pam and Conrad's accounts would have to be entirely wrong. It's essential to note that this was 1980, devoid of cell phones or pagers. Any call Dorothy could have made would likely have been from one landline to another, most likely a home phone. The feasibility of the stalker making it to the hospital from the supposed call location in such a short time frame is doubtful. Investigating the patrons of the head shop where Dorothy was employed yielded little progress. Her role in the office kept her somewhat removed from the eccentric clientele at Swingers. The primary lead in the case remained the mysterious caller, but despite the police's efforts to trace these calls, they were consistently terminated before the source could be identified. These disconcerting calls persisted for 4 years, casting a long shadow over Dorothy's parents. However, in April 1984, a significant development occurred. When Jacob, Dorothy's father, answered the phone, the caller promptly hung up and refrained from calling back for 4 months. This peculiar behavior raised the question, was the caller apprehensive that Dorothy's father might recognize his voice? Dorothy's father was also entwined with both businesses she worked at. So had the stalker been another employee of one of these businesses, it's plausible to imagine that Jacob may have been able to identify their voice. Is this the reason they hung up and then refrained from calling back after he answered, perhaps? Despite the relentless harassment, the family chose not to change their number, holding on to the hope that Dorothy's abductor might allow her to communicate with them. Given the impromptu nature of Dorothy heading to the hospital that night, her assailant, it would appear, possessed knowledge of her whereabouts, even being aware that she had made a stop at her parents' place and changed her scarf. It thus has to be assumed that this figure was watching her every move, and was waiting in the darkened hospital parking lot where they seized the opportunity when Dorothy returned to her car alone. The attack may not have been part of a preconceived plan. Rather, it may have been an opportunistic strike, suggesting that the assailant had been tailing her. Regardless of what truly transpired that fateful night, in August that year, the unthinkable was finally confirmed. A gruesome discovery. On August 6, 1984, an adult human skeleton, partially charred, was found approximately half a mile east of Eucalyptus Drive in northeast Anaheim, California. Jesse Loza, foreman at Mako Construction Company, made the unexpected discovery around 7:15 a.m. while preparing his crew for laying pipe for Pac Bell telephone lines. The find occurred just moments after Loza jokingly told his crew to watch out for dead bodies. Adjacent to the adult skeleton lay the partial remains of a dog. Richard Rodriguez, Orange County Deputy Coroner, initially speculated that the individual and the dog might have been on a hiking excursion when an unforeseen event occurred. The scattered nature of the remains over a 25-foot radius suggested animal activity, and the bones had a burned appearance due to a brush fire that swept through the area in the fall of 1982. As a result, Rodriguez estimated that the bones had been at the site for over 2 years. Investigators gathered a complete skull, 2 femurs, a pelvis, an arm, and dog bones. The location was surrounded by housing tracts, overlooking the Riverside Freeway, situated about 30 feet from Santa Ana Canyon Road. Exposed to the sun, the bones had taken on a sun-bleached hue, yet the skull remained fully intact, showcasing a set of teeth adorned with numerous fillings. Rodriguez indicated that an attempt would be made to cross-reference the dental records with the missing persons database in the hope of establishing the body's identity. Forensic examination soon revealed a watch and a turquoise ring among the remains, both identified by Vera Scott as belonging to her daughter. The watch had ceased functioning at 12:30 a.m., slightly more than an hour after the last sighting of Dorothy's vehicle by Pam and Conrad on May 28, 1980. A few days later, on August 14th, the bones were officially identified through dental records as belonging to Dorothy Jane Scott. Given that only skeletal remains were left, the pathologist was unable to ascertain the cause of death. While this discovery brought some closure to her family, the mystery surrounding her death remained unsolved. With Dorothy's identity confirmed, the presence of the dog bones could no longer be easily explained, adding a bizarre additional puzzle piece to this compelling mystery. Some have since theorized a potential occult connection, adding weight to suspicions against a local resident named Mike Butler, living in the nearby hills and adhering to alternate religious beliefs. Butler, a mechanic, was not a prime focus for the police, but amateur investigators have since speculated on his involvement. Creepy calls continue. Shortly after the recovery of Dorothy's remains, the unsettling mystery calls resumed after 3 months of silence. The caller, once again inquiring about Dorothy's presence, added another layer of distress to the grieving family. In an attempt to trace the caller, the police installed a voice recorder at the Scott home. However, the caller's brevity on the line made it impossible to identify the number. Mrs. Scott expressed the agonizing toll of the years of torment, stating, "For 4 years the caller has tortured us. He took a life that loved life. I feel in my heart that he deserves some sort of punishment." The family believes the individual that was calling them is the same person who had harassed their daughter for months before her disappearance. However, no one has ever been charged with her murder, leaving the eerie case unsolved. A memorial service on August 22, 1984 finally allowed Dorothy's parents to lay their daughter to rest. Jacob Scott passed away in 1994 on the birthday of Dorothy, and Vera Scott later passed away in 2002. The taunting and cruel phone calls that this killer redirected to Dorothy's grieving parents inflicted additional pain. Dorothy's son, Sean, grew up without knowledge of what transpired or why his mother was taken from him. The unknown stalker who had terrorized Dorothy before the abduction and murder remains at large, an individual who has yet to face justice for extinguishing an innocent life, leaving behind enduring grief and a lifetime of unanswered questions. The potential culprits. Law enforcement swiftly interrogated Sean's father in connection to Dorothy's vanishing. Given they had had a recent disagreement regarding Sean's custody, there was speculation that Dennis Terry's emotions and desire for custody might have motivated him to remove Dorothy from the picture. Notably, the absence of audible signs of distress during Dorothy's alleged abduction raises the possibility that she might have been acquainted with her abductor. Despite these considerations, no concrete evidence implicated Dennis in her disappearance. He asserted that he was on a 2-day bus journey back to Missouri when the incident occurred, supported by receipts and eyewitnesses. Additionally, reports indicated that he had phoned Dorothy's parents' residence from his Missouri home on the day of the kidnapping. Dorothy's father even conversed with him over the phone later that day to convey news of the abduction. These factors diminished the likelihood of his involvement in the events surrounding Dorothy's disappearance. Reportedly, Dorothy's son Sean became aware of a suspect named Mike Butler through several of Dorothy's friends residing in Missouri. Butler's sister worked with Dorothy at Swinger's Psych Shop, and Butler himself had worked at an auto body shop conveniently located across the street, shedding light on how he could have been acquainted with Dorothy's schedule. Interestingly, during police questioning after Dorothy's disappearance, Butler revealed an infatuation with her, expressing a desire to marry her. This revelation, given the circumstances, raised eyebrows. Rumors circulated about Butler's instability and alleged involvement in occult activities, potentially shedding light on the peculiar discovery of a dog skeleton with Dorothy's remains, which some have speculated as having ritualistic connection. Sean has attempted to initiate conversations with Butler's sister on multiple occasions, but she reportedly has been unwilling to engage with him. How good a suspect Mike Butler really is has been heavily disputed by those who actually knew him, however, and he has since passed away, taking any potential answers with him to the grave. The accounts of Pam and Conrad have come under scrutiny over the years, with some even speculating that they may have been somehow involved in her kidnapping and murder. But as with everything in this case, these ideas are nothing but speculation, with no real evidence to back them up. It does, however, seem likely that somebody linked to Dorothy's places of work was involved. Given her narrow social life, it would not only explain why she felt she recognized the voice of her stalker, but why they refused to talk when her father answered, and even provides an explanation for how they knew so much about her life and details about the night she vanished. Intriguingly, John Kikola, the owner of the stores where Dorothy served as a bookkeeper, reportedly held ownership of the land where Dorothy's remains were discovered. If John was indeed responsible for her demise and believed that nature or wildlife would obscure any evidence, he likely miscalculated the gradual descent of the remains down the hill toward the road. John would also have been privy to Dorothy's plans that fateful night. In 1996, years after Dorothy's tragic death, John faced federal charges related to tax evasion. It could be speculated that Dorothy, working on the books, stumbled upon irregularities, prompting John to eliminate her. If this was what actually happened, is it possible that John initiated a campaign of phone calls in order to create the illusion of a passionate stalker and force investigators to look in the wrong direction? This elaborate ruse could explain the persistent calls post-disappearance, ceasing abruptly when Dorothy's father, Jacob, answered, as he would obviously recognize John's voice. Sadly, none of these theories are anything more than speculation, and the disappearance and tragic fate of Dorothy Jane Scott remains shrouded in mystery, leaving a trail of unanswered questions that continue to haunt those touched by her story. As the case remains officially unsolved, the enduring pain for Dorothy's loved ones is palpable. The unresolved questions, the persistent torment inflicted by the mysterious caller, and the void left by Dorothy's absence underline the need for continued attention to this perplexing case. Hope persists that one day the truth will surface and provide closure to a haunting chapter in the annals of unresolved mysteries. Until then, Dorothy Jane Scott's memory lives on, a testament to the enduring impact of a life cut short, and the relentless pursuit of justice. As always, thanks so much for watching. If you found this video interesting, please like and subscribe and drop a comment down below about this strange case. If you have any more information or theories about this one, please let me know, as I'd be really interested to hear them. You have been watching The Mystery Abyss. In the quiet afternoon of January 2nd, 1935, the President Hotel in bustling downtown Kansas City welcomed an enigmatic guest. A solitary figure, he arrived at 1:20 p.m., devoid of luggage, carrying only a comb and a toothbrush. This mysterious traveler, who identified himself as Roland T. Owen, had a peculiar request: an interior room on a high floor. Room 1046, perched on the 10th floor, became his temporary abode. Owen's interactions were limited. He briefly complained about the exorbitant rates of a nearby hotel before venturing out sporadically, vanishing from sight. The hotel's staff, accustomed to diverse clientele, didn't pay much heed to his peculiar behavior. They assumed him to be just another transient guest, not uncommon in their line of work. In a place where anonymity was often preferred, the staff chose not to delve into the question of Roland T. Owen. However, the intrigue surrounding Owen escalated abruptly a couple of days later when his lifeless body was discovered in room 1046. The once quiet space had transformed into a nightmarish crime scene, a grim testament to a violent struggle. As the shaken staff recounted the harrowing details to the authorities, the peculiarities of Owen's behavior leading up to his demise became apparent, raising unsettling questions about the events that had transpired within those walls. The sinister murder in room 1046. Day 1. In the early afternoon of January 2nd, 1935, a mysterious figure entered the Hotel President, located in the vibrant Power and Light district of Kansas City, Missouri. His demeanor was sharp, his attire impeccable, and he exuded an air of quiet confidence. Giving his name as Roland T. Owen and claiming a Los Angeles residence, he requested an interior room located several floors above the bustling city streets. The hotel staff, Struck by his appearance and the visible scar on his temple, speculated that he might be a boxer or professional wrestler. Despite his cryptic aura, he appeared to be in his early 20s. Accompanied by Randolph Probst, a bellhop, Owen ascended in the elevator to the 10th floor. During the ride, he casually mentioned his previous night's stay at the nearby Mulebach Hotel, dismissing it due to the steep $5 nightly rate. Upon reaching room 1046, situated on the inside with a view of the hotel's courtyard as per his request, Owen unpacked minimally, retrieving only a hairbrush, comb, and toothpaste from his overcoat pocket. Probst observed these meager belongings before leaving the room. Subsequently, Owen locked the door himself, holding the key. Shortly after, Mary Soptic, a hotel maid returning from her day off, was assigned to clean room 1046. To her surprise, Owen was inside, despite a woman having occupied the room the previous night. Apologizing for the intrusion, Soptic was granted permission to proceed with her cleaning duties. Inside, she noticed Owen's preference for dim lighting, keeping the room almost entirely in darkness. During her cleaning, Owen displayed signs of anxiety, which Soptic later relayed to the police. He frequently kept the shades drawn and maintained a solitary lamp's dim glow. After a brief cleaning period, Owen donned his overcoat, meticulously brushed his hair, and left, informing Soptic of his expectation of friends arriving shortly. Following his request, Soptic left the room unlocked. Returning at 4 p.m. with fresh towels, Soptic found room 1046 in darkness. Inside, Owen lay on the bed, fully clothed. A note on his bedside table caught her attention, bearing a cryptic message. "Dawn, I will be back in 15 minutes. Wait." This mysterious encounter marked the beginning of a series of events that would ultimately shroud room 1046 in an impenetrable veil of mystery. Day 2. On the morning following Owen's check-in at the President Hotel, Mary Soptic, the diligent hotel maid, found herself entangled in a web of perplexing events within room 1046. It was around 10:30 a.m. when she returned, expecting the room to be vacant due to the door being locked from the outside. To her astonishment, she discovered Roland T. Owen inside, seated in the same dim light as the previous day. As the phone rang, he answered it, engaging in a conversation where he steadfastly insisted he wasn't hungry, despite the caller's persistence. While Soptic diligently continued her cleaning tasks, Owen's curiosity was piqued. He inquired about her job, delving into her responsibilities for the entire floor and questioning the hotel's residential status. He once again voiced his dissatisfaction with the exorbitant rates of the Mulebach Hotel. Soptic responded swiftly, completing her cleaning duties before leaving Owen alone in room 1046. It wasn't until after she exited that she realized the peculiarity of the situation. Since the door had been locked from the outside, someone must have intentionally confined Owen within his room. Later that day, Soptic returned with fresh towels, having taken the used ones from the room earlier that morning, only to encounter an unexpected twist. This time, she heard two distinct voices conversing inside room 1046, knocking and announcing the towels. She was met with a commanding, unfamiliar voice instructing her to leave, claiming they had sufficient towels. Despite her certainty that she had removed all the towels during her earlier visit, Soptic chose not to press the matter. She respected the apparent need for privacy, sensing that the conversation within was delicate and personal. Leaving the room, she opted not to intrude further. Later that same day, the President Hotel welcomed 2 more guests, both of whom would become pivotal figures in the unfolding mystery surrounding Roland T. Owen's fate in room 1046. The first newcomer was Jean Owen, unrelated to Roland, who had ventured to Kansas City to spend the day with her boyfriend. Opting to stay the night rather than make the long drive back to her out-of-town residence, she checked into the President Hotel in room 1048, right next door to Roland. Throughout the night, Jean heard disturbing noises. In her later statement to the police, she claimed to have heard loud conversations filled with profanity and cursing that seemed to emanate from the same floor. She heard both male and female voices. Although concerned, she hesitated to contact the front desk, ultimately deciding against it. Additionally, a familiar face made her presence felt in the hotel, referred to as a commercial woman by hotel staff. She was known for her late-night visits to male guests' rooms. On this particular evening, she was on a quest to find a man allegedly residing in room 1026. Elevator operator Charles Blocker, starting his shift at midnight, was asked by her about room 1026. Later, he saw her again, discussing the absence of a client in room 1026, suggesting he might be in room 1046 instead. The woman remained on the floor, and Blocker encountered her multiple times, escorting her to different rooms, including some on the 9th floor. Around 4:15 a.m., he accompanied her to the lobby with a different man, and she left the hotel for the night. Subsequently, Blocker's elevator received a call from the man who had been with her stating he couldn't sleep and planned to go for a walk. There were other peculiar encounters outside the hotel as well. At 11 p.m., a city worker named Robert Lane was flagged down by a man dressed only in an undershirt, pants, and shoes. The man, who appeared distressed, asked for a ride to find a taxi. During the drive, Lane noticed a deep scratch on the man's arm. When Lane later saw the same scratch on Owen's body, he alerted the police, believing he had given a ride to the deceased man. The connection between these incidents and the Owen case remained uncertain, leaving a web of unanswered questions and mysterious events that further deepened the intrigue surrounding room 1046. Day 3. At 7 a.m. the following morning, the tranquil halls of the President Hotel were shattered by the beginning of a series of horrifying events. Della Ferguson, the newly assigned switchboard operator, embarked on her morning shift with routine tasks in mind. However, her plans were abruptly interrupted when she noticed a peculiar light, indicating that the phone in room 1046 was off the hook. Little did she know, this discovery would set off a chain of events that would baffle the city for decades to come. Randolph Probst, the hotel staff member who had first accompanied Owen to his room, was once again thrust into an eerie situation. He was promptly assigned to investigate the ominous situation in room 1046. Upon reaching the room, Probst was met with a locked door and a conspicuous "Do Not Disturb" sign dangling from the knob. After several loud knocks, a voice from within urged him to enter. Perplexed, he attempted to open the door, but it remained firmly locked. After a few futile attempts, Probst resorted to shouting instructions to the occupant, assuming that they were merely inebriated. Probst informed Ferguson about the situation and advised her to wait another hour. However, by 8:30 a.m., the phone remained off the hook, and the situation became increasingly alarming. Another bellboy, Harold Pike, was dispatched to room 1046. Armed with a key, he cautiously entered the room and found Roland T. Owen lying naked on the bed, appearing disoriented and intoxicated. Disturbingly, dark spots on the bedding hinted at something far more sinister than drunkenness. Pike noticed that the phone had been knocked to the floor and placed it back on the stand. Around 10:30 a.m., the telephone operator's urgent call pierced the hotel's silence once more. Room 1046's phone was off the hook yet again. Probst, now familiar with the room's eerie atmosphere, was sent once more. Armed with his master key, he unlocked the door and stumbled upon a horrifying sight. Owen was now huddled in a corner, his body bearing the marks of brutal violence. The room was a scene of carnage, with bedsheets and towels soaked in blood, and walls splattered with it. A grim tableau of violence that revealed a harrowing struggle had transpired. Probst hurried downstairs for assistance and returned with the assistant manager. They could only partially open the door since Owen had fallen to the floor. When they managed to enter, Owen was seated on the edge of the bathtub. The authorities were called, and Dr. Harold Flanders from Kansas City General Hospital arrived to assess the situation. Owen had been mercilessly bound with cords around his neck, wrists, and ankles. His neck showed signs of strangulation attempts, and he had multiple stab wounds in his chest, one of which had punctured his lung. Blows to his head had resulted in a skull fracture. Despite the severity of his injuries, Owen claimed that nobody had harmed him, attributing his wounds to a fall and hitting his head on the bathtub. When asked if he had attempted suicide, he vehemently denied it. Shortly after, Owen lost consciousness and was rushed to the hospital. Tragically, he succumbed to his injuries and passed away shortly after midnight on January 5th. In a chilling twist, doctors discovered that Owen's wounds had been inflicted well before the first visit by the hotel staff that morning. His desperate attempts to call for help had only resulted in the phone receiver being lifted, a haunting echo of his futile struggle. The enigma of room 1046 persisted, casting a dark shadow over the President Hotel. The perplexing events surrounding Roland T. Owen left a city in shock, grappling with an unsolved mystery that would haunt the collective consciousness for years to come. The investigation begins. The Kansas City Police Department sprang into action immediately, their focus honing in on the perplexing case that had unfolded in room 1046. Intrigued by the coincidence of Jean Owen's identical last name and her proximity to the deceased man, the detectives promptly detained her for questioning. Jean Owen, perplexed by the events, recounted her observations from the previous night. Her boyfriend's testimony corroborated her account, leading to her release. She returned to her residence in Lee's Summit, still shaken by the bizarre events she had witnessed. An autopsy conducted on Roland T. Owen's body confirmed the cause of death, as the wounds inflicted upon him. Dr. Flanders, not only examining the body, but also meticulously assessing the bloodstains within the room, estimated that the fatal injuries had been sustained between 4 and 5 a.m. that day. These findings aligned with the observations made by Pike and Probst, shedding light on the timeline of the tragic events. As detectives delved into room 1046, They were struck not only by what they found, but also by what was conspicuously absent. Reflecting Propst's earlier observations, there were no clothes in the closets or drawers, raising questions about the victim's belongings. Notably, a solitary clue emerged in the form of a necktie tag, indicating its origin from a New Jersey company. The absence of standard hotel amenities such as soap, shampoo, and towels deepened the mystery surrounding the room. The absence of knives led to the rejection of the idea Owen had taken his own life. The nature of the stab wounds and the cords used for binding hinted at the involvement of others. Further perplexing the investigators were seemingly unrelated items discovered: a hairpin, safety pin, an unsmoked cigarette, and a full bottle of diluted sulfuric acid. Intriguingly, 4 fingerprints, petite enough to be deemed a woman's, were discovered on the room's phone. Despite exhaustive efforts, these prints could not be matched to Owen's or any known hotel personnel who had entered the room. Facing this labyrinthine puzzle, the police turned to the press, seeking public assistance. The city's evening newspapers prominently featured the case, underscoring the detectives' conviction that another person was intricately involved in the unfolding drama. Detective Johnson, addressing the reporters, affirmed that the case was unequivocally considered a homicide, intensifying the urgency to unravel the mystery shrouding Room 1046. The Phantom. The mysterious identity of the man in room 1046 continued to baffle investigators, leading them to the realization that Roland T. Owen was likely a false name. Kansas City officers reached out to their counterparts in the Los Angeles Police Department to locate next of kin. Surprisingly, the LAPD could find no trace of anyone by that name residing in Los Angeles during that period. To deepen the investigation, the deceased man's fingerprints were sent to the Justice Department's Bureau of Investigation, the precursor to the FBI, in hopes of finding a match within their extensive collection. Amidst the growing intrigue, a woman called the hotel president, inquiring about the appearance of Roland T. Owen. She claimed he resided in Clinton, located 50 miles southeast of Kansas City. News of the man's demise under an assumed identity reached the public via Sunday newspapers, sparking a flurry of tips. The encounter involving the man outside the hotel was reported, and he was also seen in the company of 2 women at various liquor establishments on 12th Street. The story garnered national attention as wire services picked up the tale, prompting widespread coverage in newspapers and on the radio. Requests for photographs flooded Kansas City, generating more leads. Police dedicated substantial resources to communicate with law enforcement agencies across the country, following up on these leads via mail and telegram. Many potential leads were pursued, but most proved to be dead ends. Investigating Owen's claims about his stay at the Mulebach Hotel, officers found that no one named Roland T. Owen had checked in. Instead, they discovered a man resembling Owen who had registered as Eugene K. Scott, sharing the same Los Angeles address. However, this lead also went cold as the LAPD confirmed the absence of such an individual in their records. Confusion deepened when a man initially identified the body as his cousin, only for his sister to later confirm that the cousin had passed away 5 years earlier. A wrestling promoter named Tony Bernardi from Little Rock, Arkansas, claimed that the deceased, under the name Cecil Werner, had approached him about wrestling matches in December 1934. Before long, with no leads and more pressing homicides to investigate, the case grew cold, prompting detectives to arrange a modest burial. But events that unfolded around the funeral were about to make the case even more unusual. The mysterious funeral. On March 3rd, the mystery surrounding the unidentified man from room 1046 resurfaced in the newspapers. The funeral home responsible for the body's care announced plans for a pauper's field burial, scheduled for the next day. However, a twist occurred when the funeral home received an unexpected call from a man requesting a delay in the funeral proceedings, explaining that he intended to send money for a proper grave and service at Memorial Park Cemetery in Kansas City, so the deceased man could rest near his sister. Despite the funeral director's warning that he would inform the police, the caller remained undeterred. Curiosity piqued the funeral director's interest, leading him to inquire about the motive behind Owen's demise. The caller revealed a grim tale. Owen had been involved in an affair while engaged to another woman. The caller, along with the 2 women involved, had orchestrated the meeting at the President Hotel to exact revenge. The caller cryptically remarked, "Cheaters usually get what's coming to them," before abruptly ending the call. In response to the anonymous caller's request, the funeral service was postponed. Later, the funeral home received a carefully addressed delivery envelope containing $25 wrapped in newspaper enough to cover the funeral expenses. The sender's identity remained a mystery. Additionally, 2 envelopes, each containing $5, were sent to a local florist to arrange 13 American Beauty roses for the grave. Similar to the previous call, these arrangements were made from payphones. Accompanying the payment was a card with disguised handwriting, bearing the message, "Love forever, Louise." The funeral proceeded shortly afterward, attended only by police detectives, some of whom acted as pallbearers. To maintain surveillance, other detectives posed as gravediggers, watching over the grave for several days. However, no visitors appeared. A few days following the funeral, a woman contacted the Kansas City Journal-Post's newsroom. She disputed their earlier story, asserting that the man from room 1046 had received a formal funeral, contrary to the pauper's grave rumor. When asked to identify herself, she cryptically replied, "Never mind, I know what I'm talking about." Pressed further, she mysteriously stated, "He got into a jam," before abruptly ending the conversation, leaving journalists and investigators with more questions than answers. The mystery deepens. The quest to identify the deceased man from room 1046 took an intriguing turn when Ruby Ogletree, residing in Birmingham, Alabama, stumbled upon an article in the American Weekly, a Sunday newspaper supplement. The article showcased images of the unidentified man, striking a resemblance to Ruby's son, Artemis, whom the family had not seen since his departure for California via hitchhiking in 1934, alongside his friend Joe Simpson. Despite his absence, Artemis had maintained regular correspondence with his family. Driven by a mixture of hope and dread, Ruby reached out to the Kansas City Police Department with vital details about the anonymous corpse, including a description of a distinctive head scar resulting from a childhood accident involving spilled hot grease. In a subsequent issue of the newspaper's supplement, the man was officially identified as Artemis Ogletree, shedding light on his mysterious fate. However, this identification revealed a series of perplexing new mysteries. Ruby had received multiple letters purportedly from Artemis for months after what she now knew to be the day he died. The initial letter, postmarked in Chicago early in 1935, raised suspicions due to its typewritten format, a skill Artemis was not known to possess. Moreover, the letter's informal tone did not align with Artemis's usual correspondence. In May 1935, another letter arrived claiming Artemis's departure for Europe. This was followed by a special delivery letter stating that he had set sail that very day, both mailed from New York. In August of the same year, Ruby received a phone call from a man in Memphis, Tennessee. According to the caller, Artemis had saved his life in a fight and was now residing in Cairo, Egypt, having married a wealthy woman. The caller explained Artemis's inability to write, attributing it to the loss of one thumb during the altercation. During the conversation, Ruby noted the caller's erratic and irrational behavior, although he possessed intimate knowledge about Artemis. Ruby provided the police with the caller's name, which has never been disclosed publicly. The baffling aspect of this revelation was Artemis's supposed relocation to Egypt or any foreign country before his demise. No evidence supported his overseas travel under his own name. Steamship companies had no records of his voyages, and the U.S. Embassy's consular section in Cairo failed to find any traces of his presence there, deepening the mystery surrounding Artemis Ogletree's supposed journey. Further insights emerged as the Kansas City police delved deeper into the unusual case of Artemis Ogletree. Information gleaned from conversations with Ruby Ogletree led them to a third hotel in Kansas City, the St. Regis, where Artemis had also stayed. Curiously, he had shared a room with another man, but the identity of this companion, possibly the elusive Don, remained unverified. Theories and suspects. The mysterious nature of the case has given rise to various compelling theories, each attempting to unravel the puzzle of room 1046. One prevailing theory stems from the anonymous telephone calls, hinting at a possible motive related to Ogletree's broken engagement. The notion that he might have been targeted in retaliation for this romantic entanglement has gained traction, supported by the cryptic messages left behind. Another intriguing perspective delves into the realm of organized crime, speculating that the elusive figure referred to as Don could potentially be a powerful mafia boss. This theory opens the door to a world of criminal connections and hidden motives, adding a layer of complexity to the investigation. There is also the chilling possibility that Don, whoever he may be, had a deeply personal vendetta against Ogletree. This theory suggests that the elusive Don might have acted alone, or intriguingly enlisted the help of the mysterious commercial woman observed by Blocker in the hotel that fateful night. The motive behind such a personal vendetta remains shrouded in speculation, leaving investigators and enthusiasts alike to grapple with the enigmatic circumstances of room 1046. However, intriguingly, this strange case is predominantly discussed as if there is not, and has never been, any actual suspects. But this is far from the truth. Right from the start, a range of suspects have fallen onto the radar of police, each with elements of evidence linking them to the vicious crime. Detectives, spurred by the belief that the murder may have had a connection to sexual deviancy, meticulously scrutinized individuals nationwide. Fingerprinted, questioned, and compelled to provide handwriting samples, men from every corner of the country became unwitting players in this unusual tale. In 1940, a man named Thomas Wilbur Barlow, previously convicted of crimes against nature in Little Blue, Missouri, became a focal point of the investigation. Detectives, haunted by the specter of a sex maniac's alleged 1935 murder, probed Barlow. His signature, resembling that of Donald Kelso in the hotel registry, intensified their scrutiny. Under the relentless gaze of law enforcement, Barlow's testimony wavered, clouded by conflicting narratives. His confusion, attributed by the police to syphilis after a grueling 10-hour interrogation, left them with more questions than answers. Chief of Detectives T.J. Higgins, leading the charge, fixated on a lead in New York. Joseph Ogden, a convicted killer, emerged as a prime suspect. Higgins, after exhaustive deliberation, declared himself satisfied that Ogden had committed the crime. Meanwhile, the shadows of Ogden's own heinous acts loomed large. A gruesome murder, dismemberment, and an attempt to conceal the body in a trunk destined for Memphis. This sordid tale painted Ogden as a ruthless killer, sending shockwaves through the city. Ogden's dark past unfolded further as his admission records from Sing Sing prison surfaced. Unearthed by Kansas City Magazine, these documents revealed a chilling history. A journey through prisons and insane asylums, marked by escapes and violence. Ogden was also known to be homosexual, and among his aliases was Donald Kelso, a connection that led both Kansas City detectives and the New Yorker's editor to believe they had found their man. It was later confirmed by the FBI that Ogden's handwriting did not match that left in the hotel records by Donald Kelso. Is it possible his use of the same alias was nothing more than a coincidence? The one theory the police seem to have largely ignored over the years is the compelling case put forward by Ruby Ogletree. Ruby's instincts and the peculiar letters she received for 2 years after her son was killed until he was identified create an enticing argument for a different potential suspect. Ruby's correspondence with the Kansas City Police Department reveals her strong suspicions regarding Joe Simpson, the companion her son had left home with. Convinced of his guilt, Ruby went to great lengths, procuring Simpson's school records from Phillip's high school, and persistently attempted to meet him in Birmingham, only to be stood up multiple times. Despite the police assurances given to her that Simpson had been thoroughly interviewed, Ruby's doubts remained. Ruby finally confronted Simpson on December 28, 1939, solidifying her conviction. In my conversation with the boy, Joe Simpson, I became reasonably certain that he is the person who spoke to me from Memphis, Tennessee, 7 months after my son was killed, she wrote in detail to the KCPD detectives. Ruby recounted her discussion with Simpson, recalling the conversation almost verbatim. The details were striking. Simpson expressed his belief that the case would never be solved, highlighting the absence of clues, leaving the detectives with nothing to work with. Ruby claims she looked Simpson in the eyes and told him she would recognize the voice that called her from Memphis, causing Simpson to turn red and become nervous and agitated. In a damning revelation, if Ruby's account is accurate, Simpson pledged to deliver a letter from Artemis, claiming it was badly typed. However, Simpson failed to keep his appointment, leaving Ruby hanging. The inconsistency was glaring. Artemis never possessed typing skills. All his pre-murder correspondence was handwritten. The typed letters received weeks after his demise likely originated from someone privy to the truth that Artemis Ogletree was no more. The KCPD continued to keep the case open, with different detectives periodically reviewing the evidence through the 1950s. Despite their ongoing efforts and expressions of determination to follow up on any leads, no substantial new evidence surfaced. As time passed, the investigation gradually grew cold, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and lingering uncertainties. In a peculiar turn of events in the early 2000s, John Horner, a local historian at the Kansas City Public Library, received an intriguing call from an individual outside the state. The caller revealed that they had been involved in cataloging the belongings of an elderly person who had recently passed away. Among the items discovered was a shoebox containing newspaper clippings related to the case and an object mentioned in the news stories. However, the caller chose to remain anonymous, leaving both their identity and the specific item undisclosed. Horner kept this cryptic revelation private until he shared it in 2 blog posts recounting the story in 2012, adding another layer of mystery to the enduring enigma of Room 1046. Even today, the Room 1046 mystery continues to baffle. Kansas police reopen the case annually, hoping for new leads, yet as of now, the riddle of Room 1046 stands unresolved, shrouded in an enduring veil of mystery. Conclusion. In the labyrinthine tale of Artemis Ogletree, the enigma that shrouded Room 1046, and the events leading to his tragic demise in the heart of Kansas City remains one of history's most perplexing mysteries. Despite the passage of time, The questions surrounding his fate persist, refusing to yield definitive answers. Artemis Ogletree's story is not merely a chronicle of a young man's life cut short, but a puzzle that encapsulates the essence of suspense and intrigue. From the cryptic encounters within the walls of the President Hotel to the shadowy figures that populated his final moments, every twist and turn paints a vivid picture of a life entangled in mysterious circumstances. As we delve into the depths of the unknown, it becomes apparent that the truth eludes us, buried beneath layers of speculation and ambiguity. The exhaustive investigations, the letters that arrived after Artemis's death, and the tantalizing clues all stand as testaments to the complexity of the case. The meticulous detective work, the persistent efforts of Artemis's mother, Ruby Ogletree, and the myriad theories woven over the years have attempted to unravel the enigma but have so far fallen short of a conclusive resolution. In this intricate web of theories and suspicions, one fact remains crystal clear. Artemis Ogletree's story continues to captivate the imaginations of those seeking to unveil the truth. It serves as a reminder of the intricacies of the human experience and the mysteries that can lurk behind even the most ordinary of circumstances. As we contemplate the unresolved aspects of Artemis's life and death, we are reminded of the enduring nature of mysteries, how they challenge our understanding, provoke our curiosity, and invite us to explore the depths of the unknown. The legacy of Room 1046 and the enigmatic figure of Artemis Ogletree endure, reminding us that in the vast tapestry of human history, some stories are destined to remain eternally mysterious, leaving us with questions that may never find their answers. You have been watching The Mystery Abyss. In the quiet Bavarian village of Hinterkaifeck, Germany, a horrifying and still unsolved murder case unfolded in 1922, sending shockwaves through the entire nation. The disturbing and unsolved mystery of the Hinterkaifeck murders. The Gruber family, consisting of 6 members, lived on a remote and secluded farmstead, nestled amid vast fields and surrounded by dense forests. The brutal murders of Andreas Gruber, his wife Kazilia, their widowed daughter Victoria Gabrielle, and her 2 children, Kazilia and Joseph, shook the small community to its core and left investigators grappling with an enigmatic puzzle that remains unsolved to this day. Haunting occurrences leading up to the killings, the brutality of the murders, and the lack of a clear motive have left experts and amateur sleuths alike captivated by the horrific mystery of Hinterkaifeck. From whispers of potential incestuous relationships, to suspicions surrounding neighbors, and even chilling connections to a notorious American serial killer, the unsolved mystery behind the murders continues to echo through the corridors of history, leaving us to wonder who lurked in the dark and what malevolent force brought about the tragic demise of an entire family on that fateful night. Strange occurrences leading to tragedy. Life on the Hinterkaifeck farm had long been characterized by its peaceful and idyllic setting. However, the serenity of the rural life was soon disturbed by a series of eerie and unexplained events that unfolded in the months leading up to the tragedy. Approximately 6 months before the fatal attack, the family's maid, who had been an integral part of the household, abruptly quit her position. Her departure was accompanied by a chilling revelation. She claimed to have heard unsettling and inexplicable sounds emanating from the attic. Frightened and deeply disturbed, she firmly believed that the very foundation of the house was haunted by malevolent forces beyond comprehension. Andreas Gruber, the head of the family, was perturbed by the maid's allegations and sought to assuage her fears. In March 1922, his unease escalated when he stumbled upon a curious newspaper from Munich lying on the property. Strangely, he had no recollection of purchasing the paper, and the perplexity grew when he discovered that nobody in the vicinity subscribed to this particular publication. The incident left a lingering sense of vulnerability, as though unseen eyes were watching the family's every move. The tension mounted further when, just days before the fatal night, Andreas confided in his neighbors about an unsettling discovery. He had noticed fresh tracks in the newly fallen snow leading from the dense forest towards the farm's machine room. His keen instincts recognized that someone had ventured close to their home, and it was evident that the intruder had tampered with the machine room's door lock, leaving it broken and vulnerable. This revelation fueled a sense of paranoia and fear that an unknown malevolent presence was circling their peaceful sanctuary. Adding to the growing unease, the family began hearing mysterious and chilling footsteps coming from the attic during the dark hours of the night. Alarmed, Andreas initiated thorough searches of the building, but each time the attic appeared empty and devoid of any intruders. The inexplicable sounds, however, persisted, haunting the family and raising questions about the true source of these mysterious echoes. Despite the escalating sense of foreboding, the Gruber family chose to keep these unsettling occurrences to themselves. They dismissed offers of help from concerned neighbors and decided not to report these strange happenings to the authorities. Whether their decision was born out of stoicism, fear of ridicule, or the belief that they could handle the situation on their own remains an enduring mystery. In the tight-knit community of Hinterkaifeck, rumors of the family's predicament began to circulate. Whispers of the farm's cursed nature and dark omens started to spread like wildfire, intensifying the atmosphere of dread and apprehension that shrouded the once tranquil homestead. These strange occurrences would soon culminate in one of the most shocking and gruesome tragedies in German history, forever imprinting the name Hinterkaifeck in the annals of unsolved mysteries. As the investigation unfolded, the bizarre events leading up to the murders would play a pivotal role in the search for the elusive and enigmatic killer or killers responsible for the heinous crime. The tragedy unfolds. As March 31st, 1922 dawned, the Hinterkaifeck farm welcomed a new face into its fold, Maria Baumgartner, the freshly appointed maid. Unbeknownst to her, this seemingly uneventful day would mark the beginning of a horrifying chain of events that would forever shatter the tranquility of the Gruber family's abode. The evening took a sinister turn as the family was inexplicably lured one by one to the barn, located on the outskirts of the farmstead. With methodical precision, the perpetrator wielded a deadly mattock, a menacing pickaxe-like tool used for digging and chopping, as their weapon of choice. In the confined darkness of the barn, the members of the Gruber family, along with the elderly Casilia Gruber, met their brutal end, falling victim to devastating blows to their heads. The assailant did not stop at the barn. They methodically proceeded to the heart of the home, the living quarters. In the midst of this nightmare, they encountered the innocent 2-year-old Joseph, soundly sleeping in his bassinet. Without mercy, the murderer struck the defenseless child, leaving behind an indescribable scene of horror. Maria Baumgartner, the maid, also fell prey to the merciless killer. Her sanctuary, the bedchamber, became the site of her untimely demise, ending her life in the hopeful beginning of her new employment in a cruel twist of fate. The farm became a haunting tableau of death, but 4 agonizing days would pass before the shocking discovery was made. On April 1st, the customary visit by coffee sellers Hans Sharofsky and Edward Sharofsky was met with eerie silence. Their knocks on the door and window remained unanswered, as if the farm had become swallowed by an abyss of desolation. Oblivious to the tragedy that awaited them, the visitors found the gate to the machine house open and chose to depart, unknowingly leaving behind the unimaginable horrors that lurked within the farmhouse. In the aftermath of the murders, a disturbing absence became apparent. Casilia Gabriel, the 7-year-old daughter of Victoria, had been absent from school without excuse. Additionally, the entire family was conspicuously missing from the Sunday worship they so dutifully attended. These conspicuous absences, coupled with the pileup of unclaimed mail at the local post office, ignited concern among the neighbors, sensing that something was dreadfully wrong. As fate would have it, on April 4th, 1922, Lorenz Schlittenbauer, a farmer living nearby, led a search party to the farmstead. Little did they know that the grim truth awaited them. Entering the barn, the shocking sight of 4 battered bodies greeted them, hidden beneath a somber veil of hay. Their worst fears materialized as they pressed forward to the heart of the home. Inside, they discovered the lifeless body of the young Joseph, and in another room, the life extinguished from Maria Baumgartner's eyes. The repercussions of this ghastly act reverberated far beyond the confines of the Hinterkaifeck farm. The chilling discovery marked the beginning of one of Germany's most infamous unsolved crimes, the Hinterkaifeck murders. As the search for answers ensued, the minds of investigators and the public alike grappled with the mysterious circumstances surrounding the tragedy, leaving a profound legacy of unanswered questions and lingering horror that persists to this day. Investigation challenges. The investigation into the Hinterkaifeck murders, led by Inspector Georg Reingruber and his department, was fraught with challenges from the outset. The horrific crime scene was plagued by a disturbing level of contamination, as numerous individuals had unknowingly tampered with the evidence. Curiosity or concern had compelled some to interact with the scene, moving bodies and items, and remarkably even cooking and partaking in meals within the very kitchen that bore witness to the unspeakable tragedy. Such actions unwittingly disturbed crucial clues, making the task of unraveling the truth all the more difficult for the investigators. Despite these initial setbacks, the unwavering determination of the investigative team pressed on. The day after the discovery of the bodies, the court physician Dr. Johann Baptist Aumüller took on the grim duty of performing autopsies within the confines of the barn, a harrowing task. It revealed that a mattock, a seemingly unassuming farm tool, was the likely instrument of death wielded by the ruthless perpetrator. Yet shockingly, the autopsy held an even more chilling revelation. The youngest victim, 2-year-old Kazelia, had endured a heart-wrenching struggle for survival. Her little body bore the heartbreaking evidence that she had been alive for several agonizing hours after the initial assault. In a desperate bid for life, she had resorted to tearing her own hair out, a haunting testament to the horror she had endured in her final moments. The investigation faced additional complexities as the motive remained shrouded in mystery. Initial suspicions pointed towards robbery, but this theory was quickly dismissed when a considerable sum of money was found untouched within the house. The evidence instead pointed to a more disturbing conclusion. The murderer or murderers appeared to have lived within the farm for several days after the killings. The telltale signs included evidence of cattle being fed, the entire supply of bread from the kitchen being consumed, and fresh cuts of meat taken from the pantry. This enigmatic aspect of the case puzzled investigators and the community alike, leaving them grappling with an elusive motive and an unidentifiable killer. Even more disturbingly, the haunting footsteps in the attic and the strange sounds that plagued the family in the months leading up to the tragedy now took on a chilling significance, suggesting that the perpetrator had perhaps been living within the very walls of the farm all along. As the investigation continued, a list of suspects began to take shape. Various individuals were considered, ranging from local craftsmen and vagrants to neighboring villagers. However, despite repeated arrests, no conclusive evidence pointed to the perpetrator, and the investigation eventually hit a wall. The files, brimming with testimonies, were eventually closed in 1955, rendering the case officially unsolved. In 1986, the final interrogations took place, marking the end of an era in the pursuit of justice for the Hinterkaifeck victims. Detective Chief Superintendent Konrad Muller's retirement marked the conclusion of a relentless quest for answers. Despite their best efforts, the investigators had been unable to unmask the killer or killers behind one of Germany's most baffling and chilling murder cases, leaving behind a legacy of frustration, sorrow, and an enduring desire for closure. The Hinterkaifeck murders have since persisted as an enigma that continues to captivate the imagination of true crime enthusiasts, and remains a haunting reminder of the boundless depths of human cruelty and the elusiveness of justice. Theories and speculations. In the wake of the Hinterkaifeck murders, a plethora of theories and speculations emerged, each attempting to shed light on the elusive truth behind the heinous crime, a ghost from the past. Among the most intriguing and haunting theories was the possibility that Victoria Gabriel's husband, Carl Gabriel, may have somehow survived the First World War and returned to the farm to perpetrate the brutal killings. The story of Carl's reported death during the war emerged as a significant piece of the puzzle. According to historical records, he had been listed as killed in action during a shell attack in Arras, France. However, what made this theory even more enigmatic was the fact that his body had never been recovered, leaving a shadow of doubt regarding his true fate. As news of the Hinterkaifeck murders spread, rumors began to circulate about Carl's potential survival. Some claimed to have seen him alive and well, while others speculated that he might have deserted and escaped the horrors of war. The uncertainty surrounding Carl's death gave rise to the haunting question: what if he had returned to Hinterkaifeck, seeking answers and revenge for the troubled life he left behind? If Carl indeed returned, the sinister events that unfolded on that fateful night could have been driven by a deeply disturbed psyche, fueled by unresolved grievances or a thirst for retribution. Perhaps he believed that his family had betrayed him during his absence, leading him to exact a horrific and brutal vengeance. The possibility of him nursing a grudge against his father-in-law Andreas over his horrific actions and treatment of his own daughter, Carl's wife, added a sinister layer to this theory. If true, the Hinterkaifeck farmstead would have been the stage for a deeply personal and darkly motivated tragedy. However, like many theories in the Hinterkaifeck case, this speculation lacked conclusive evidence. The absence of any definitive proof of Carl's survival or return to the farm left investigators and amateur sleuths grappling with shadows and whispers from the past. It remained a tantalizing possibility, but one that eluded concrete confirmation. A dark family secret. Equally disturbing in their own right were the rumors surrounding potential incestuous relationships within the family, especially between Victoria and her father, Andreas Gruber. The speculations about a deeply disturbing and illicit affair raised haunting suspicions about their involvement in the tragic deaths that unfolded at Hinterkaifeck. Such whispers painted a picture of an insidious family secret hidden away in the remote and secluded farmstead. As investigators delved into this disturbing theory, they meticulously conducted medical examinations and carefully analyzed the forensic evidence. Their objective was to unravel the truth behind the heinous crimes and to ascertain whether a murder-suicide scenario could be plausible. However, the evidence gathered starkly contradicted the notion of self-inflicted injuries. The brutal nature of the killings and the lack of any signs of self-harm effectively ruled out the possibility of a murder-suicide scenario. The medical examinations of the victims' bodies yielded crucial information, revealing that each murder victim had suffered grievous blows to the head. The injuries were consistent with the use of a mattock, a pickaxe-like tool that was identified as the likely murder weapon. Moreover, the presence of defensive wounds on the bodies further pointed to a fierce struggle against an external assailant or assailants. These findings served to disentangle the truth from the darkness of speculations. The lack of any self-inflicted wounds laid bare the sinister reality that an external, malevolent force had indeed been at work in the Hinterkaifeck farmstead on that fateful night. The implications were chilling. This was no act of desperation or family tragedy, but a cold and calculated massacre perpetrated by an unknown assailant. Suspicious neighbors. In the years that followed the Hinterkaifeck murders, the investigation took a chilling turn with the emergence of a compelling account from former maid Crescens Rieger. Her testimony implicated the Bickler brothers, Anton and Karl, along with Georg Siegel, as potential suspects in the heinous crime. Rieger's insights shed new light on the dark mysteries surrounding the tragedy. Crescens Rieger had been an eyewitness to the events that unfolded at Hinterkaifeck until around September 1921, and her intimate knowledge of the farm and its inhabitants added weight to her testimony. According to her account, she believed that the Bickler brothers, Anton and Karl, might have been involved in the murders. This belief was rooted in conversations she had with Anton Bickler, during which he allegedly made chilling remarks, suggesting that the family should be dead. These unsettling words raised suspicions about Anton's intentions and potential motives. Adding to the eerie atmosphere of the account was Rieger's own experience with a mysterious stranger whom she encountered through her window at night. Rieger was convinced that the stranger was none other than Karl Bickler. This encounter fueled her growing suspicion that the Bickler brothers might have played a sinister role in the tragedy at Hinterkaifeck. However, Rieger's suspicions did not end with the Bickler brothers. Georg Siegel, who had prior connections to the farm, also came under scrutiny. Rieger reported that Siegel had broken into the Hinterkaifeck property before the murders and stolen various items. This association with criminal behavior raised questions about Siegel's possible involvement in the violent events that transpired at the farm. The combination of Rieger's insights and the connections she drew between the Bickler brothers and Georg Siegel added intriguing new dimensions to the ever-evolving list of potential suspects. As investigators dug deeper into Rieger's accounts and the background of these individuals, the complex web of relationships and motives began to take shape. Nevertheless, despite the compelling nature of Rieger's testimony, the case remained shrouded in ambiguity, with no definitive evidence linking any specific individual to the brutal killings. Rieger's statement was one of many intriguing leads that investigators explored over the years, but the elusive truth continued to evade them. A man who knew too much. The investigation into the Hinterkaifeck murders took a dark turn as suspicion fell on Lorenz Schlittenbauer, whose connections to the family and peculiar behavior on the day of the discovery raised eyebrows and kept him entangled in the web of suspicion for years to come. Rumors emerged that shortly after the death of his first wife in 1918, Schlittenbauer had been involved in a relationship with Victoria Gabriel. These rumors, coupled with his proximity to the victims and his familiarity with the farm, fueled speculation about his potential involvement in the tragic deaths. As investigators delved into Schlittenbauer's past and his connections to the family, they found themselves grappling with a compelling yet elusive puzzle. On the day the bodies were discovered, Schlittenbauer's actions raised red flags. Upon arriving at the farm with his friends to investigate, they found the doors to the barn locked. To gain entry, they had to break a gate, which seemed odd considering the circumstances. Strangely, after discovering the 4 bodies in the barn, Schlittenbauer alone reportedly unlocked the front door with a key and entered the house. This behavior was deemed suspicious, as it raised questions about how Schlittenbauer acquired the key and why he ventured into the house alone, given the uncertainty of whether the murderer might still be present. Moreover, during the investigation, Schlittenbauer made statements that seemed to indicate intimate knowledge of details only the killer would know. Witnesses and investigators alike found themselves unsettled by his apparent awareness of certain conditions at the scene. According to accounts in the case files, local teacher Hans Iblager encountered Schlittenbauer visiting the remains of the demolished Hinterkaifeck in 1925. When asked why he was there, Schlittenbauer reportedly mentioned the murderer's unsuccessful attempt to bury the family's remains in the barn, citing the frozen ground as the obstacle. This detail struck investigators as highly suspicious, as Schlittenbauer seemed to possess intimate knowledge of the conditions surrounding the crime scene. The unsettling revelations surrounding Schlittenbauer prompted repeated interrogations and kept him firmly in the sights of investigators for many years. Locals and law enforcement were haunted by the thought that someone close to the family, like Schlittenbauer, might have been responsible for the brutal killings. Yet despite their persistent efforts, no conclusive evidence ever linked Schlittenbauer directly to the crime. A deathbed confession. The Gump brothers, Adolf and Anton, added another layer of intrigue to the Hinterkaifeck case, as their connections to the Freikorps Oberland raised suspicions about their potential involvement in the gruesome murders. The Freikorps Oberland was a paramilitary organization in post-World War I Germany, known for its right-wing nationalist ideology, and their association with such a group caught the attention of investigators. The breakthrough in the Gump brothers' involvement came from their own sister, Crescentia Meyer, who reportedly made a shocking revelation on her deathbed. According to her account, Crescentia accused Adolf and Anton of being responsible for the heinous crime that claimed the lives of the Gruber and Gabriel family members and their maid. This revelation sent shockwaves through the community and reignited the investigation into the cold case. In light of the serious accusation made by their own sibling, authorities took action and remanded Anton Gump to police custody for further questioning and investigation. The possibility that a family member might have been involved in such a heinous crime sent shockwaves through the community and renewed a sense of urgency to solve the baffling case. However, the suspicions surrounding the Gump brothers did not ultimately lead to a resolution. After a brief period of police custody, Anton was released due to insufficient evidence linking him directly to the crime. Unfortunately, Adolf had already passed away in 1944, leaving investigators unable to question him directly about the accusations leveled against him. The lost penknife. Therese T's account added another layer of complexity to the Hinterkaifeck case, introducing the possibility of Karl and Andreas S. as potential suspects in the heinous crime. Her recollection of a chilling encounter from her childhood provided a unique perspective into the lives of the suspected perpetrators. According to Therese T., when she was just 12 years old, her mother received an unexpected visit from the mother of Karl and Andreas S. During this visit, the woman shockingly revealed her belief that her own sons, Karl and Andreas, were responsible for the murders that had shaken the small community of Hinterkaifeck. The revelation left Therese's family and the whole neighborhood in disbelief and fear, as the idea that two young men from their own midst might be capable of such brutality was almost unimaginable. What made this revelation particularly eerie was the mysterious detail that the stranger, who Therese's mother believed to be Karl or Andreas S., mentioned losing his penknife during the course of the crime. This seemingly insignificant remark provided a faint lead for investigators to pursue, raising hopes of potentially linking the penknife to the crime scene. However, despite their efforts, this lead ultimately led to a dead end, leaving investigators grasping at shadows and secrets that seemed impossible to untangle. An American serial killer. The theory linking the Hinterkaifeck murders to Paul Muller, a suspected serial killer in the United States, added an even darker and more chilling dimension to an already perplexing case. Authors Bill James and Rachel McCarthy James delved into the unsettling possibility that Muller, a German immigrant, might have committed a series of heinous crimes in the U.S. that bore striking resemblances to the brutal events at Hinterkaifeck. In their research and analysis, the authors found disturbing connections between the crimes attributed to Mueller in America and the Hinterkaifeck Massacre. One of the most unsettling commonalities was the use of a blunt farm tool, resembling a pickaxe, as the murder weapon in both cases. This shared modus operandi suggested that the same ruthless and malevolent force might be at work in both sets of killings. The authors detailed that Mueller's suspected crimes in the U.S. were characterized by random nighttime home invasions in or near small railroad towns, Entire families were bludgeoned to death with the blunt end of an axe, and the murders seem to have been perpetrated by a sadistic individual. Such a pattern of violence struck chillingly close to the brutality witnessed at Hinterkaifeck. Moreover, the James's hypothesis speculated that Muller might have fled the US for his homeland, Germany, in the early 20th century, possibly around 1912. This timing would coincide with the Hinterkaifeck murders in 1922, suggesting the chilling possibility that the notorious serial killer could have continued his reign of terror on foreign soil. However, despite the striking similarities and eerie coincidences, investigators faced significant challenges in linking Muller conclusively to the Hinterkaifeck Massacre. The case was complicated by the passage of time, the lack of modern investigative techniques, and the scarcity of concrete evidence that could definitively connect Muller to the crime scene. While the theory remained haunting and thought-provoking, it ultimately fell into the realm of speculation due to the absence of concrete evidence and the lack of definitive records linking Muller to Germany during the time of the murders. The elusive nature of the Hinterkaifeck case continued to keep the true identity of the perpetrator or perpetrators hidden in the shadows of history. Despite the myriad theories and speculations, the truth behind the Hinterkaifeck murders continues to elude investigators and historians alike. The relentless pursuit of justice has led to numerous dead ends, leaving the tragic events forever etched in history as one of Germany's most perplexing and chilling unsolved mysteries. The legacy of Hinterkaifeck remains a haunting reminder of the dark complexities of human nature and the enduring quest for closure in the face of unfathomable evil. The legacy and ongoing mystery. The chilling events at Hinterkaifeck have transcended the confines of time, leaving an indelible mark on history and captivating the imaginations of generations to come. The enigmatic case has proven irresistible to authors, filmmakers, and amateur sleuths who have sought to unravel its secrets and bring closure to this haunting tale. Over the years, a myriad of literary works, newspaper articles, documentaries, plays, and investigations have emerged in pursuit of the truth, each contributing to the perpetuation of the mystery surrounding the tragic events of that fateful night. In 2007, a team of 15 students from the Polizeifachhochschule in Fürstenfeldbruck applied modern criminal investigation techniques to the Hinterkaifeck case. Their comprehensive analysis confirmed the thoroughness of the initial investigation but criticized the lack of professional forensics. Although the murderer or murderers could no longer be identified with certainty, the students unanimously agreed on a main suspect. Out of respect for the suspect's descendants, the individual's name was withheld, leaving the enigma unresolved. Despite the abundance of theories, investigations, and speculations over the years, the truth behind the Hinterkaifeck murders continues to elude the grasp of those seeking answers. The lingering ambiguity surrounding the case has fostered a sense of fascination and curiosity among both seasoned investigators and amateur enthusiasts alike. As the years go by, the legacy of Hinterkaifeck endures as a poignant reminder of the mysteries that remain unsolved and the human yearning for understanding and closure in the face of the inexplicable. The farmstead stands as a haunting monument to the past, a chilling reminder that some secrets may forever remain hidden, forever entwined with the fabric of history. Conclusion. Over the years, countless theories have been proposed, suspects named, and investigations conducted, each offering a glimpse into the complexities of the human psyche and the depths of darkness that can reside within. The tale of Hinterkaifeck has become a canvas for armchair detectives, authors, and filmmakers to weave their narratives, attempting to unravel the web of secrets that continue to shroud the truth. Despite the passage of time, the Hinterkaifeck murders remain a haunting reminder of the elusive nature of justice. The farmstead, once a place of serenity and toil, now stands as a somber reminder of the lives lost and the families forever scarred by the brutality of that fateful night. The unanswered questions and the absence of closure have etched this grim chapter into the annals of true crime history, a poignant reminder of the enduring scars left by unsolved mysteries. As the years have turned into decades, the enigma of Hinterkaifeck continues to fascinate and perplex, drawing people from around the world into its dark embrace. The farmstead's legacy persists through generations, sparking curiosity and speculation in the hearts of those who dare to confront the sinister unknown. Perhaps one day, with advancements in forensic science and new breakthroughs in investigative techniques, the secrets of Hinterkaifeck will be brought to light. Until then, it stands as a chilling testament to the complexities of the human soul and the impenetrable depths of the human mind. In the realm of true crime, some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved, and the Hinterkaifeck murders serve as a haunting reminder of the darkness that can dwell within even the most tranquil corners of the world. As we grapple with the specter of this unresolved case, we are reminded that some stories are meant to defy explanation, forever etched into the fabric of history as enduring riddles. Until the day the truth finally emerges from the shadows, Hinterkaifeck will continue to beckon, tantalizing the curious and leaving us with an unsettling question mark. Forever haunting the pages of history, you have been watching The Mystery Abyss. In the serene and picturesque town of Kite, California, nestled deep in the Sierra Nevada mountains, a sinister darkness once descended, shattering the tranquility of this idyllic community. It was a shocking morning in April 1981 when a 14-year-old girl named Sheila Sharp stumbled upon a scene that would haunt her for a lifetime. Inside a seemingly ordinary cabin, a nightmare had unfolded. A brutal and merciless massacre that would leave 3 lives extinguished and 1 young girl missing. As the sun rose that fateful day, it cast its rays upon a trail of secrets, mysteries, and unresolved questions. What could drive someone to commit such heinous acts of violence? And why had the authorities struggled for decades to unmask the truth? Join us on a chilling journey into the heart of the Kite murders, a haunting mystery that has confounded investigators, stirred rumors of conspiracies, and left an indelible mark on the annals of American crime. The Massacre at Cabin 28, the Unsolved Kite Cabin Murders. The year was 1979, and Glenna Sue Sharp found herself at a crossroads that demanded unwavering strength and a desperate escape. Born on March 29, 1945, Sue had already faced her share of hardships before the events that would propel her into the annals of a haunting mystery. A resident of Springfield, Massachusetts, Sue's early life was marked by aspirations, dreams, and the promise of a better future. However, as fate would have it, Sue's journey took an unexpected and dark turn. It was in Connecticut that she encountered the man who would become her husband, James Sharp. Their initial connection was tinged with hope, but over time a different reality emerged, one allegedly marred by abuse, turmoil, and fear. Determined to reclaim her life and provide a safe haven for her 5 children, Sue made the courageous decision to break free from the chains of her marriage. In 1979, she embarked on a journey to Quincy, California, seeking refuge in the embrace of a new beginning. Alongside her children, John, Sheila, Tina, Rick, and Greg, Sue left behind the darkness of her past in pursuit of a brighter future. The vast expanse of California's landscapes held the promise of hope and healing for Sue and her children. With a fierce determination to rebuild their lives, Sue enrolled in typewriting classes, a small but crucial step toward achieving financial independence. Through sheer grit and resilience, she secured part-time employment at the Quincy Elks Lodge, further contributing to her vision of self-sufficiency. Despite the scars of the past, Sue's spirit remained unbroken, and she focused on nurturing a sense of normalcy and stability for her children. It was in this context that the family's path converged with the Kite Resort, a seemingly picturesque haven nestled in the serene landscapes of Quincy, California. Little did they know that this seemingly idyllic setting would soon become the backdrop for a night of terror that would shatter their newfound tranquility. In the seemingly innocuous act of moving into Cabin 28, the Sharp family unknowingly set the stage for a mystery that would perplex investigators, haunt a community, and defy resolution for decades to come. The safety they sought in their new surroundings was abruptly stripped away on the night of April 11, 1981, as unfathomable violence and darkness descended upon their lives. The night before, on the bright morning of April 11, 1981, the Sharp family's day began like any other. Around 11:30 a.m., Sue, Sheila, and Greg embarked on a journey to collect young Rick, who had a baseball tryout scheduled at Gansner Field in Quincy. As they journeyed through the picturesque landscape, their path unexpectedly intersected with John, Sue's eldest son, and his friend Dana Hall Wingate, who were found hitchhiking at the canyon's entrance, a passage leading from Quincy to the serene hamlet of Kite. Without hesitation, they offered the 2 hitchhikers a ride, and the journey stretched for about 6 miles, drawing them closer to Kite's heart. But approximately 2 hours later, John and Dana decided to hitchhike back to Quincy. Observant eyes spotted the 2 teenagers in Quincy's bustling downtown area, blending into the tapestry of daily life before they attended a party with friends later that evening. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over Kite, Sheila headed over to their neighbor's house in cabin number 27, planning to spend the night with the Seabolt family. With Sue remaining at home, tending to Rick, Greg, and their young friend Justin Smart, the stage was now set for the night's events, though no one could have foreseen the horrors that lay in wait. Also over at the Seabolt's house watching TV, Tina was soon told to return home by 10 p.m. at their mother's request. leaving only Sheila absent from cabin number 28 as John and Dana hitchhiked their way home after their party. As night turned to morning, all seemed perfectly normal, but this could not have been further from the truth. The discovery. As dawn broke on April 12, 1981, the tranquil stillness of the morning in Kite, California was shattered by the events that would etch themselves into the collective memory of the town, a memory tainted by the unfathomable horror that unfolded within the walls of Cabin 28. Sheila Sharp, only 14 years old, returned to her family's cabin to discover a nightmare beyond imagination. As she entered Cabin 28, Sheila's eyes bore witness to a chilling tableau that defied comprehension. A living room transformed into a scene of carnage. There before her lay the lifeless bodies of her own mother, Sue Sharp, her beloved brother John, and his friend Dana. The very air seemed heavy with the weight of terror, and the room bore the gruesome evidence of a merciless struggle. The victims had been subjected to a violence beyond imagination, bound, gagged, and attacked with a ferocity that told of an unspeakable malevolence. The walls themselves seemed to bear witness, splattered with blood that bore testimony to a desperate struggle for survival. Knives and a hammer, the instruments of violence, lay scattered on the floor. Tina Sharp, the younger 12-year-old daughter of the family, was conspicuously absent from the horrifying scene. A haunting void replaced her presence, leaving a question mark in the midst of an already unfathomable chaos. The fabric of the cabin held traces of her, as evidenced by the bloodstains visible on her bedding, a chilling reminder of her disappearance into the abyss of the unknown. Bravely, alongside the neighboring Seabolts, who had come at the sound of her horrific screams, Sheila entered the property to find that the three youngest children were miraculously unharmed. Rick, Greg, and their friend who had stayed the night, Justin Smart, stood as living witnesses to the horror that had unfolded around them. The three boys were discovered unscathed, their innocent slumber having shielded them from the gruesome events that had unfolded just steps away. Sheila and the Seabolts helped the three children escape through a window, shielding them from the horrors only a single doorway away. Sheila's return to Cabin 28 on that fateful morning would forever bind her to the tragedy, making her the bearer of a truth too terrifying to forget. The living room, once a place of family gatherings and shared moments, had been transformed into a heart-wrenching memorial of violence, a place forever scarred by the brutality that had taken place there. As the authorities were summoned and the investigation commenced, the town of Kite grappled with the weight of an unsolved mystery that would weave itself into the fabric of the community's identity, forever casting a shadow over the town's serenity. The horrors of Cabin 28. Aware that time was of the essence, law enforcement mobilized swiftly and decisively. The Plumas County Sheriff's Department sprang into action, officers racing to the scene with a grim understanding of the tragedy they were about to confront. In the lead was Deputy Hank Clement, who would forever bear the weight of the indelible images he would encounter within Cabin 28. As authorities worked to understand the dynamics of this unimaginable tragedy, they grappled with a horrifying paradox. A family had been annihilated in one of the most vicious crimes ever committed in the region, while three innocent children, mere rooms away, had blissfully slept, oblivious to the carnage that had unfolded around them. Nobody anywhere had seemingly heard a thing. How could this be possible? What Deputy Clement witnessed when he entered Cabin 28 would haunt his thoughts for the rest of his life. All three victims, bound in a grotesque display of cruelty, had suffered a systematic and merciless bludgeoning, delivered with ruthless force by a clawhammer. The walls of the cabin, once witnesses to the joys of family life, now bore silent testimony to the gruesome end that had befallen its occupants. Sue Sharp had borne the brunt of this savage assault. She was found partially unclothed, a haunting indicator of the intimate and perverse nature of the crime. Her undergarments had been cruelly forced into her mouth, a grotesque gesture that only added to the macabre details of the murder. Defensive wounds marred her arms, a testament to her desperate struggle for survival in the face of unimaginable terror. Beside Sue lay her 15-year-old son, John Sharp, and his 17-year-old friend, Dana Wingate. Their young lives had been extinguished with equal brutality, their throats slashed in an act of savagery that defied all reason. Sue's fight for life had been in vain, and John and Dana had met the same gruesome fate, their bodies marked by multiple stab wounds that spoke of the sadistic frenzy that had consumed their assailants. The investigation took a grim turn as the pathologists delved deeper into the extent of the violence. Dana's autopsy revealed yet another layer of horror. He had been manually strangled, his life extinguished by the merciless grip of his attackers. In the midst of this carnage, an eerie detail emerged, a knife discarded near the lifeless bodies. Its blade, bent and twisted by the force of its use during the attack, bore silent witness to the unspeakable rage that had coursed through the cabin that night. Blood, the grim signature of violence, had painted a nightmarish tapestry throughout the cabin. It defied containment, splattering across walls, wallpaper, and ceilings, as if the very essence of the room had been tainted by the horrors that unfolded within its confines. The scene resembled a grotesque canvas with every surface marked by the crimson aftermath of brutality. As Deputy Clement stood amidst this gruesome tableau, he knew that the investigation that lay ahead would be unlike any other. The tranquil community of Kite had been irrevocably altered, and the quest for justice would become a relentless pursuit of answers in the face of unfathomable evil. The investigation. One of the most haunting mysteries that surrounded the Kite murders was the eerie silence that enveloped the brutal events of that night. Neither the young boys huddled inside the cabin nor the neighboring residents mere feet away had heard the slightest whisper of the horrors transpiring behind those closed doors. This unnatural silence, like a heavy shroud, cast a baffling enigma over the investigation, leaving seasoned investigators scratching their heads in disbelief. The disappearance of young Tina Sharp plunged the tight-knit community into a frantic search for answers. Members of the dedicated Plumas County Search and Rescue Team tirelessly scoured the picturesque Kite area in pursuit of the missing child. Yet their efforts yielded no trace of the 12-year-old girl. Desperation drove law enforcement to issue an all-points bulletin spanning Lassen, Butte, and Sierra counties, as well as the city of Reno. Tina's description was broadcast far and wide. A slight build adorned with long blonde hair, last seen wearing blue jeans and a matching blue shirt on the fateful night before her vanishing. As the community grappled with the shockwaves of the gruesome murders and apparent kidnapping, investigators embarked on the arduous task of reconstructing the victim's last known movements. Witnesses recalled a pivotal moment on the night of the murders when John and Dana attempted to hitch a ride near the intersection of Crescent Street and Lawrence Street in Quincy, near the Gold Pan Motel. The time frame was pegged between 9 p.m. and 10 p.m., shedding light on the initial leg of their ill-fated journey. However, what unfolded afterward remained shrouded in mystery. Justin Smart, a key witness and a resident of the cabin that fateful night, added layers of complexity to the investigation with his evolving accounts. Initially, he claimed to have slept through the entire ordeal, but as the investigation deepened, his recollections took erratic turns. He first insisted that he witnessed nothing, then later suggested he had seen the murders unfold from the bedroom doorway. However, his narrative veered again when he described having dreamt of the murder. Under hypnosis, Justin delved into the depths of his dreamscape, recounting vivid details. He depicted two men within the home, one characterized by a mustache and short hair, the other with longer hair and a clean-shaven visage. In his dream, the man with the mustache wielded a pocket knife in his right hand, using it to inflict harm upon Shue. In his other hand, he clutched a hammer. Another hypnosis session unveiled an unsettling image of Tina, roused from slumber and drawn to the living room by the unfolding horrors. According to Justin, a man then seized Tina in his arms, carrying her through the kitchen and out to the back steps. Moments later, the man returned alone. A psychologist scrutinized Justin's accounts, ultimately concluding that his dreams were in fact distorted reflections of the gruesome reality he had witnessed. It was a coping mechanism, a way for his mind to process the unbearable truth. In the initial weeks of the investigation, the Plumas County Sheriff's Department marshaled a team of 8 investigators, working tirelessly around the clock. Their efforts included launching a secret witness program to solicit leads, along with releasing sketches of 2 men sighted in Quincy during the week leading up to the murders. Though these individuals weren't immediately deemed suspects, their presence in the vicinity just prior to the crimes raised eyebrows. Multiple witnesses attested to their presence, but their identities remained frustratingly elusive. Over time, tips dwindled, then nearly disappeared, leaving investigators with the daunting task of responding to sporadic leads. Amid the myriad of theories that emerged, one disturbing notion lingered: the possibility that Tina had been targeted for sexual purposes. This harrowing suggestion fueled hopes that Tina might yet be found alive, held captive somewhere. Then, in April of 1984, a bottle hunter stumbled upon a grim discovery near Feather Falls, located northwest of Oroville and approximately 50 miles distant from Kite. The human remains discovered were sent to a specialized laboratory for meticulous analysis and identification. At first, investigators had assumed that the recovered remains likely belonged to a Native American individual. However, a twist occurred when an anonymous phone call reached a sheriff's dispatcher, casting a veil of intrigue over the body. What made this call particularly uncanny was its timing, as it took place on the exact 3-year anniversary of the Kite murders, suggesting a deliberate connection. Caller: hello, I was watching the news and they were discussing the skull found at Feather Falls, seeking assistance. Dispatcher: caller. I couldn't help but wonder if they've considered the murder in Keddy, Plumas County a couple of years ago, where a 12-year-old girl was never found. The caller subtly implied that the uncovered remains might belong to Tina Sharp, who had been missing for a harrowing 3 years by then. Subsequently, through meticulous DNA analysis, it was definitively established that the recovered remains did indeed belong to Tina Sharp. Her tragic end had come sometime after November 1st, 1981, a painful 6 months after the Keddy murders. Advanced decomposition precluded a determination of the precise cause of death. Yet the stark reality remained. Tina had met the same cruel fate as her family, another victim of this unsolved mystery. During a thorough search of the area, investigators unearthed a blue nylon jacket, Levi jeans, and an empty medical tape dispenser, all further perplexing the case. Adding to the eerie enigma, the tape recording of this phone call was never submitted as evidence or investigated, and it would later be discovered at the bottom of a seemingly unrelated bag. The identity of the anonymous caller, along with their uncanny knowledge of Tina's remains, continues to elude discovery, haunting the investigation to this very day. Suspects begin to emerge. As the investigation unfolded, a complex web of suspects and theories began to weave its way through the dark tapestry of the Keddy murders. Witnesses, their memories etched with the chilling events of that night, recalled seeing John and Dana, two restless teenagers attempting to hitchhike along the dimly lit roads. This revelation fueled rampant speculation about the hours leading up to the merciless attack. One sinister scenario painted by investigators was that the killer or killers may have been individuals who had crossed paths with John and Dana, offering them a ride that led to a nightmarish fate. This chilling narrative suggested that these unknown assailants had forced their way into the cabin, their initial intentions concealed behind a veneer of apparent hospitality. Another theory put forward was that the killers had followed the teenagers home from the party they had been attending earlier that night. It had been claimed 2 men had been at the party and had exhibited very peculiar behavior. But with illicit drug use rampant at the party, witnesses were reluctant to come forward, leaving the theory stuck in the realms of speculation. Alternatively, it was proposed that John and Dana, returning home that fateful night, had inadvertently walked in on the gruesome act either targeted at Sue or to kidnap Tina, becoming accidental victims of a terror they could not have foreseen. The initial theory that the motive behind these gruesome murders was robbery was quickly dispelled. The cold, hard facts contradicted such a scenario, as nothing appeared to be missing from the cabin. This perplexing detail led investigators to an even more unsettling hypothesis, that the murders had been premeditated. This theory suggested the involvement of not one but multiple assailants, who had entered the cabin armed with deadly intent. The presence of weapons, including the claw hammer and knives, spoke volumes about the calculated malevolence that had descended upon the Sharp family. Dark rumors circulated with whispering of a cult or a drug-related gang in the murders. But these theories, initially considered by law enforcement, were swiftly abandoned as investigators uncovered no evidence to support such claims. The truth, it seemed, eluded even the most persistent of theories, leaving a gaping void in the pursuit of justice. Amidst the intricate web of suspects, 2 figures emerged as enduring focal points of suspicion: Martin Ray Smart and John Bubede. Remarkably, Justin, a key figure in the grim narrative, was the stepson of Martin, and their family resided in close proximity to Sue's cabin. During the era of the murders, Keddy grappled with a drug problem, with Martin allegedly playing a significant role in this troubling scenario. On the fateful night, a perplexing scene unfolded as Martin and John made an appearance at a local Keddy bar, donned in 3-piece suits and sunglasses, seemingly endeavoring to attract attention to themselves. The recollections of other patrons painted a disconcerting picture, with witnesses attesting to their peculiar behavior. Was this an attempt to cement an alibi for themselves? Both Martin and John carried criminal records, and John's murky connections reached into the realm of organized crime in Chicago, adding an extra layer of complexity to their profiles. In the days leading up to her tragic demise, Sue had reportedly counseled Martin's wife Marilyn about extricating herself from an allegedly abusive marriage tainted by her husband's rumored infidelity. Ironically, speculation swirled about Sue and Martin's own rumored involvement in an affair, further muddying the waters of this perplexing case. There have even been claims that John had made several unwanted advances on Sue, all of which had been rejected. Within the labyrinthine investigation, some conjectured that Martin had become privy to the conversations between Sue and Marilyn, triggering his jealousy and possessiveness. This unsettling narrative painted a grim picture, suggesting that the intended victim that fateful night might have been Sue herself. with the others unwittingly caught in the web of violence due to their status as witnesses to the crime. Immediately following the murders, Martin drew law enforcement's scrutiny as he revealed the curious disappearance of one of his hammers, before the public had even been made aware of the use of hammers in the murders. Subsequently, Martin and John absconded from Plumas County, relocating to Klamath Falls, Oregon. After the disintegration of his marriage, Martin embarked on a journey that led him to Reno, Nevada, where he sought solace and guidance from a counselor. It was in this delicate setting that a revelation surfaced when the counselor made a startling claim. Martin had purportedly confessed to the murders of both Sue and Tina. In this sinister revelation, Martin purportedly admitted responsibility for the murders of Sue and Tina, stating, "I killed the woman and the daughter, but I didn't have anything to do with the boys." As the counselor probed deeper into this harrowing confession, an even darker narrative unfolded. Martin, it was claimed, described his actions with a chilling composure. He allegedly stated that he had incapacitated Tina, casting a ghastly pall over the circumstances, and then felt compelled to extinguish her life, all because she had become an inadvertent witness to his malevolent deeds. Beneath this confession lay a haunting motive, according to the counselor's account. Martin apparently harbored a belief that Sue bore responsibility for instigating Marilyn's desire for divorce, thus catalyzing a chain of events that culminated in a brutal tragedy. The Department of Justice, however, swiftly dismissed this revelation, categorizing it as hearsay, and opted not to investigate it any further. Among the pieces of evidence that captured attention during this disconcerting chapter was a letter authored by Martin, addressed to Marilyn. Within the letter, a single line stood out like a dark omen. "I've paid the price of your love, and now that I've bought it with 4 people's lives, you tell me we are through." Taken in isolation, this sentence bore an incriminating weight and has frequently been used as evidence for Martin's involvement. Yet when examined within the broader context of the 3-page letter, a different interpretation begins to emerge. It seemed that Martin may not have been alluding to acts of violence, but rather expressing profound regret for sacrificing precious time with his own 4 children. Stemming from a previous marriage, in his relentless pursuit of a life intertwined with Marilyn and her children, neither Martin nor John were ever charged in relation to the crime, and both men have since passed away. In a shocking twist, in 1996, the spotlight shifted to Robert Joseph Silveria Jr. as a potential suspect. Silveria had once called Plumas County home in the mid-1980s, known for his courteous demeanor and a penchant for adorning envelopes with intricate drawings during his tenure as a county employee. However, the startling twist in Silveria's narrative emerged when he was apprehended in 1996, becoming a suspected figure in no fewer than 17 murders. His dark odyssey spanned 15 years as he traversed the United States, often riding the railroads and leaving death in his wake among fellow drifters he encountered. Upon his arrest, Silveria astonishingly confessed to a staggering 28 murders, a list that included the Keddy murders. Nonetheless, the wheels of justice would ultimately find him culpable for just 2 of these heinous crimes. Intriguingly, it later came to light that Silveria had been in custody at the time of the Keddy cabin murders for grand theft auto, meaning he could not have played a role in them, as he had claimed. The investigation reopens. The year was 2013, and Greg Hagwood, embarking on his 3rd year as the county sheriff, faced an array of pressing challenges within his department and across the county. Budget constraints and staffing shortages weighed heavily on his shoulders. But amidst these concerns, one unsolved case continued to haunt him: the Keddy murders. These were no ordinary victims. These were people he had grown up with, boys he had known personally. He shared a connection with Cabin 28 in Keddy, having spent nights there in his younger years with friends and their families. Hagwood's journey into law enforcement had begun with a degree in criminal justice from California State University, Sacramento. He became a deputy in his hometown in 1988. While the Keddy murders remained an open case, it hadn't been a top priority for the department. Yet the Keddy murders had etched themselves into local folklore as one of the county's most notorious unsolved crimes. Combined with his personal connections to the victims, Hagwood felt compelled to breathe new life into the investigation. It was during this time that he approached Mike Gamberg, a seasoned private investigator, to take the reins of the case. Gamberg wasn't a stranger to the victims either. He had coached the 2 boys in martial arts and other activities, and Dana Wingate had even visited his house just a day before his tragic death. Gamberg accepted the challenge, driven by strong convictions about both what had and hadn't transpired 32 years earlier. When Gamberg first delved into the Keddy murders, he encountered a room filled with remnants of the crime scene, a daunting sight. Box after box of evidence, file drawers stuffed with information, and other items lay in disarray, a testament to the passage of time and the convoluted history of the investigation. One particularly vexing aspect was the absence of the original case history log, detailing the who, what, and when of the initial investigation, a void that continued to perplex Gamberg. Physical evidence retrieved from Cabin 28, including blood-marked items like the living room carpet and wallboard, lay dormant in storage, further complicated by disorganization. As Gamberg sifted through the labyrinthine puzzle, he stumbled upon an unopened bag of evidence, a critical piece that had never been entered into the official record, an omission with far-reaching implications for a thorough criminal investigation. But the most intriguing discovery was yet to come. Inside an envelope lay the tape recording of the anonymous caller reporting a potentially chilling connection to the Keddy case. This call, received after the discovery of human remains near Feather Falls, hinted at an eerie familiarity with Tina Sharp's disappearance, suggesting that the caller possessed intimate knowledge of the events. Gamberg was determined to unravel the mystery surrounding this anonymous caller. He initiated the painstaking process of comparing the male voice on the tape with the voices of potential or known suspects. Yet scientific analysis moved at a slow pace, and the case's vintage meant it didn't receive the same urgency as recent crimes. Gamberg began to suspect that the tape had been deliberately overlooked during its time at the Plumas County Sheriff's Office. While not typically inclined toward conspiracy theories, even Hagwood couldn't ignore the facts and circumstances that raised troubling questions. Although two of the prime suspects, Martin and John, had passed away, they had been alive at the time of Tina Sharp's discovery. With these revelations in mind, Gamberg relentlessly pursued the case, following leads and evidence that had been overlooked for 37 years. Gamberg's seasoned expertise in homicide cases had prepared him for this moment. Having worked on nearly all of Plumas County's homicide cases from 1974 to his retirement in 1994, he was well acquainted with the intricacies of criminal investigations. Strikingly, the Keddy murder case had been the one that got away, eluding his involvement. Within 3 years of reopening the case, Gamberg began sharing new evidence, most notably a hammer matching the one Martin had claimed was missing before the murders, and a hunting knife discovered in Keddy. He also located the driver who had picked up John and Dana on the night of the murders, interviewing her. The California Department of Justice played a pivotal role in the case, and its actions have been a source of particular concern for Gamberg and Hagwood. They believe that the DOJ's initial involvement was followed by a lack of follow-through, resulting in a major gap in the investigation's progress. According to Gamberg, immediately following the murders, Sheriff Doug Thomas reached out to the DOJ in Sacramento for assistance. Surprisingly, the DOJ dispatched two individuals, Special Agents Harry Bradley and P.A. Krim, from their organized crime unit rather than their homicide division to investigate. This decision seems extremely unusual and suspicious, and Gamberg suggests it might be related to one of the suspects, John Boubade, who had connections with organized crime in Chicago and used multiple aliases. John's connection to organized crime appears to have attracted the DOJ's interest. Gamberg has speculated that the DOJ might have protected him for some undisclosed reason. Fast forward to April 2018, and a remarkable breakthrough surfaced. Gamberg disclosed that DNA evidence retrieved from a fragment of tape found at the crime scene had been successfully matched to a known living suspect, marking a pivotal turn in the investigation. However, there have been no further updates on the case since this revelation 5 years ago, and who this DNA belongs to has not been publicly announced. Despite this, both investigators have stated on the record that they believe Martin and John to be responsible for the murders, and that there are two living individuals who were accessories after the fact that are known to them. Due to the lack of progress or announcements after this supposed DNA discovery, it is unclear what really has or has not been discovered in the new investigation, and the case still remains shrouded in mystery. Conclusion: the Keddy murders remain one of the most haunting and perplexing unsolved mysteries in the annals of American crime. The brutal slaying of Shue, John, and Dana, and the disappearance and later discovery of Tina sent shockwaves through the quiet community of Keddy, California in 1981. Over the decades, the case has seen its share of twists and turns, missteps, and potential cover-ups. Investigators, both past and present, have grappled with the challenges posed by missing evidence, compromised crime scenes, and a changing landscape of forensic science. Recent efforts to revisit the case by Special Investigator Mike Gamberg and former Plumas County Sheriff Greg Hagwood have shed new light on old leads. Discoveries of evidence such as a hammer matching one described by a suspect and potential DNA matches have rekindled hopes of solving the case. The persistence of Gamberg, Hagwood, and their team in the face of daunting obstacles is a testament to their dedication to bringing closure to the victims' families and the community that has lived under the shadow of this tragedy for over 4 decades. While the Keddy murders remain unsolved to this day, The commitment of those involved in the investigation serves as a beacon of hope that one day justice will prevail. The memories of Sue, John, Dana, and Tina will continue to live on, and their story will serve as a reminder that the pursuit of truth and justice never truly ends. If you're still watching, thank you so much for sticking with me until the end. If you enjoyed this deep dive into this unsettling cold case, please like and subscribe, and check out some of my other true crime videos on the channel, some of which are on screen right now. I really appreciate your support and hope you found this video interesting. You have been watching The Mystery Abyss. April 16th, 2003. On Interstate 10 near San Antonio, Texas, traffic is flowing smoothly. All seems normal. Then suddenly, a tan-colored Mercury Tracer abruptly swerves into the median, going airborne before crashing back hard into the highway. Astonishingly, the car manages to land on its wheels and continues traveling down the road for a moment before it veers right and collides with a cluster of trees. Sheriff Department deputies rush to the scene, but sadly they discover that the driver is already dead, having suffered severe head injuries. Dressed in full military uniform, the driver is quickly identified as 54-year-old Air Force Colonel Phillip Shue. While it seems like an open and shut case of a terrible car accident, things take a turn for the strange as the deputies investigate the scene. Inside the vehicle, they find that Phillip has a deep chest wound that does not appear to have been caused by the crash. Further examination reveals that Phillip's left pinky finger has been severed, and that both his wrists and his boots have dangling ends of duct tape on them, indicating he may have been recently bound. Most bizarrely of all, both of his nipples have been sliced off, despite significant evidence hinting that he had potentially been kidnapped and tortured prior to the car crash. Phillip's death was ultimately ruled as a suicide by the coroner. Prior to his death, Phillip had been receiving threatening letters and had expressed worry that his ex-wife and her new husband were attempting to kill him for the large life insurance policy they still had on him. So what really happened to Colonel Phillip Shue? Was this a case of a terrible accident? A strange suicide, driven either by a psychotic episode of self-mutilation or a staged attempt to frame his ex-wife? Or was he actually the victim of foul play? Let's find out together. Born on July 22, 1948 in Brookville, Ohio, Phillip Michael Shue graduated from the University of Wisconsin in 1970 before joining the Air Force. After completing officer training school, Phillip was selected for navigator training at Mather Air Force Base in California, where he graduated with distinction. His friends described him as low-key, soft-spoken, mild-mannered, and very laid-back. With 26 years in the service, he was a decorated veteran with a huge list of awards, medals, and ribbons. In 1988, while stationed at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, Phillip met his future wife, Tracy. At the time, Phillip was going through an emotional divorce from his first wife, Nancy, and had become a psychiatrist for the Air Force. Although he married Tracy in 1993, as part of the contentious divorce settlement with Nancy, she had taken out 2 life insurance policies on him, valued at $1 million collectively. In 2000, Phillip attempted to cancel these policies, expressing concerns that they might give someone, namely his ex-wife and her new husband, a motive to harm him. In one letter to the insurer, he wrote, "Thoroughly examine my death for evidence of foul play, even if on the surface the cause would appear natural or accidental." He attempted to terminate the policy, but the insurance company informed him that Nancy owned the policy and only she could cancel it, which she refused to do. Phillip's worries seemed tied to threatening letters he had been receiving since May of 1999. Although he had raised concerns with his wife and his superiors about the letters, they had dismissed his worries. One such letter read, "A friend of mine who worked with Dawn, your ex-wife's husband, told me some scary things. I don't know Dawn or your ex-wife myself. Sorry, I don't even know her name. My friend told me they wish you were dead so they could collect life insurance. I don't understand why they would have life insurance on you, but that's what my friend told me. My friend thinks they may actually be planning something." According to Tracy, the warning letters took a toll on her husband, with her stating, "Never before had he ever showed any symptoms of depression or panic or anxiety. This was a happy, healthy man who loved life. Until that first letter arrived. There were no signs suggesting he was suicidal at the time, according to Tracy. But it is important to acknowledge that many suicide victims often show no outward signs of their internal struggles before their death." With Phillip's retirement approaching in September, the couple had decided to relocate and had already found their ideal home in Alabama, a spacious property with a pond in the backyard. The morning after they placed their deposit on the house and closed the deal, the couple shared an early breakfast before Phillip set out for his office in Bourne, Texas. But Phillip never made it to his office despite it only being a 30-minute drive away. 2.5 hours later, he was dead. Where he was or who he might have been with during the time before his death remains unknown. In addition to the injuries from the car crash, there were several disturbing findings on Phillip's body. A 6-inch gash was discovered on his chest with several hesitation-like marks nearby. One of his left-hand fingers was missing, and both of his nipples had been cleanly severed. These wounds were not deemed to be the result of the car crash, but there were no defensive wounds indicative of struggle identified. His missing finger and nipples were never located. Duct tape was found hanging from his wrists and boots, hinting that he may have been bound at some point. And strangely, there was evidence he had been wearing a diaper, though the diaper itself was not present. Exactly what this could mean is anybody's guess, but it's such an odd, rarely noted detail in this case that really unsettles me for some reason that I thought it was worth mentioning it. Chief Examiner Vincent DeMaio discovered high levels of the anesthetic lidocaine in Phillip's blood, theorizing he had used Emla cream to numb the pain from what he perceived as self-inflicted wounds. He would later revise this claim when toxicology failed to detect the painkiller component of Emla cream. DeMaio noted that a number of colleagues had relayed that the colonel had been experiencing difficulties in the weeks before his death, seeking help for depression and panic attacks. Combined with what he deemed as hesitation marks around the chest wound, signs of somebody building up to being able to inflict self-harm, he deemed Phillip's death as a suicide, with the official cause of death being head trauma from the crash. "We believe he did this to himself, either to stage a kidnapping and mutilation to support all those letters and didn't really intend to die," said DeMaio. "Or he intended to do the same thing and die." Although Phillip had been treated for depression and a panic disorder, his wife Tracy strongly disagreed that her husband had suffered a mental breakdown and committed suicide. She pointed out that her husband had done things that would make zero sense if he had intended to take his own life. The day prior to his death, he confirmed dinner plans with a friend, closed the deal on their new house, and even ordered new contact lenses for himself. Similarly, his commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Chazinski, didn't buy the suicide hypothesis. Instead, speculation arose that he was intercepted on his way to work before being kidnapped and tortured. And it does appear, at least at face value, that there is clear evidence to back this theory up. His ankles and wrists showed signs of being bound, and his severed pinky finger is a common tactic used in coercive torture. It's possible that he was kidnapped, tortured, escaped, and in his panic, caused the accident that resulted in his death. Many support this theory, yet DeMaio highlights that Shue never attempted to contact anyone, even though he had a cell phone with him that morning. If you had been subjected to torture like that and managed to break free, where would you go? You'd go to either the police or a hospital, but he was driving away from San Antonio, away from hospitals, and past 3 exits to his hometown of Bourne. He had a working cell phone. This behavior isn't consistent with someone fleeing an attacker, DeMaio said. He also pointed out how unlikely it would be to give a torture victim an anesthetic, as it would stop them from feeling the presumably intended pain. An alternate theory that has been posed is that Phillip staged the entire scenario to look like a kidnapping, faking the duct tape, and inflicting his own wounds before either dying accidentally or taking his own life on purpose. In this scenario, Phillip may have been trying to implicate his ex-wife Nancy in his staged murder, because taking his own life would still have paid out his life insurance to Nancy, something he made clear he was not happy about. Could he have staged his death in such a way to be able to take his own life while not paying out on the policies to Nancy? If Nancy was to be found guilty of his murder, his life insurance would then instead have gone entirely to Tracy, and Nancy may have even faced severe legal consequences such as imprisonment or even the death penalty. But would a man of Phillip's distinction, looking forward to retirement with a loving wife, really abandon everything to commit suicide as part of a long-standing vendetta against his ex-wife? While Tracy has never publicly named Nancy as the one she believes killed her husband, she has rhetorically stated who stood to gain the most, making her suspicions clear. It's also interesting to note that Nancy was a certified sex therapist specializing in sadomasochism. Tracy, in particular, couldn't help but see the connections between this and the nature of the wounds inflicted upon her husband. She also placed blame at the door of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations for dismissing Phillip's worries about the letters he received. After Phillip died, Tracy tried to prevent Nancy from collecting on the policies, demanding a new autopsy, suspecting foul play as the cause of death. Nancy took out her own lawsuit against Tracy, with the outcome of the cases being settled privately in 2005. During the lawsuit deposition, Nancy invoked the Fifth Amendment 20 times, refusing to answer questions about whether she had anything to do with the colonel's death. She refused to answer questions about killing, kidnapping, or torturing him, denying her own chance to tell her side of the story. At face value, this does look suspicious, but it's important to remember that her legal counsel would have undoubtedly advised her to do this, regardless of any involvement or lack of involvement in her ex-husband's death. Nancy has, however, stated that she believes Phillip wrote the letters himself in an attempt to frame her. Would it have truly made sense for her to attempt to murder him, even though he had told multiple people about his fear that she was going to do so, and even directly confronted her about it? Wouldn't it be a bit, well, obvious? Nancy also claimed that both she and her husband were at work at the time of the incident, which could be easily proven. In 2004, the FBI launched a new investigation into the strange death. Carrying out tests on his clothing and reviewing the original toxicology findings, they were unable to rule out foul play as a result of their investigation. Following this, Tracy hired a forensic pathologist, Cyril Wecht, to dispute the initial claim of suicide as the cause of death. Wecht has been involved in numerous high-profile cases, from the assassination of President John F. Kennedy to the death of Anna Nicole Smith. Wecht was confident that another person played a role in the colonel's death. He pointed out that there was no evidence the chest wound had been self-inflicted, and no sign of the weapon used to do it. The lidocaine levels in his system, Wecht stated, were insufficient to numb pain, and the colonel's fingerprints were not found on the duct tape on his wrists or boots. Furthermore, Tracy had mentioned that the night before his death, Phillip had used topical lidocaine on his chest due to itching from shaving for a stress test, making it entirely plausible that some of it had entered into his bloodstream through the open wound. Officially, the case remains closed as a suicide, with investigations by the military, the Texas Rangers, and the Kendall County Sheriff's Department all reaching the same conclusion. In particular, the military's own investigation produced a comprehensive psychological autopsy spanning over 20 pages, which detailed Phillip's descent into depression, irrationality, and paranoia in his final months, and questioned the authenticity of the warning letters he claimed to have received. Having read the document myself, I do find it quite compelling and hard not to see some of the colonel's past behaviors, despite what Tracy has said, as troubling and indicative of somebody in a very vulnerable mental state. The report even notes an incident in which Phillip told his psychiatrist about a dream in which he was in a car crash after having had severe injury inflicted upon him, which is either somewhat revealing about his role in his own death, or a really creepy coincidence. Despite what Tracy has said, if these documents are to be believed, Phillip clearly had a long history of depression, frequently being prescribed antidepressants to cope with it, and had frequent episodes of bizarre behavior. For example, he purposefully flunked an important medical exam, getting 0 marks on it, and he claimed his laptop had been stolen and later returned to him with a note warning him not to tell anyone or more people will die. If you want to have a read of it for yourself, I've included a link down in the description to it for you to check out. Colonel Phillip Shue was finally laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery in the spring of 2005. In 2008, Tracy took a lawsuit out against the insurance company for refusing to cancel Nancy's policies. Private investigator Joe Mora was tasked with examining the case as part of the legal proceedings. Mora extensively discussed the case with its initial lead investigator, Roger Anderson, who acknowledged that he had lost control of the case at the time due to disagreements over jurisdiction at the crash site. As a result, crucial evidence was likely lost given the scene had not been preserved or treated as a crime scene before he took over. Had there been a genuine investigation, I assure you this wouldn't have been labeled a suicide, Mora asserted. There was no investigation, and that's what I want to stress. None. Mora also criticized the psychological autopsy conducted by the military, claiming there was no evidence at all for the claims they had made about Phillip's character. Even Anderson, the original investigator, admitted that he was confident that foul play had occurred before the car crash. Anderson stated, "I think he was ambushed on his way to work. Someone was waiting for him, planned to intercept him, take him captive to some unknown location. Their intention was to terrorize him," Anderson speculated. It seems Colonel Shue managed to break free from his restraints, reach his vehicle, and attempt to flee. That's the most logical conclusion I can draw, but I can't substantiate any part of it. At the end of the trial, the judge ultimately ruled in favor of the insurance company, concluding they acted within their rights not to cancel Nancy's policy. However, it was the other ruling by the judge that sent shockwaves through the courthouse. Judge Palmer stated, "The evidence considered by the court substantiates a finding that Colonel Phillip Shue was murdered. The court therefore finds that the April 16, 2003 death of Colonel Phillip Shue was a homicide." After the verdict, Tracy said she had found a sense of peace to hear a judge agree with her own belief that the case was a murder, and that it was time to bring those responsible to justice. However, despite Judge Palmer's directive to amend Colonel Shue's death certificate from suicide to homicide, Kendall County officials have resisted, questioning the judge's authority to make such a determination, which, to be clear, he does not have. In 2009, the Texas Attorney General ruled that the death certificate did not require alteration. As of today, the cause of death on the death certificate remains as suicide. And with that, our exploration of this strange case comes to a close. So what do you think really happened in this really weird case? There's enough evidence in Phillip's past to justify a suicide conclusion in my opinion, but I do struggle to buy that he would inflict those disturbing wounds on himself, or choose to die in such a strange manner. As a decorated veteran, he would likely have known the level of proof needed to convict somebody of murder. So if his death was staged to frame Nancy, it seems like it wasn't very well thought out. But equally, if the threatening letters are real, then it is hard not to see the case as a homicide, with Nancy having a clear motive for killing Phillip. I have seen some speculation online that Tracy, who also received a significant payout after her husband's death, may have secretly been responsible. These theorists speculate that she wrote the letters, attempting to damage Phillip's already frail psychological state, and ultimately orchestrated his death. But if that was the case, why would she have fought so hard for so many years to have additional autopsies done, and for the case to be viewed as a homicide? It just doesn't make sense to me. If somebody was responsible, the ex-wife seems like the obvious candidate. But whatever happened, it feels like we are missing vital bits of information to comprehend this case, which I doubt will ever truly be resolved. As always, thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe, and consider checking out some of the other true crime content up on the channel. You have been watching The Mystery Abyss. In the picturesque sunset cliffs of San Diego, on the afternoon of Friday, April 15, 1994, the tranquil scene took a haunting turn when two surfers stumbled upon a shocking discovery. Amidst the kelp bed, an anomaly caught the attention of one surfer. Upon closer inspection, the surfer discerned the lifeless body of a young woman, marked by the absence of one leg from the thigh down and various injuries. Swiftly, authorities were alerted, and the autopsy findings attributed the demise of the 25-year-old woman, later identified as Michelle von Emster, to a great white shark attack. Nevertheless, skepticism lingered among shark experts who disputed this conclusion. Despite the official cause of death being classified as a shark attack, major inconsistencies in the evidence led to a prevailing belief that she had died at the hands of foul play. With some new revelations shedding light on the case, this mystery that has ignited fierce debate for the last 30 years may finally have found some real answers. Was Michelle's demise truly the outcome of a great white shark attack, or did the array of injuries hint at a darker, more tragic narrative? Let's find out together. Shark attack or murder? The mysterious death of Michelle von Emster. Born on August 2, 1968, Michelle von Emster spent her formative years in San Carlos, a city located just south of San Francisco in California, as one of 5 siblings. In 1986, she graduated from the all-girls Notre Dame High School, renowned for her keen interest in art, a profound love for the ocean, and characterized as beautiful and intelligent by her circle of friends. Michelle left a lasting impression. Post-high school, Michelle pursued higher education at St. Mary's College. However, her academic journey took an unexpected turn when she had to withdraw due to a surprising cancer diagnosis shortly after her enrollment. Displaying remarkable resilience, she fought a formidable 2-year battle and eventually achieved remission. With a renewed zest for life, Michelle embarked on a new chapter in San Diego. Initially residing on Poinsettia Drive in the Loma Portal neighborhood in 1992, she later relocated to Muir Avenue in Ocean Beach, an area colloquially known as the War Zone due to its elevated crime rate. While Michelle's neighborhood may raise concerns about safety, Ocean Beach holds a special place among locals for its diverse array of shops, restaurants, and attractions, including the iconic pier and tide pools. The community is a favorite among surfers seeking great waves, and visitors can even enroll in surf schools to learn the art of riding the waves. Despite this new less-than-ideal living environment, Michelle secured employment at a local coffee shop, but it wasn't long before she became concerned about an unidentified man on a motorcycle who she believed was stalking her at the coffee shop. This caused her to leave her job and find new employment at a stationery and office supply store. The identification of this alleged stalker remains unknown. Working as a clerk at Cabrillo Stationery and Office Supply, owned by Denise Knox on Newport Avenue, Michelle's life had aspects that eluded a clear definition. Some labeled her a party girl, while others viewed her as a health freak. The truth remains elusive, as her acquaintances, it would appear, really didn't know her well enough to make accurate assertions. Despite the mystery surrounding her personality, a few certainties about Michelle do exist. Her profound love for the ocean was evident. Additionally, she held an affection for felines and had a cat named Cassidy, later adopted by a considerate former neighbor. Sharing a residence on Muir Avenue with Michelle was Coco Campbell, a dance major at San Diego State University. On the evening of Thursday, April 14, 1994, Michelle and Coco planned to attend a Pink Floyd concert at a local stadium. However, upon arrival, their admission was thwarted, reportedly due to having the wrong tickets, at least according to some accounts. The duo left the stadium and headed home. But after 8 p.m., Michelle purportedly requested to be dropped off at a pier several blocks from their residence. Coco recounted that Michelle exited the vehicle on Newport Avenue, adorned in a green trench coat due to the icy cold weather, and carrying her purse. Tragically, this would be the last time anyone reported seeing Michelle alive. A gruesome discovery. On the afternoon of Friday, April 15, 1994, 20-year-old surfer David Correa observed an unusual gathering of seagulls near Sunset Cliffs, a popular spot among surfers and Point Loma residents. Perceiving the situation as peculiar, he alerted fellow surfer William Dostal, who was closer to the point of interest. Dostal paddled over to investigate and made a grim discovery. Michelle von Emster's lifeless body, face down in approximately 10 feet of water. Michelle was unclothed, adorned only with some jewelry. A lone wing of her butterfly tattoo remained visible, later serving as a means of identification for authorities after her boss, Denise Knox, saw it on a local news broadcast. Her right leg was missing from the thigh down. The men called for assistance, and lifeguards swiftly responded, transporting the body to the lifeguard headquarters on Quivira Court. Medical examiner Robert Engel conducted an initial examination, revealing large tearing-type wounds with missing tissue on Michelle's back and shoulders. Notably, her right leg was severed mid-thigh and was nowhere to be found. Engel estimated that she hadn't been in the water for an extended period when the surfers discovered her, potentially suggesting she had been placed there recently. The subsequent medical examiner's autopsy by Brian Blackburn delved into the extent of Michelle's injuries, painting a distressing picture. The report highlighted a broken neck, along with large tearing-type wounds with missing tissue. The absence of her right leg from the thigh down was glaring, accompanied by shredded tissue on her arms and backside, cracked ribs, and a dislocated pelvis. Internal bleeding was ruled as the cause of Michelle's tragic end, leading to drowning. This revelation indicated that she was still alive when she entered the water. The presence of sand in her trachea, lungs, and stomach pointed to desperate attempts to breathe while submerged, whether in shallow water or at the ocean floor. The official verdict from the autopsy report deemed her death accidental, attributing it to a great white shark attack. Despite this classification, the unsettling details and dissenting opinions from experts continued to cast shadows of uncertainty on the circumstances surrounding Michelle's demise. And a major question lingered over the case like a bad smell. Why would Michelle be swimming in freezing water, completely naked, in the middle of the night? The alleged circumstance that led to her being attacked by the shark. Shadows of doubt. It's worth noting that Blackburn, the San Diego medical examiner handling the case, lacked prior experience with shark attack victims at the time of Michelle's autopsy. In fact, none of those who examined the body had ever encountered a shark attack victim before. Blackburn did seek guidance from experts at the nearby Scripps Institute of Oceanography to better understand shark attack victims. However, these experts never had the opportunity to personally examine the body. Notably, the International Shark Attack File refrains from categorizing Michelle as a shark attack fatality due to insufficient evidence. Contrary to the common belief, the ISAF contends that the shark bites found on Michelle's body were not attributable to great white sharks and, moreover, were inflicted post-mortem, indicating that she was already deceased when sharks interacted with her remains. Renowned shark expert Ralph Collier also expressed skepticism regarding the great white shark attack hypothesis. In an interview with the San Diego Union Tribune, Collier remarked on the peculiar condition of Michelle's limb, stating, "When a white shark bites off part of a limb, the break is clean, almost like you put it on a table saw. What remained of Michelle's femur was anything but. It looked like what happens when you get a piece of bamboo and whittle it down to a point with a knife. The bone came to a point. This type of injury is caused when a bone is twisted under a great deal of force." Collier also disputed the tooth impressions on Michelle's body, suggesting they were inconsistent with a white shark attack. Collier further challenged Blackbourne's explanation about the severed leg and the presence of sand in Michelle's body, highlighting the incongruities in the case. According to Collier, the damage would have quickly led to fatal bleeding if caused by a shark, and the sand in her stomach suggests unusual breathing behavior upon contact with the sand. Retired pathologist Harry Bennell echoed the skepticism, stating that he did not believe Michelle's death resulted from a shark attack either. When questioned about the possibility, Bennell responded, "It could have happened if she was at the bottom and couldn't get away. It's possible, but it's not probable." Richard Rosenblatt, chairman of the Scripps Institute for Oceanography, also contradicts Blackbourne's findings. After reviewing the measurements of Michelle's wounds, Rosenblatt asserted that none of the marks on her body were indicative of a white shark's bite. He emphasized that if a white shark had taken her leg, evidence of a broken-off great white tooth would likely be present. Despite the absence of great white teeth in Michelle's body, multiple bite marks from blue sharks were identified, confirming their feeding on her remains. A local pathologist found no evidence suggesting these bites occurred before her death. The conflicting opinions from experts contributed to the ongoing ambiguity surrounding the circumstances of Michelle von Emster's demise. Further mysteries. A purse, later confirmed to be owned by Michelle, was discovered approximately half a mile north of the location where her lifeless body was found. The contents of the purse included her driver's license, keys, cigarettes, and $27 in cash. Around 11 p.m. on Friday, April 15th, a passerby stumbled upon the purse, raising questions about its untouched state despite spending over 24 hours in plain sight on the beach. The discovery, occurring after Michelle's body had been located, sparked speculation about the possibility of the purse being strategically placed at the site following the discovery of her remains. A retired private investigator emphasized, it still had money inside it because it hadn't been on the beach that long, suggesting potential involvement from someone else who planted the purse. Notably, none of Michelle's clothes were ever located near the purse or anywhere else along the shoreline. In an attempt to comprehend the sequence of events, experts conducted drift tests to estimate the duration it would take for Michelle's body to drift from the purse's location to where surfers found her. The calculated time frame indicated approximately 15 hours for this drift to occur. Considering that Michelle was last seen around 8 p.m. the night before when her roommate dropped her off, there remains an unaccounted for 4-hour period, nowhere near long enough for this drift to have occurred. No witnesses have come forward to attest to her whereabouts during this time, although it is plausible that she spent some time on the beach before deciding to enter the water around midnight. The chilling water temperature of 59 degrees raises doubts about the feasibility of a midnight swim. The discomfort or potential risk of hypothermia during such conditions challenges the narrative of a leisurely skinny-dipping activity. Edwin Decker, who had a recent date with Michelle before her disappearance, is also among those skeptical of the shark attack narrative. He expressed his doubt, stating, "I was crazy about Michelle. I don't believe that's what killed her." Due to the abundance of conflicting evidence challenging the initial findings, the Michelle von Emster case underwent a re-examination in 2008. In this reassessment, medical examiner Glenn Wagner proposed an alternative conclusion. Sharks had scavenged Michelle's body post-mortem, given an expert had previously asserted that only a great white shark could have taken Michelle's leg, and all subsequent examinations have refuted this claim. Doubt has been cast on a great white shark attack, leading to the likely conclusion that this was not a shark attack at all. By following this line of reasoning and entertaining the notion that the young woman was indeed not a victim of a shark attack, an unsettling question emerges. What actually happened to Michelle von Emster? Other theories. The extensive injuries suffered by Michelle suggest a scenario beyond a mere shark attack, possibly involving a fall, accident, or foul play before her body ended up in the water. Midnight swim. According to this theory, Michelle engaged in a midnight swim, succumbing to the force of a riptide that violently propelled her against the rocks. The majority of her injuries were then sustained during this incident. Subsequently, blue sharks are believed to have fed on her lifeless body once submerged in the ocean. However, several factors cast doubt on this theory. First of all, the water temperature stood at 59 degrees, rendering a midnight swim unlikely due to the cold conditions. The night air at 57 degrees further diminishes the plausibility of anyone venturing for a midnight swim. Michelle's aversion to the cold is indicated by her attire at 8 p.m., where she was seen wearing a trench coat. The theory also fails to account for the missing leg and the manner in which it was removed from the body being inconsistent with shark activity. A fall from a cliff. Familiarity with Southern California, particularly the San Diego region, unveils the presence of sandy and precarious cliffs along the picturesque beaches. Given the history of injuries and fatalities from falls in this area, A theory proposes that Michelle may have tragically fallen from one of these cliffs. The Sunset Cliffs, standing at approximately 75 feet high, present a significant height where a fall could result in severe injuries, including a broken neck. This scenario posits that Michelle succumbed to her injuries and drowned before any potential shark involvement. While initially plausible upon closer examination, this theory also reveals some weaknesses. Although a fall could account for the broken neck and bruises, it is once again unlikely to explain the torn leg. The circumstances surrounding the missing leg present challenges to the notion of a straightforward cliff fall, especially if the tear was not done by a shark. Foul play. The main theory explored and favored by most investigators into the case is that of foul play. This theory posits that Michelle suffered at the hands of an assailant who either abandoned her to die in the Pacific or deliberately drowned her. A notable expert suggested that the extensive ingestion of sand, a result observed in her autopsy, would make sense if it had occurred at the shoreline during a struggle as someone drowned her. Regrettably, the murder hypothesis emerges as a compelling scenario for several reasons. First of all, Michelle resided in the precarious war-zone neighborhood, notorious for its association with drugs and violence. The range of potential threats in such an environment opens the door to various grim possibilities that led to her body being disposed of at the cliffs. The inexplicable discovery of Michelle's naked body raises significant questions too. How could a victim of a shark attack, cliff fall, or accidental drowning end up unclothed? And if she had stripped off herself, why have her clothes never been found? Adding to the puzzle is the discovery of Michelle's purse in the sand. Approximately 2.5 miles away from her body in a heavily trafficked area, the purse contained keys and money, making it improbable that it went unnoticed for 24 hours. This raises suspicion that someone might have orchestrated her murder and strategically placed the purse to obfuscate the crime as an accident. Some have theorized that Michelle might have suffered an overdose at a party, leading to the disposal of her body off the San Diego cliffs. Others speculate on the possibility of a boat collision during night surfing or a neck injury from body surfing. The diverse array of theories surrounding Michelle's death adds complexity to the mystery, leaving investigators and the public grappling with the unanswered questions surrounding this young woman's tragic fate. Expressing her own concerns, Michelle's mother shared, "There's the ocean temperature and she was nude. Part of me does not want to dig this stuff up because it may create more hurt than help. But if there is foul play, I can't stand the thought of somebody walking around out there who could do it again." Suspects. Edwin Decker emerged as a person of interest in the investigation. In response to questioning, Decker made a peculiar claim, asserting that Michelle had a hippie vibe and enjoyed surfing in the nude. Contrary to this portrayal, none of Michelle's friends corroborated this description, and lifeguards at the scene could not recall witnessing Michelle ever engaging in nude surfing or swimming. The unusual assertion that Michelle enjoyed surfing naked raises eyebrows, particularly as it conveniently aligns with the circumstances of her body being found unclothed. Decker further disclosed that he and Michelle had spent time together and had engaged in weeks of flirtation. He asserted that he perceived a deep emotional and intellectual connection between them, adding a caveat, "At least on my part." Upon learning of Michelle's demise, Decker penned a poem that included the lines, "The report said there was a tattoo, a butterfly on her shoulder, which I remembered that night, on my couch when I, like the shark, chewed on her lips and took off her shirt." It's worth noting that Decker himself initiated the request for a re-evaluation of the case by the San Diego Medical Examiner's Office in 2008. The motive behind urging an official revisit, especially for someone potentially involved in foul play, remains uncertain. However, the oddity of the poem adds an intriguing layer to his connection to the case. It also remains uncertain whether Decker was the alleged stalker Michelle had mentioned. Decker himself acknowledged persistently pursuing Michelle for weeks until she reluctantly agreed to go on a date. But even the credibility of their supposed date is questionable. If Michelle considered him a stalker, the idea of spending any time alone with him, let alone an entire evening, seems improbable. It also seems peculiar that Decker became so deeply involved in investigating the circumstances of her death if he had only shared a single date with her. Going on the assumption Decker was not the stalker, this line of inquiry also raises several questions. Could this unknown figure have played a role in Michelle's demise? Michelle, once employed at a local coffee shop, faced persistent stalking by an unknown man during her tenure. The relentless pursuit by this individual ultimately prompted Michelle to leave her job at the coffee shop. In an attempt to evade her persistent stalker, Michelle transitioned to a position at an office supply store. Denise Knox, Michelle's former boss, disclosed that shortly after Michelle's tragic demise, an unsettling man visited the store. This individual, characterized as strange, proceeded to make multiple copies of Michelle's autopsy report. Knox further noted that the man departed from the store on a motorcycle akin to the one Michelle had described. Continued questions. The uncertainty surrounding Michelle's whereabouts raises questions about the accuracy of her roommate Coco's statement regarding dropping her off at a dock. While her purse was found near the Ocean Beach Pier, it doesn't conclusively prove she was there. The possibility of someone dumping her purse remains. A discrepancy in the timeline emerges as Engel and Blackburn provide conflicting information on the time Michelle entered the water. Engel's immediate examination suggests a shorter duration, contradicting Blackburn's midnight estimation. Engel's account is deemed more credible given the timely examination. Coco and Decker's roles appear suspicious too. Coco's vague details about dropping Michelle off at a pier near Newport Avenue, and her failure to specify the exact location raise doubts. Questions also surround their alleged attempt to attend a concert, with uncertainties about the venue and ticket issues, and no proof that any of this ever actually occurred. Contrary to the shark attack theory, the circumstances of Michelle's injuries, including a severed leg, broken pelvis, and signs of violence, could potentially imply sexual assault, torture, or a violent encounter. However, it appears Blackburn's rushed shark attack conclusion meant that none of these aspects were looked at during her official autopsy or properly examined, meaning clear answers may never truly be attainable, given it's now been over 30 years since her body was discovered. New revelations. In 2021, the Shark Files podcast shed light on the Michelle Von Emster case in an episode. About a year later, the podcast host revisited the case in a blog post, spurred by an article from 2019 authored by Michelle's sister, Teresa Colon, a mental health advocate. In a poignant narrative, Colon disclosed the harrowing abuse Michelle endured at the hands of serial pedophile priest Greg Ingalls. The article also delved into the subsequent cover-up orchestrated by the Catholic Church, Michelle's enduring struggles with addiction and health issues, and the profound impact on the family shared by Michelle and Teresa. Within the blog post, the podcast host noted that Colon had seemingly edited a wiki article, leaving a comment that read, "Updated details about my sister's death. No mystery on this one." A related Reddit post by the podcast host unveiled a comment from a user who remarked, "The person who edited the page also added another line. After investigation, the family knows the true cause of death and has chosen to keep the details private." While the podcast host and Michelle's sister refrain from explicitly stating the cause of Michelle's death, the implications strongly suggest a connection to her childhood trauma. Whether her demise resulted from substance abuse, suicide, a blend of factors, or even the potential involvement of another individual, these revelations provide a nuanced perspective. However, it appears that the true answers might be held as a private family matter, leaving the full story shrouded in secrecy and mystery. And with that, our video has reached its end. As always, thanks so much for watching, and if you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe as it really helps the channel to grow. What do you think truly happened to Michelle? Do you think the simple shark attack narrative holds up? Perhaps you lean towards an accidental death theory. Personally, without clear answers of what the family know, I gravitate towards foul play given the evidence and inconsistencies in all the other explanations. Let me know your thoughts on this one down in the comments section below. You have been watching The Mystery Abyss.